Good evening, everybody. Whoever is here tonight, not that many so far. I guess a lot of people, I got a lot of people figured, and rightly so, that I may finally not be doing a show this evening. Then again, I'm starting exactly on time, 8 o'clock, and there's usually not many people here right at the beginning. And people trickle in, with the first 15 minutes or so. So who knows? Maybe it'll be the same crowd, whatever the case may be. So yeah, happy to see those of you who are here this evening. And let me just jump in right away and say hello to those of you who are here 10 minutes early. And I don't know if you're still here, Hyder. I don't think that you've commented since your 10-minute early comment here. Don't think I can be last week. That's what no, you're wrong there. I can be last week. I mean, hell, remember when I hit 4 hours for the first time? And, we never thought, oh, that'll never happen again. I don't think it was more than a couple of months before we made it 5 hours, and then it wasn't that much longer. We had our first 6 hour show, and onward and onward. So I'm sure we can beat it, but I definitely am not going to beat it tonight. Anyways. So I hope you're here listening, and if not, hopefully you come back in later. Tom, what is good? What is good? Yes, last week's was epic and ended with a 600 giveaway. You mean $600 giveaway? Yeah, we had we had 2 giveaways. That's what it really ended with. Don't forget Marcus. We had an impromptu. Actually, both of them were impromptu. That's kind of what was so great about it. So we had Felix, who on the spot decided to give away an absolute Batman annual, limited 1 of 1,000 comic book. And then Marcus gave away the copy of Starhawks #1, signed by Mannix at the end. So that was nice of both of you gentlemen, and I appreciate that very much. Very, very cool. Last week's show started the same way, and look what happened. Yeah, but I still had somebody coming into the studio, Tom. It's a little bit different. Like I say all the time, just one person coming in, being able to talk to somebody verbally makes a huge difference, It gets conversation going. It's easier to make conversation amongst us, which then carries over to me and you guys, So yeah, so that's it. So who else we got here? The Rickster, Rick Welch in the house. Good evening to you, sir. Good to see you as always. Thank you for being here. CJ, same to you. Evening. Just saw the YouTube announcement. Got some family here. Maybe back later. All right, sounds good, CJ. Have a good one. Enjoy the family time. And we got Noel, a.k.a. Stingray. What's up, man? Ahoy to you. There she blows, matey. And good evening to you, Peter. The only real compulsed one. And who else? Ready for the show that ain't got nothing. Man, I don't know what, we might be done by 8:30 before the last of the crew strolls in. Not really sure, to be honest. Let's see. Sup. Hey, what's good, Sonny? Good evening to you. Mike, what is happening? A show about nothing. Could we get a Mandel appearance? Not unless he's watching, listening, and decides to pop on in. And it's funny, I literally got nothing for you guys tonight. So as usual, I did post that it would be an open studio. But of course, since I was just working on that thumbnail as late as about 30 minutes ago, I I was in such a hurry that when I still wanted to get on at 8 o'clock on the nose, and forgot to pop the link to the studio in the description of the video. So yeah, so that's kind of lame, because that makes it even harder for anybody to pop in, even if somebody wanted to pop in, which they usually don't. Yeah, you know, so I don't know. But you know what? While we're live, since I got nothing for you anyways, you know, while we're live, I suppose that I can just go into the other browser and just place the link, and I'll write jump into the studio with the link. And it's easy enough that I guess I could still do it while we're here together, live. And I just did it, and I'm gonna go see once the browser refreshes. It seems to be taking forever. I'll go see if it works, you know. And who else do we got? Marcus Way, the way of the Marcus. What's up, Marcus? All the way from Oz. Once again, David Barr. G'day to you. What's happening, David? Good to see you. Lovely to have you, as always. And my lovely wife, good evening to you. Thank you, as always. Appreciate you. Baker fan himself, who still hasn't replied to the calf message that I sent him yesterday, I think. So Sean, yeah, Sean, you gotta figure out a way to add your full first and last name to your email account, so that when your email shows up in people's inboxes, you know, we can see the name, and more importantly, so that when I need to, or anybody needs to email you and they don't remember your email address, they can just start typing your name in and then it'll pop up. That doesn't work for you, because you, for whatever reason, don't have your real name attached to your email address. So if somebody forgets what your email address is, they can't reach you. Well, unless they remember, they can reach out to CAF through CAF, but what a pain in the ass, you know? So there we go. Marcus, what's up? What's up? Back and forth to everybody. The show always starts off slow. That is true. Shaggy Wong in the house. What's good, Shaggy? I mean, Black Friday weekend, you know, was whatever. I guess it was okay, I suppose. I don't really, like, I'm not a Black Friday participator. I can tell you that. I don't believe, you know, in my experience, you know, and I've mentioned Boxing Day to you guys. What was, like a year or two ago? We talked about that over here, the day after Christmas. I guess you call that Returns Day. Over here in Canada and in the UK, which some of you taught me, we have Boxing Day. That's the day where, yes, it's, you go to return stuff. Obviously, tons of people returning, but also the stores, you know, put on, you know, their Black Friday type, you know, supposedly big sales or whatever. Yeah, and so that's basically it. It's funny because we don't do Thanksgiving like in November, yet because you guys do Black Friday, we also, at least the merchants here, also participate in Black Friday for American Thanksgiving. But like I said, in my experience, the sales for anything I've ever needed or wanted, the sales are bullcrap. I never get any awesome, you know, 50% off or 60, 70% off. You know, those kinds of sales or discounts are always on junk that I don't need, nobody needs. So yeah, that's it, Shaggy. okay weekend other than that, I suppose. The live chat banner put back up. Live chat banner. What is a live chat banner? I don't know what you mean by that. Banner? The Loner Ranger is back. Look at that. What is up, Loner Ranger? Good to see you. Likewise to John Brown. Good evening to you, sir. Always appreciate having you here as well. And who else? Who else? Look at that. Carl. Yo. What's good? What's happening, Carl? Hellos. And look at that. Cesar Alvarez is back. What's happening, man? Good evening to you. I hope those weird storm things, are they over in California? Is it all over? Is that weird weather, that weather pattern stuff that was happening a couple of weeks ago? Hopefully, I haven't heard anything since then, so I'm assuming everything is good in Cali. And let's see what else. One every 1,000 shows giveaway. I don't know about every 1,000. I haven't hit 200 shows yet, so that's coming up soon, though. Be positive. It's getting tougher and tougher, Tom. It's getting tougher and tougher. Of course, Marcus. Go blue, baby! Woo! Always. Go blue forever. Always. The only thing I hope is not forever is the head coach and some of the other people on the coaching staff. But that's all right. Hey, Sam. Where's Sam? Sam Maroney, where are you, man? I was going to give you your proper respects for having your team win the game this year. But you're not here to gloat. It's no fun. I was hoping you'd come here to gloat. All right. I'm a good sports. I'm a good sport, Marcus. A good sportsman and a good sport. I mean, the kids didn't do anything wrong. The coaches, especially the head coach's fault, constantly putting the kids in a position to fail instead of putting them in the best position to win. We held the number one team in the country to only 27 points. That's kind of what I was expecting. But if they didn't constantly put the kids in a position to fail, we should have won. We should have easily had at least, a 31-27 win, 34-27, whatever. Yeah, whatever. That's so I don't feel so bad because it's not. I know what the real problem is. When it's not the kids being crap, right? When it's not the players that are sucking, it doesn't bother me as much. I know it's the play calling, the philosophy by the coach. And when it's that pisses me off, and that's okay. I vent my anger towards who's really responsible. It ain't the kids, it ain't the players. So fucking coaches, man, piss me off. Anyways, missed the end last week. Went too late, way past my bedtime, but I hung in as long as I could. Well, thank you, Caesar. I appreciate that. Yeah, it certainly was unexpected, and even I was confused as to what my previous record length episode had been. I was positive it was just a few minutes after 7 hours. I thought it was 7 hours and change until Stanley, I think it was, who checked, I guess, and he confirmed that it was only 6 hours and change. Unless I forgot which episode it was, I confused it, right? I said the longest one, the one that had the record, was the one with Nick celebrating the 20th anniversary of Dynamite Comics. Maybe I'm wrong, and I'm just forgetting which one it was, and maybe there was another one that actually was 7. So I'm still not 100% positive that last week was a record. Either way, we went 6 hours and 49 minutes and a few seconds, and so super, super long for sure. It was a great show. It was a good time, good fun. So happy to have Matt, as always, dropping in. Wolby fan for the first time in a couple of years, I guess. He's been on a couple times before, but probably the first time in 2 years, or maybe a brief appearance about a year ago during the All-Star episode of Show and Tell, early January. And then Felix popping in for the first time. So that's cool. Yeah, I had a good time. There was some good chemistry going on with all those three guys. You know what I really loved is those guys gave me what I have been wanting since the beginning. A kind of chemistry where they didn't need to be prodded into talking about stuff, so that I could just let them talk, let them go and go and go. And it was awesome. That's what I've been waiting for. And it gave me the potential, it gave me the time to just stay silent and let them talk as much as they wanted to, which allowed me to kind of focus more on you guys in the chat, you know. So that's fantastic. That was really, really good. I'll have to get some of those guys back at some point again. And post Thanksgiving, Tryptophan Hayes. Half asleep past post Thanksgiving. Yeah, apparently so. Hopefully you've all kicked your family members out, those of you who hosted. You missed 2022? What happened in 2022? That you missed it so much, Tom? Well, you know, let me, I forgot to check. Thanks for reminding me. But let me check in the other browser. And yes, it is there. Oh, you know, let me, I forgot to check. Thanks for, sorry about that. But yes, I see that the link is there. Link is there. Thank you, Stanley. There's the man himself. Thank you, Stanley. Appreciate that. And it's in the description, and it's a very brief description. I think it's another record set this week. Record for the shortest episode description ever, I believe. Hey, Mr. Red Jack. What's happening, Brian? Are you at work? Are you heading off to work soon? What's happening, man? Has anyone seen Del Toro's Frankenstein? What's up, Philip? How many rights and homages in it? Yeah, I haven't seen it. And from the few feedback posts I've seen online by people, you know, within this hobby industry that I know, the feedback has been the same with all of those people. Again, not many, maybe 3 or 4 people, but all of them pretty much having the same opinion. And what I will boil it down to is overall, they're not. Yeah, there's like a disappointment factor to it apparently. So yeah, and I remember 1 or 2 of them said like, I wouldn't recommend it, you know. So that's disappointing sounding enough, I guess, if you're not going to recommend it to your friends, right? Hey Lee, what's happening, buddy? Thank you for dropping in as always. I appreciate that. And please hit the like button. Oh yes, of course. Check out Ruben's old shows before you subscribe. Thanks. I like that. You finally switched it up, Brian. Love that, man. Love that. Yeah. Don't subscribe. It's so funny. Last week, so funny when I was explaining to Felix how, you know, when he was telling me, oh no, you got potential to grow. And I was, you know, remember when I was telling him, no. I've spent 3+ years, you know, trying to not grow, right? Do the opposite, right? And keep my subscribers low. And it's so funny because after the show, I checked and I noticed 2 people had unsubscribed. Just like I explained to Felix that, you know, I typically like to tell people, like, if you don't plan on being here anymore and you're listening to me, you've been here before, or this is your first time and you don't think you'll be back, but you already subscribed, please unsubscribe. You know, and that was so funny. Like people, I feel like people really do listen. People have been listening over the last few years when I've been taking this approach. And yeah, I love it. That's I think it really has helped me a lot in keeping the subscriber count below 1,000 the way I want it to. I mean, it still creeps up. Obviously, there's nothing I can do about the creep, but it creeps up still even faster than I'd like it to. But at least it's nice to know that when I kind of ask for people to like don't subscribe or unsubscribe if you're not going to watch anymore. It's cool that it seems like people listen. A couple unsubscribe, but then over the next 2 days, I got 2 more. One new one, and then an anonymous. So it could be somebody resubscribing. You never know. Who knows? You know. So I'm back at 715. Yeah. And who else we got here? Message me on Cap. I haven't checked in a few days. Thank you. Sean just says, bite me. That's typically what he does tell me. There you go. Bite me. What is bite me 32 at AOL.com or some shit? I don't know. Some weird thing. You know, I can't remember weird ones like that, you know? You're finally selling me the Hulk cover. I told you $10 million after the Spider-Man 194 cover. I told you could have it. I haven't heard from you since. You know? Look at that. I'm afraid I cannot stay. And I'm afraid to say goodbye. But dropping in quickly to register my like. Warmest wishes to Vivian as well. Thank you. Warmest wishes to you from Comic Art Boston, honey. Oh, you already replied. Okay, I'm way behind. I am too slow. I know. Thank you. Well, you know, I'm trying to drag it out slowly on purpose to have a show since I have nothing for these guys. So I figure if I just talk to everybody, maybe while I'm talking, somebody will bring up something that we can talk about and it'll veer off into an actual episode. Well, we already did the Happy Thanksgiving. And Philip did try to bring up the Frankenstein movie, but so far I'm behind, so I don't know if anybody's replied about that. I bought nothing. And more hellos from Mr. Redjack to you. And I'm sure you replied. And have a good one, Comic Art Boston. I appreciate you as always. Thank you so much for dropping by to say hello and register your like. And yes, indeed, David, indeed. That's what I was explaining earlier. But our Boxing Day is the day after Christmas, though, David. How about you? I thought yours was also. Who the hell does Black Friday? What do you mean? That's such an American thing now. And what's up, Southern Comic Geek? What's happening, man? And Ruben used to fight people for Black Friday deals. No, never. I mean, when I was in my early 20s, I think that was the last time I went out on that Boxing Day thing, you know, on any one of those crazy days that you know, tons of specials everywhere, whatever. It's all bullshit. There's never anything that I want at a good price. So yeah, it's all advertising to suck you in. So Boxing Day, Loner Ranger, as per the Loner Ranger UK, it originated in Britain. Wealthy employers giving their servants a day off on December 26th with a Christmas box of gifts and leftovers. Right. You explained that to me last time when we spoke about this. Yes, indeed. So it is on December 26th. But hopefully when I catch up to the messages, David Barr will let us know if in Australia, if it's also on the 26th. I think it would be strange if you called it Boxing Day and had it on a different day than the 26th. Since the UK and Canada does it then, you know. And only giveaways at that 6. Yeah, that's right. Only for the loyal ones, baby. Only for the loyal ones. The most loyal ones of all. I do commercial HVAC projects and not houses. Plus, your email mentions an electric floor heater. We don't work with line voltage. Electricians usually buy and install electric heater. I got all the help I needed after that anyway, so that's cool. It's cool. Thank you. Is it the heater behind you on the floor? No. That's the house, you know, built with the house heater that every room has. Yeah. But years ago, it used to be heated. We're on the upstairs. We're the upstairs duplex, and the whole building used to be heated with oil. And the landlord used to pay for our heating. Right? It was priced into the rent. And then one day years ago, he decided to split it. He decided, okay, I'm going to lower your rent a bit, and you guys will pay for your own heating from now on. But not only did he split it, but he divided it by keeping his as oil based and us on top as electricity. I'm not sure why. But because the house is from around the mid 60s, what I'm being told is that, see, what happened was, so what happened was, as soon as he split it and we started paying our own heating, the 2 coldest months, okay, that we had to pay for of the winter came to like just a few dollars under $1,300. Okay, so like $650 per month for those 2 months. And typically where I live, you know, for a place the size of ours, it should be about 150, 175, most 200 per month. Yeah. And so I found out that, you know, all the landlord did really was he split it. He spent the money to split, and so that the hydro company, you know, he can, you know, the meter outside the building can kind of just read hours separately from his downstairs. And then all he did in here was come in here and he installed like a new thermostat box on the wall. But that's it. It lets us turn it on and off and regulate the temperature, but not on a room by room basis. And so what I understand is that because of the split now, and because it's a 1960s house, the reason is that the apparently the insulation is it's, you know, by 1960 standards, so it's insufficient. And so even though I don't feel like there's a draft in here or anything, apparently all our heat gets sucked up and the furnace has to work harder and it just sucks up more and more of our heating, whatever. So yeah, so that's why I was asking, because we've been kind of not using the furnace, right? The heaters on the floor, the baseboard heaters, and for the last few years we've just been doing it with carefully with floor heaters. So anyways, that was an exciting conversation, wasn't it, fellas? Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Mike Asbill, for a long show worth checking out. Well, surprised that Felix stayed so long. Yeah, me too. Felix stayed for about 4 out of those 6 hours and 49 minutes. I mean, you know, for a guy who's that as busy as he is and has that many packages constantly that he needs to pack and get ready to ship out the next day. Yeah, I really appreciate it, because I know that's crazy amount of time. You could have gotten a lot of orders packed in that time that he was here. So yeah, that's very very well appreciated. What up, Robert Berman in the house? What's good, buddy? Talk about the auction results now. Oh, you mean the ones that the ones we didn't really get to? Yeah, I'm not really set up. I didn't open up. I don't know. We can talk about it without having to share. If there's stuff you want to talk about, like any specific Peach. If there's any Peach. Momoko in the house. If there's any specific you know, results that you wanted to talk about from 2 weeks ago, that's fine. You can do that. Like I said, anything you want to bring up, you feel free. We can talk. Let's see the auction results. Like I said, I don't want to start trying to open and look for the thing, look for my saved or whatever tracked lots and stuff. Maybe though, we'll see. I'd rather just kind of shoot the shit if there's something to talk about. How's it going, Maki Poo Poo? Good to see you. And who else we got? Did you get the James Jean Frankenstein print? I don't know who you're talking to, but if it's me, the answer is no. I don't buy prints, but I didn't even see or hear about that. So that should be interesting to see what it looks like. Ruben doesn't use Miracle Grow. He uses Roundup. Hey, Rich Cirillo. Good evening to you, sir. Good calf flip, Rich. Whoa, what happened there? What's up, Corey? Rich Cirillo, did you flip something on calf? What did you flip? What's he talking about? What's he calling you out for there, Rich? Oh, you should do a roast show with Wolvie fan. I'll get him back eventually. What's up? What's up? Yeah, let me know. Let me know what the deal is with that. Stopping out, I say hi until dinner gets here, but I want to smash the like button and say hi to all the chatters. Hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving. Likewise, Alberto, thank you very much for doing that. I appreciate it. I know you don't need much, Tom, right? You don't need much. I know. And I thank you, the over 3.25 dozen of you who have popped in tonight because you got nothing better to do. Probably curious because you saw that thumbnail and were like, what the hell, is he joking? Or like, what's happening? No. So for those of you, 41 of you, this is very strange. I don't typically get over 40 on a hangout that looks like it's telling you I got nothing tonight. So that's very interesting. So I'm sure a few will drop off soon enough. Yeah, whatever goes. Whatever people want to talk about, we're going to talk about tonight. So right now, for those of you just dropping in, I'm just saying hello to everybody one at a time, seeing how everybody is and what everybody's saying. For those of you watching, 43, it's getting higher instead of lower. Okay, that's pretty awesome. So thank you, all of you. Even to those of you who pop in just to watch and you're too shy to comment in the live chat, that's cool too. I appreciate you as well. And those of you also watching this on rewind after the fact. Thank you too. So plenty of art, Harrison Ford movies. Yeah, that's very vague, and we've already talked about that very vague stuff. Back from watching Zootopia, pretty good movie. Okay, I don't think I watched the first one, so that doesn't really mean much to me. I hear it's doing very well. Not that that's a shock. Those types of movies seem to always do well, right? Yeah, you'll get him eventually. He'll be back. He'll be back. And Mike, which Mike? Mike, let us know who you are, because this new YouTube weirdness of how they switched everybody's name. Some people have the recognizable names. Others are changed. So all I'm seeing is Mike-JN5JW. So what is your usual username? Let us know. Let us know. I hate not knowing if we know each other. It's so like, I hate that. I really hate that. So let me know. Zootopia versus Wicked. What does that mean? What do you mean? No, Ozempic and Zootopia. I don't know what that means. Ruben kicked a child once to get his very own Cabbage Patch Kid doll. No, but I brought this up before. Do you guys remember in the early 80s when those Cabbage Patch Kids were so hot, or early to mid 80s, whatever? News reports hitting at least my television set. I know it sounds crazy. I know you're not going to believe this. You think maybe I'm making it up or that I'm confusing the story. I guarantee you this happened. News reports, American news reports, like, the 6 o'clock type news. I was watching, the Canadian news, right? But they had a report from, some American affiliate where that one particular Christmas season, people had stolen Cabbage Patch dolls from people and were holding them hostage and literally sending them hostage notes or calling them on the phone to let them know that they can get their Cabbage Patch dolls back if they paid a ransom. And it was not a joke. It was people like just trying to make money. Crazy. It was crazy shit. But that actually happened. I was big on I wasn't. I should have tried to make some money flipping that crap. But I don't, money's not the end all be all to me. So when I hate the product, even if I think I can make money on it, I usually don't bother. I hate it. I have to love the product. That's why, in my earlier, 20s or whatever, I did, or even my teens, to be honest, I did wheel and deal comic books, even when I was collecting comics, right? And that's why, collecting original art, I still became an art dealer as well. I have to love it. I love dealing, because I love dealing in stuff that I love to collect. So it's kind of like becoming a dealer of it, or a wheeler dealer. It's just kind of a way to be able to try to spread the word on that thing that I love so much. and make people more aware of it. And yeah. But I have a friend who was big on beanies, and then he got his in-laws in on it. Both of his in-laws, his wife's parents got in on it. And today the in-laws, my friend and his wife, they got out, but the in-laws have like an attic filled. Ready to come to the USA now. Exactly. That's right. Princess Di Bear, the purple one, and Garcia, And there's Mike J and 5JW once more. For good this weekend. What a letdown. Wicked for good. Okay, that's the sequel. I guess it's a sequel. Heat rises. The second floor is cool. You know what? I was doing research on that all last night, throughout the night, because that's what I kind of felt like with just a couple of floor heaters. We've been heating the place for a few years, and it feels like it doesn't make sense. But then I thought, oh, maybe because heat rises, and so we get the benefit of a little bit of heat from downstairs. But then online, apparently it says no, that even in an old house, they said that there's no way I would really get any noticeable benefit. That even my landlord who lives downstairs, they said even if his heat obviously does rise, but once it hits his ceiling, they said it wouldn't be enough heat to power through the ceiling, through the insulation and the wood floor and all that, and to really benefit and warm up our floor or whatever. That's what they claim. So I don't know. It's weird that we've been able to heat it up with a couple of floor heaters, but whatever works, Going to sing Defying Gravity at hour mark 3. I don't even know what that is. Landlord got tired of rooming because he liked to keep his house at 75 degrees. 615 Canadian is only like 400 though. That's not true. It would be like 500. Yeah, around 500, maybe a little less. 475. 2 of the 3 rights and homages in Frankenstein are Victor writing in a window alcove and the creature in a barn corner. Yeah, I don't know that I'm not enthused to want to watch it. I got to tell you, especially after I heard everybody, not everybody, but a handful of people pretty much say the same things about it. It just doesn't sound. Yeah, I wasn't super enthused to begin with, to be perfectly honest. But I figured I'd watch it. But now, I'm not. I feel like I'm not going to. That should be oh my Lord. I'm sorry, but no. I would lose the 39 out of the 42 current viewers. I would lose if I did that. Carl. Yeah, only you, Newell, and Jason would stick around. So yes, Boxing Day is on the 26th of December. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah. Public holiday. Oh, it's also a public holiday, but all the shops are open with sales galore. All right, I'm bringing the heat. In more ways than one, I suppose. Ruben is running out of material when we are at minute 30 and we're talking about his heating bill. Exactly. That's awesome. Sounds like original prices. Felix was a trooper, indeed. Carl and SGC talk about errors and rare variants. Yeah, no thanks. I'd rather shut the show down now. No offense to you, 3 Valiant fans. Felix is sending Newell a package soon. Wow. I wonder what Stingray commission you got. I got my Felix giveaway in the mail today already. Wow, that was fast. There you go, man. Good service right there, man. Congrats again, Alberto. That was awesome. And heating bills in theme with his thumbnail. That's right. It is indeed. Alberto, yo. Okay, so come on, man. Mike still hasn't. He's talking a lot, but still not telling me, unless it's just because I'm so far behind still, and you already have told me which Mike you are. Blown out on the planetary cover last week. That's unfortunate. They have been selling for a lot of money. So he should auction that comic tonight on this show. Oh my God, how awful would that be? I charge 200 to answer heating questions and 300 not to. Nice. I appreciate that. Last auction talk, more home heating. Look at that. See, that's a man after my own heart, you know? And I don't mean my friend heart. I mean this heart right in here. Just warms me so well, Mark Vega. Look at that. That's a man, Mark Vega. Not interested in all the auctions. He's already seen them. He's experienced them. He doesn't need to talk about them anymore. Home heating, though. Tips on home heating and home heating efficiency. Now, that's a topic he can sink his teeth into, you know? Good to see you, by the way, Mark. And Josh Paminsan, 4644. So here's another one that we've had Josh's before, but I'm not sure if you're one of those or if this is a new person for the first time. Who are you, Josh Paminsan? Okay, so he's been here before, but it's been a while. Caught this live again. Good to be back in the swing. Good to see you for the first. I'm sorry, I have to apologize that you decided to come back on an episode where I've got nothing for you other than shooting the shit about nothing, except for my home heating bills. But thank you for dropping in and coming to check it out, man. I appreciate it. But don't worry. I usually, even when I've got nothing, usually my buddies here live in the room who are they're like the silent killers. They always come up with something that we get into. So I'm still kind of I got my hopes up for you guys to come up with something that we could sink our teeth into. I hear Masonite puts out some good heat. Is that right? I mean, if you burn it, I suppose you throw it in the fire. He had cap art flip in his art book. Rich did cap art flip. Oh, okay. Thank you, Corey. Thank you. I hear Nick will have round 2 of his 7 to 20. It is. And I'm just I got to catch up so I can do my little promos for today. So I will get to that for sure. Nick is having exactly part 2 on Friday. Part 2 of what he just did this past Friday. So a Black Friday bonanza. Part 2. I'll flip is 2 or 3. But yes. Thank you. Appreciate that. Has anyone ever burned Masonite? Here's a question. Hey, what's up, Murdoch? Has an artist's politics ever turned you off from wanting to collect their work? Oh, I think I can say yes. For a lot of people, I can, and I don't usually like to speak for others, except on those rare occasions where, like, I know for a fact that I know what their answers would be. And I can say absolutely the answer is yes. And, good example is Ethan Van Sciver. Now, I'm not one of those. In fact, I kept buying art. But I know that a lot of people, there was a time, man. There was a time 15 to 20 years ago, man. He was like the next Brian Bolland in the making. He could have been one of the top names in the hobby in terms of demand for his work, and the prices, the values of his work would have been super much higher than it is today. It's not, and it's simply because of how many people just got turned off by, the politics. So I got a bit depressed losing an auction on Heritage, so I took a breather, not obsessing over buying art. That's the good thing to do, Maki. It's a great thing to do. You can't let this hobby get you depressed that way. It's not healthy. You got to kind of put it all in perspective and realize, you know what? Who cares? There's always going to be more art out there. There's always a lot more art out there in existence than any of us can afford, right? Even the most wealthy person spending money in this hobby couldn't afford to buy everything that they wanted. I got it, Rich. Yes, exactly, indeed, like a recovering addict, Maki, for sure. And let's see. You suggested topic by Philip. I just picked up a jam piece from an artist at a con. What do people think about jam pieces? Do they collect them? See, that's why it's so much easier. Do you want to pop in, Philip? Anybody? Mike Curtin? Holy shit! What? Wow! What are you doing here, my friend? Wow! So good to see. Great to see you. Wow! Why are you here tonight? That's insane. You never tune in and watch my shows live. Wow! Good to see you, man. Awesome. No, not good. Great. Always great to see my buddy Mike. Awesome. What up, man? So yeah, if anybody wants to pop in, the link, you can click the link. The keys to the kingdom are right in the description below this video. So while you're down here, right where I'm pointing, clicking once on that thumbs up icon, then click on the description button. So it opens up and you'll see a link there. Come and pop in. And it's easier. It's easier if I can go back and forth with a live person. And then we can get that conversation going together with everybody else here in the chat, in the silent chat. You know? Because I wouldn't mind talking about this, what Philip's talking about. Wants to know what you guys all think about jam pieces. I don't have a lot to say, but I can throw out my opinion. It's just I'd like to have somebody to go back and forth with here live. It's easier that way. So we'll see. We'll wait and see. Here, let me bookmark the comment so I don't forget. And now I'll try to catch up to everybody's comments, and then we'll see if we can go back to that. Watch the new Eddie Murphy documentary on Netflix. Miss the old comedy days. They could get away with saying so much stuff back then. Well, yes, I agree with that. I agree with the, not being able to get away with so much of that, because of the political correctness. But I got to say, believe it or not, I was never a big fan of Eddie Murphy's stand-up. I just didn't find it that funny, and I tried. It was kind of like Star Wars, guys. You guys will appreciate this. And oh my God, thank you so much to all of you. Why is everybody tuning in tonight? I literally I wasn't being facetious. I literally tell you on the thumbnail for tonight's show, I got nothing for you. So I hope you guys are coming with something, because I got nothing. For some reason, over 50 people come in to tune in tonight. Maybe they were curious to see if I was being facetious or not. I don't know, but that's really weird. And as soon as I say that, 3 people drop off. We're down below 50 again. Still, that's 4 dozen people. Awesome. That's wild. Hello to everybody tuning in, just strolling in over the last few minutes. Appreciate you. Yeah, so I equate that to like the way I thought about Star Wars, where I convinced myself from childhood up until I was about 25 that, oh yeah, I love it. Oh, of course, yeah. How can't you? I love it. And then it was basically because of the fact that I just felt like I had to. Subconsciously, I felt like I had to love it just because everybody I knew loved Star Wars. It was the same thing with, it ended up being the same thing with, what do you call it? Eddie Murphy for me. Like everybody was going crazy, raving about it so much. So I watched it, and I didn't really laugh a lot. I just didn't really like the comedy. That whole thing in the bathtub. Oh yeah, G.I. Joe in the bathtub, and I don't know what was those jokes. The G.I. Joe farts or something. I don't know. It was so stupid. To me, it was just stupid, not funny at all, and people were laughing. I don't know. That's just not my kind of comedy, I guess. Whatever. Yeah, see, look at that. I get Carl, the eater of the leftovers, popping in. He's trying to get in, and he's trying to get in at the same time that he's literally eating his leftovers. And he wants to come in while he's literally eating. He wants to be chewing food with his open mouth while he talks, while we're on camera. Like, what kind of an animal does that? And I purposely avoid even doing things like chewing gum. Not that I'm much of a gum chewer. But I purposely avoid like snacking and stuff, just because it doesn't make for a good camera when people see things in your mouth, And now we got somebody else, so that's pretty awesome. So give me a second, guys, because I want to. Mike has come in, and I'm going to bring both of these guys in, but give me a sec here. Yeah, let me just jump ahead here. Would you feel comfortable owning a trophy piece like Felix's Swamp Thing cover? Okay, I know what you're getting at, Stanley. The answer very quick is no, I wouldn't, because I know what you're getting at. Because I've told you, I get nervous when things go into the 5 figures. I got them, but I don't feel comfortable having that much money tied up in a piece of paper. Yeah, no. So I would not feel comfortable, but I would love to have it. I would love to have it if it was worth only like, $3K or something, Page you really want, but the price just won't stop going up. Maybe YouTube is trying to get us to pay to remove the, who knows? You never know, Mike. Seeing that Felix got the Swamp Thing cover was awesome. Yeah, it was a great surprise for sure. I love that. Those were the good old days. And I believe it. Small price to make your kids Christmas. Because you held the adoption papers for the Cabbage Patch dolls. That's funny, man. And it's a small price to me about the whole Cabbage Patch thing. A small price to pay? I don't know, man. That's crazy to me. Crazy. Remember seeing my mom in the news back then of folks fighting over the last Cabbage Patch on the shelf. Yeah. Yeah, but that's nothing like people holding them hostage, stealing them to hold them hostage. Can't spend time on selling something I don't love, says Carl. That's it, man. You get it. You can do the same with Pokemon cards now. Yeah, it's just not for me. I was never into that stuff even back in the 90s, so that's not my thing. That's a Carl thing, though. Remember the Cabbage Patch Kids craze? I seen it happen at Kmart, but people had ads in the papers here. Yeah, people trying to gouge people. But even that's not the same as people stealing them from others and then holding them hostage. I mean, that's insane. $400 is worth the price of your child's love. Yeah, if you really need to buy your children's love, I guess so. I guess you got asbestos floors. Yeah, I hope not. Drill holes in the floor. You should have drilled. You guys are funny. Drill venting holes through the floor. Always got the same ideas. Can you have Dan Miller on to sell his Valiant art? Nope. Old houses are hard to heat evenly. Yep. Heat does rise even through floors. It's why the 3rd floor on a triple decker is the hottest in the summer. No, it's the hottest in the summer because the roof is got generally always covered in that black tar, and that heats up from the sun. The sun's beating on the roof all day, so it's coming through the ceiling, especially when the heat doesn't let up for like a week or two straight in a heat wave. Stratification. Okay. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Marcus. I have a ton of a ton. I tuned in. I didn't tune in, but I checked after the fact. There was no ton. There was like 3 of you who had watched. Right? And I think it was the 3 guys who were in the studio who had the show on in a different tab. That's why the only 3 people watching. Talk about heating is his house more entertaining than Valiant. Time to boycott. Look at that. The Sooner man himself, James Siegel in the house. Evening, man. Evening. And since you called me, I called. What's up, Tony? Exactly. That's right. Now you're doing the right thing. Saying hi. How hard is that? Just come in and say hello. And then if you want to say nothing for the next 3 hours and then say bye, that's fine too. So good to see you, Tony. Thank you. Lots of Valiant guys. Man, you're really trying to convince me hard, man. Next thing he'll say is that Shaquille O'Neal in Steel was a good movie. I didn't watch it. I'm too smart to know, to ever think that there's any chance that could have been any good. Room brings the heat, radiator heat. That's right, Rich. An uplifting message. Yeah, you told when we talked about Steel with Carl Sodergren last time. You said that last time, but sorry, I'm still not going to watch it. Should Four Horsemen get an MCU movie? Might be better than things like Madam Web. And I haven't. Speaking of things I haven't watched that I don't need to watch to know it's going to be crap. Madam Web, everyone. Madam Web. You like or collect art books? I do buy art books, but yeah, not often in recent years, but every now and then, if it's an artist who I don't have a book for, yeah, for sure. Comics and non-comics, vintage illustration, And I give the Wheelchair Kid a heroic. It gave the Wheelchair Kid a heroic arc. All right, Still not going to watch it, though. Steel movie was great. Oh, boy. Here you go. Who's on your Mount Rushmore for pinup artists? Not that I... I don't know, man. I would say if you're talking about traditional pinup, so, female characters, Dave Stevens, Adam Hughes. Honestly, they're like they're the top two. I don't know that I have easy to guess other like 3 and 4, I used to be bigger on Cho, not so much in recent years. I've just kind of soured on it. I don't know. It's hard to explain why. But at least that's half of my Mount Rushmore. That's Mount Rush. And now we need the more. Hey, like that. It makes sense too. Okay, Josh. I'm normally just Josh. I was a big contributor in the FF movie discussion, and I'm just on my laptop this time and didn't realize it assigned me this name, if that helped jog the memory. I remember the Josh from that FF movie show. Yeah. Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it, man. And he was going to say, Ethan, didn't Ruben buy a complete story from EBS? I did. It wasn't from him directly, though. I had one, but it wasn't from him. It was a secondhand from another collector. Done a few jam pieces in the last couple of years, but don't have a good theme for my idea for my next one. And all right, I'm going to catch up to you guys, but I don't want to keep making these guys wait. So let me bring in the rest of these fellas since they were kind enough to pop in. Here's the eater of the Thanksgiving leftovers, Carl himself. What's up, Carl? How you doing?
What's up, Ruben? Long time.
Yeah, man. Good to see you.
So you left me hanging in the backstage for so long. I went from eating leftovers to now building my magic deck.
Nice. Keep doing it. And while you're doing that, let me bring in Mike the Sig Slayer himself. What's happening?
What's up, dude?
What's up, guys?
How
you guys doing?
Happy Thanksgiving to you, man.
Hang out with Mike tonight.
Happy Thanksgiving, man. That's why I wanted to pull up, man. I'm pretty sure everybody's kicking it full from a fat Thursday Thanksgiving and watched all their favorite teams play, and I'm here to talk about comic art.
Amen.
Happy to have you drop in anytime, man. And you're welcome, Mike. Not the Sig Slayer, Mike Curtin. Thank you. Had some time before bed, so I thought I had to drop in. That's awesome, and I appreciate that. Like I always tell everybody, Mike, I love it when I see friends who don't typically watch live, when they randomly pop in out of the blue just to say hi. That's awesome. So yeah, glad you could do that, man. I appreciate you. Don't collect jam pieces, but I like to look at them. Me too. Never collected them. I'm always interested in seeing the variety in the jam piece. I could say that. Yeah. What's your Mount Rushmore? Exactly. You got to put out yours. When you ask those kinds of questions, James, you should first put out yours. I think they're a personal thing and don't have a lot of resale value. Yeah, but Mickey, I'm surprised you said that because you, of all people, are the last person in this hobby, or one of the last who think of art in terms of the resale value. So I mean, I'm sure you're just pointing it out. I get that. Still surprising to hear you say that, but yeah. Look, if it's not about resale, if you just like to do it, but then there's also the other thing about like to sort of carry on Philip's question is jam pieces.
Yeah, I want to talk about that.
Like,
yeah.
Do you like to collect them? But that could be split into two questions where it's like, do you buy them on the open market when you see them and you like them, or it's also, do you just like to create? In other words, you're the commissioner paying the artist to create the jam piece, right? So there's two ways of going about it. I do neither. I don't know. So what's with you, Mr. Sig Slayer? What about you?
Well, I would say that I think jam pieces are really cool. I might be inclined to buy one, like, rescued off the internet if the layout was cool and I was familiar with all the artists and stuff like that. I would probably pick up one. But as far as me commissioning one and getting commissions from various artists, I find it hard to to play that game, you gotta. It's a waiting game just to get on artist lists and stuff like that. So that's why I collect the published work, because it's kind of easier to acquire, to get art from your favorite artists. But playing the whole con game and getting on the list and doing the whole rat race to get a little head the size of a silver dollar, to me isn't worth my time.
Yeah, I get you. And I appreciate you being completely honest with that. I always say I love honesty, and I don't want people to bullshit. And by bullshit, I don't always just mean lying, but like speaking in a way that you're trying to be like nice to everything and about every topic and everyone and whatever. It's like, I like that. In other words, let me specifically say, I like that you said, I feel like it's doing that specific thing is not worth my time, and it's so, to me, that's just such a normal thing to say. To people who love to do that, that's fantastic, right? Like, great for you. I love that you love to do that. But there's nothing wrong with just being absolutely honest and saying it's not worth the time it takes and the effort it takes for me, So I love that, Mike. I appreciate that, man.
But I might pick up a jam piece if I see one out there. It might be a grail, right? But would I go through the painstaking effort to do that piece by piece? No.
Yeah, I totally get that. I'm with you there, man. I'm with you there. I'm not really, never really been a commissioner anyway, so obviously I'll say no to the commissioning. But also, as on the secondary market, I would say that no, I've never bought one. I don't think I'd ever buy one, but every now and then I've seen over the years, I've seen some pretty cool ones that, the thing about jam pieces is that when I see them, it's like what Mickey was saying, they're so personal, right? They're so personal that it's like, it's hard for anybody else to look at it and love everything you got on it, right? Because it's so personal, right? So typically when I see them already made, sure, I may be like, there's a nice Art Adams there, Spidey in the corner, and you know what I mean? And there's a John Byrne Wolverine. Oh, that's pretty awesome. And then there are going to be some other characters or artists that I don't care about or don't look as good, whatever. And in the end, it's still just a bunch of characters thrown onto a board with no background. So, like, it's neat, it's neat. And from one point of view, to me personally, it's neat to look at. But yeah, it's not neat enough that I would want to own them myself personally. I don't know. What about you, Peter? Any because you are a commission collector. Have you worked on commissioning jam pieces?
No, never.
Never. Okay.
Not. It's not my vibe.
Oh, not your vibe. Okay.
Yeah,
because my next question was going to be like, what do you think of them, and like, are they your vibe? Like, even if you don't want to commission them, would you buy them if they were already made and you liked them?
There have been some that sort of have tempted me.
Okay.
But in general, probably not.
Okay.
Because, but I kind of admire these guys because it takes a lot of dedication.
Oh yeah,
that's a lot of work.
Yeah, that's what I mean too. That's why I'm saying I think it's great for those people who love to do that. That's great. You know what I mean? Like, I would never say, oh, jam pieces, that's crap. No, I think it's great. If that's what you love to do, to put all that effort into, because like Mike was saying, it's a lot of work and effort, For me personally, I use the exact same expression Mike did. And yes, I'm not a commissioner, but even if I was, that's one type of commission I would never do. It's just not worth my time. I don't have the patience to do anything remotely like that, Like let's put it this way. I wouldn't even because like jam pieces, not always, but in most cases, they tend to have like a lot of characters. All right. Like, I've seen some that like on the smaller side, they might have had like 5 or 6 characters, and then other ones that had like 1 or 2 dozen or whatever. I would say that I'm so disinterested in the effort involved that I would never even, I don't think I would ever go and get if I was interested in having a 2-character commission, I don't think I would ever even bother to try to get like one commission, let's say at a convention from somebody, and then tell him or her, hey, leave a little bit of room. Try to don't center the character, put it on the side, because I'm going to get somebody else, and then go and get a second artist at some point to put another character. I wouldn't even do 2 characters. It's not for me, So,
I mean, there's some that are like very square. They're separated by in squares.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, like that. And then there are those that, like we saw in the last signature auction, where there are tons of characters and they're done by a number of artists and they're full figure usually, and those are pretty incredible too. I think time-wise, sketchbooks take a lot of time too, so I can't really complain about that at all. But say anything bad. But I don't want to change the subject, Ruben. But I just got my painting. That illustration.
Let's go. Let's see something. Let's go. Let's do it.
And I'm so excited, man. I mean,
it
is so cool. I can't believe it.
Peter,
are you saying it for the purposes of because you're so excited in general and just want to mention it, or are you saying it and bringing it up because you kind of want to show it?
So I wasn't planning on coming on this show, but I just opened it and I'm going, man, this is so cool. And
you mean you just opened it while
you gotta show it now?
Really? While the show has been live, you were busy opening it all up. Is it because it just got delivered or what?
It got delivered yesterday, but because I had some arm surgery, I was scared to open. I couldn't lift it out of the box, and so I had to put it down on the floor and very carefully pull it out. And I mean, they packed this thing like crazy because it's a frame and glass, and it really was packed well, and it came through perfectly. The ironic thing is, it's just an illustration. There is no story to it. This guy, Harry Grant Dart, he just did futuristic aviation paintings and
that's
sketches.
what it was. That was his thing.
Yeah, that was his thing. So there's no story at all. Like we were talking, you and I exchanged some emails where I thought it might be about the naval race that was going on, the British concern about, the Germans catching up to us, kept catching up to them, the Kaiser, but it's not any. It's just a single illustration in Harper's Weekly, 1910.
1910, yeah, like 115 years old. And was the condition as beautiful as it looked online?
I'm gonna put it up in front of the camera, man.
Okay, yes, man.
Please.
I mean, I haven't hung this guy yet. I'm gonna need some help to hang it. But
hey, let me put you here first because I'm gonna have to do this thing. All right.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Can you? Oh God. Okay. Let me do this.
All right. I forgot that it came. Yeah, it's gonna be tough because the reflection.
Yeah, the reflection. Let's see.
Was this on Heritage, Peter?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the illustration auction.
Oh.
Vintage illustration. Yeah, it's from Harper's Weekly.
You said 1915?
No, 1910.
1910?
Yeah, it's getting a reflection from the computer screen, but
yeah, it's a lot of reflection, unfortunately.
Yeah,
but wow, the
it
scan
still looks beautiful.
Awesome. Like, yeah, you could tell it's going to be awesome. And when you see it without the reflection, you get a better look, close up look at it. Oh my God, it's amazing.
I can send you the picture if you want.
Say it again, Peter.
I can send you the picture, the scan.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah. If you can do that,
yeah. But this thing is like it's got a great frame. It's museum glass, museum grade glass, and I think this thing is like freaking awesome, man.
Yeah, man, it's really amazing. It's really amazing. Do you already have the spot on your wall to know so you know where you're gonna hang it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I love that. You sound like a man who knows what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, candy store.
crazy.
Here.
Yeah, we were bought in the illustration auction before, and I've bid a number of times, and this thing is like, it's like crazy, man.
No, it's really beautiful, man. I'm happy you ended up winning on it. Just so everybody knows, this was a piece. See, I was following the vintage illustration auction, and I came across this piece, and I thought it was beautiful. And because I know that, of course, Peter loves war art, there was something that struck me about it, was that it looked like it had a battleship. Like it looked like what was a warship on the water. And I'm like, 1910? Did they already have ships that advanced looking in 1910? Maybe they did. I certainly didn't know. It didn't look like I didn't think they would have. And then I looked up in the sky, and you see these planes, if you will, except they look like they were just like the metal structure, metal tubing structure of the plane, like the frame of a plane, which did look like it might be from the late 1800s, early 1900s, but they looked kind of like, okay, scientific, like it was weird. So I reached out to Peter, and I'm like, hey, Peter, check this one out. It's such a cool painting. It's so cool. But first of all, and I asked him about the ship, is it possible? Did they have ships that advanced in 1910? And then I'm like, look at those flying objects, whatever they are. It looks like it's like this was intended to be an illustration to accompany a science fiction story. I don't know, right? And he looked at it. He said he liked it. It was nice, whatever. And that was the end of the conversation until this past week. Last week, Peter reached out and is like, I got the painting. He never even told me. He kept it a secret. I guess he didn't want to jinx it. He kept it a secret that he had planned to bid on it. So I was like, okay, that's pretty awesome, So congrats.
Yeah, rarely. I mean, I've bid on several things, but
welcome back. Oh, that's funny. So yeah, no, that's awesome. I'm very happy for you, and very cool, especially the way it happened. The way, And by the way, did you see it for the first time when I showed it to you, or had you already seen it? You had already been looking at
it. I was tracking it.
Okay.
There was another piece that they had. It was another war piece, a flying tiger plane. And
you won? You mean you won another one?
No, I did not. I was thinking about it, but there was some restoration that had been done on it, and it was already going pretty high. I thought, well, it was just didn't really appeal to me that much. So what with the restoration and wasn't that appealing, but this one just intrigued me. I mean, it's just so cool. It's definitely very surreal or futuristic.
Yeah.
For the 1910s. So
yeah. That's what I'm saying. It was it's so far ahead of its time looking, it's what? It's so weird, but it's so beautiful, Yeah. So I'm super, super thrilled to see that you got it. It's just so awesome, man. So
thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Guys, is there an artist, because you guys have been collecting way longer than me art wise, is there an artist that has still escaped your collection? And that's for the chat as well. Artists that you've been chasing the shadow the whole time. Is
it Mike, is it anything similar to what my other friend Mike is saying? He's asking, any newer artist caught your eye recently? Is it kind of like that you're asking, or different?
It in a way, it could be a newer artist that's escaping you the past couple of years. It could be an artist like that, or it could just be someone that you've been after, admire, but the stars haven't aligned yet. Right. It might not have been the right work that fits your collection, or it might not be the right price. Just something's always escapes you.
I don't buy that much. I don't hunt for art anymore. So it's been a long time since I've been kind of on the lookout for things. So for me, I'd say no. I can't remember the last time that happened, but what about the rest of you? Anybody? Okay.
No, he's the
Who's been
one of good manners.
okay? Who's been evading you, Stingray?
Oh, well, I may have told this story before, but I don't know that Mr. Six Slayers has heard it, so I'll share it with them. Tim Sale. I don't own anything by Tim. I love Tim. His art is amazing. In 2019, he was at Heroes Con. I had set aside just enough money to go get a commission from Tim. Tim was going to be one of the early folks that I got to do a Stingray for me. Yeah, show off. Nice.
Oh, hold on.
Nice.
Hold
That's all.
on. It's your turn now. Hold on. Do it again, Mike.
I'm just responding to the comment. This has got the mail yesterday. Mail call. Green Lantern #1.
Straighten it out because you got it at a weird angle. Okay. Oh, that's Sinestro, right?
Yeah, saying the oath. The Green Lantern.
Oh, he's saying the oath. And holy crap, what an amazing background. It's too far for me to be able to tell who it is. I'm gonna guess Doug Manka, maybe.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's exactly who it is.
Wow.
That's exactly who it is.
Is it Christian Alamy inking by any chance?
Yep.
Nice. Wow,
Nice.
fantastic.
Sorry about that, man. I was just responding to the story. Wanted to pull it up.
So okay. This is the thing. Because I clicked on it first, and I'm like, okay, what's he talking about? Something from Calf that he posted, I guess, and I didn't see yet. So that's really awesome. So is it a cover or a splash?
It's a splash title page.
Splash title page. Nice.
Hey,
The title and credits page.
Yep.
Nice, man. Who did you get it from? Secondary market or the artist?
I got it at Comic Live, Arts Live.
Oh, nice.
Last week, that was my one get. It's funny. That's how I've been getting most of my Green Lantern stuff because people don't like to let it go. But when they do, it's usually during the Comic Art Live.
Yeah.
And I was able to get that was probably the best one of all the ones I got from Comic Art Live. So yeah, I'm a huge Green Lantern fan, DC fan. So any of that stuff, so I'm always on the prowl. So me, Gary Frank is the one for me. That's still
Gary Frank.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Tim Sale, I want to hear this. Rest in peace.
Yeah. So I was going to get Tim to do a commission for me at Heroes Con in 2019, and I had the money set aside. It was the only commission I was going to get at the show. The first day of the show, I went down straight to the table. I talked to Schachter. I was like, oh, hey, I want to get it on Tim Sale's commission list. He's like, yeah, I got you. And he starts taking my name and taking all my info. He's like, what character do you want Tim to do? And I was like, Stingray. He was like, I don't know if Tim's going to want to do that because Tim prefers to draw characters he's familiar with, right? So he's like, yeah, you want like a Conan, a Batman, a Spider-Man. He'd be like all about that. But yeah, I don't think he's going to want to. But we can ask. I was like, okay, cool. And just then Tim walks up. So he walks by Jason and he goes, hey, Tim, would you draw the Marvel character Stingray? And Tim kind of goes, and then he just keeps walking. I was like, well, damn. So I was like, well, I could get another character or I could. This is when I was first starting the whole Stingray thing. And so I was like, I could take that money and get like probably 2, 3, 4 other commissions. And so that's what I did instead. And then Tim died. So I never got it.
And that story fits the bill.
Yeah.
Rough.
So one day I hope to get a piece of published work from him, but we'll see.
And what would be on your first top of the list? The top 2 at the top of the list
Spider-Man Blue
for a published piece for Tim Sale.
Spider-Man Blue.
Spider-Man Blue, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the big one. Or maybe Daredevil Yellow, but Spider-Man is the big one.
Interesting. It's funny because I love Tim's work. It's funny, not only me personally, but other friends that I've spoken to over the years. When we talk about that era of Tim's work, we often talk about, and I don't know if it's just coincidence, but we always seem to bring up the Hulk and the not in that order, but primarily actually the Daredevil Yellow, then the Hulk, and I got to tell you, I don't know why, but we never really even bring up the Spider-Man one.
Oh, I love that one.
Yeah, I will say I'm only very familiar with the artwork from all of those minis. I've never read any of them, so I have no idea.
Huh? I said, you don't read comics. It's fine. We know.
I read comics, and I was just reading DCKO yesterday. Okay, and
I heard it really good. I heard
Well, then why are you
DCKO
reading
really
bad
good.
comics?
no, I read the first one, and I was like, okay, the premise behind it is stupid, but I like the whole thing about the tournament. I'm like, okay, I can get past the premise behind it just so I can see the tournament. And then, okay, the first issue was pretty decent. I'm like, okay, and then I'm reading the second issue. And I'm like, I don't know, a few pages in, I'm like, okay, this is so stupid. Yeah, no, I can't. And I stopped.
Really? People say
stopped.
it's really good.
I stopped in the middle of the issue. No, I'm like, no, I'm not continuing with this. Yeah, so
That's
whatever.
yeah.
I don't want to get off topic. But to we can maybe get back to that later. But anybody else on in the studio have somebody, Peter, somebody that you've been looking for your war art collection, I suppose.
Yeah. So I have John Severin. I have a piece that's inked by him, Andy Kubert pencils. It's a World War I page.
Published page.
Published page.
Oh, interesting.
I have a Yellow Claw recreation that he did when Sotheby's was doing the doing an auction. They asked for for him to do another version of it, to do the same thing. And I bought that. I have that, but I'm really looking for a Severin penciled and inked war piece published.
Yeah.
His
Now,
stuff is
would you be talking about, because I don't really, so I love Severin's inking. Would that, because I don't really remember his output. When I think of John Severin and war, the first thing that comes up is actually stuff, beautiful stuff I've seen from the 1950s, right? But I did, like, during the 70s, that whole DC era, did he do stuff in that period, or the 60s? So I don't really, it doesn't come to mind if he did.
He did a little bit.
He did?
He was in DC war comics.
Okay.
But not a lot.
Okay. Maybe that's why I'm just not thinking about it.
Yeah. But
I don't see it often, I guess. Maybe that's why,
No.
Yeah.
And
would that be what you're looking to get, like, from that era, like the 60s or 70s?
Anything that is that I find appealing.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, ideally, like he did several stories for Blazing Combat. I don't know if you know that, but it was a Warren Publications.
Blazing Combat, sure.
That ran for like 5-6 issues, and so it's like a museum or the league of fabulous artists that are on there. Gene Colan, let's see, Gene Colan, George Evans, Wally Wood, etc. And the art is almost across the board, except for a few instances, is just it's incredible. But Two Fisted Tales, if something from the 1950s showed up, but let's face it, that kind of thing is going to be extremely expensive.
Yeah. Have you looked to see any comps to get an idea of what range they'd be in?
Yeah, I there was something on I think it was Comic Link, that it was at the period where I was on cold turkey, and I was not bidding on anything.
You were going cold turkey.
I was going cold turkey.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long did that last?
I've been twice. Once for about a year.
Oh, wow.
For about several months.
Okay.
And damn, that thing, 2 pages came by, and I go, oh man, 2 World War I pages, penciled and inked by Severin. I mean, a lot of his stuff is like westerns. He did a lot of westerns, and like Savage Tales, the Marvel Volume 2 Savage Tales has stories by him that are World War that are westerns, boxing, etc. But he was pretty prolific, but you just don't see a lot. I do have George Evans. I think David Barr asked me if I have any George Evans.
yes, escape my collection.
Yeah, you've already posted George Evans, in fact.
Yeah, and then on Cal this time I bought 2 pages. And so can I show those off too?
Yes, of course. Look, he's so excited. Peter's so excited.
Peter's so excited
To show off. I've never seen him so animated.
So
Yeah, let me give you-
It's hilarious.
Yeah. Agent Eagle. Okay, see if you can bring it closer. And the top panel first, and then okay. So what are we looking at? Is that some kind of like a big rocket? What is that thing there?
With World War
Oh,
One.
no, we're looking at an airplane shooting up into the sky.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Wow. All right, that's like a German. Is that a German biplane?
I think it's a French biplane.
French? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think a Newport.
And sorry, who did this one?
George Evans.
Is that the Evans? Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And
so good with the plane.
I think his signature is down here.
Yeah. Okay. I can't see it, but yeah. What a cool close up though. I love that. Almost flying up right into the camera.
Yeah. I mean, he's well known for his aviation stuff.
Yeah.
That's what he's best known for.
Yeah. So was Trimpy apparently, but
Really?
yeah. Well, okay. No, I guess if I'm gonna be, really more specific about it, he wasn't known for it, but Trimpy just loved aviation and he loved drawing aviation. So, oh yeah, is that another Evans piece? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the second page of the story.
Oh, they follow each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Separate pages.
Back to back. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. You just got these as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
I bought them off Cal, and they've been bopping around the United States for like a week.
Oh, okay. Oh, a week. When things bop around for me, they're bopping around for 2 months, man. So like, be happy.
Oh, no.
A week.
Yeah. I mean, Washington, it got shipped from Washington State. Then it ended up New York, New Jersey, Alabama, Georgia, and then finally here in Virginia.
Okay. Well, you listen. You got it. It's safe and sound now. That's all that matters.
Exactly.
Yeah, be happy now. Listen to Lone Ranger in the UK. Of course, you of all people would like a Brian Bolland. Who doesn't want a Brian Bolland? I'm just joshing you. Still want a Chris Ware, says Sonny. And the Youth Swart and the Vittorio Giordano. Wow, you're pretty special there, Sonny. With all the 2/3 non-American names there. But hey, I know that. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I was gonna say, did you want to see a cool jam piece?
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will, because people are still talking about jams. But hold on a second. I'm gonna switch you out with Peter.
I'll
here.
put a coloring in it.
And yeah, we're going back and forth. It's gonna make it impossible for me to split this thing up into chapters, but that's cool. Oh, that one, yeah.
Oh,
Wait, but what do you
that
mean?
one.
That's a jam piece?
That was the
Yep.
best. So
This
good.
is 2 different artists.
Oh,
So freaking
wait,
good.
I don't remember you saying that in the
That is
post.
badass.
So
Yeah.
sorry, Stingray. Remind us all then. How did this come to be, and who's involved here?
The Spider-Man is by Marty Keene, and the Venom and most of the background is
Sorry. Mike, who?
Marty Keene.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm not familiar with him.
No, he's an indie artist guy. Both of these guys are indie artists.
Oh, and okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the Venom and most of the background is by a gentleman named Jonathan Marks Baravecchia.
Jonathan.
Oh, I've heard of Baravecchia, right? Baravecchia.
Yeah.
I've heard of that person. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you
cool.
go check out where I posted this at some point, I won this at auction at Heroes Con this year. at the art auction. And if
Yeah.
you go and look back on my Instagram around that time frame, there's actually a photo of the two of them working on this piece simultaneously.
Oh yeah. Okay.
It's really cool because Jonathan is sitting down on a chair painting, and
Yeah.
then Marty is in like this over top of him doing the
Oh,
Spider-Man,
really?
working simultaneously.
At the same time? What?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was super cool. And
That-
so when I saw
that-
the two of them,
That
Go
I
ahead.
admit is really cool, Newell.
right.
Right?
So
It makes
yeah,
it
that
a lot more special. Like two guys working over each other. Like that's awesome. Yeah.
and I got to see it, which was even cooler, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I kind of agree with you guys that, you know, I think jam pieces are cool, but I don't know that I would go out and put the effort into one. But this one was up for auction, and I got to meet both of them at the show. Jonathan did a Stingray commission for me that I picked up at Heroes. It looked, seeing them work on it on the stage live, I knew I had to have it, and so I, you know, had to beat off a bunch of Spider-Man fans to win it. But
Did you say beat off a
Did
bunch
you
of
just beat
Spider-Man
off a
fans?
bunch of guys in a circle jerk? Really? Wow.
sometimes you got to do what you got to do, man.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Just-
Not that I've participated in any myself, but you know. Yeah. Yeah.
Just on the receiving end, right?
What's that?
I said just on the receiving end, right?
Oh god.
Goodness.
Nice, nice.
Goodness.
Non-participation means non-participation at all, my friend. None.
Things we
Oh.
do for art.
No, the things
Yeah.
you do.
Getting triple X in here.
That's right.
Ooh.
And you guys all know Carl's not wearing pants, right? He just doesn't do that when he's at
Never.
home.
Never. No
Marcus,
fans.
man, I'm gonna say Gary Frank. I don't know what's new Gary Frank, old Gary Frank.
Oh,
I
come
mean-
on. You're not serious, Mike. Come on. Are you serious?
I've been liking
Okay.
Gary Frank for 20 years. So how old are we?
Okay. So you're not familiar with old Gary Frank then. So we're talking about Incredible Hulk versus the style he has been doing for the last, I guess, 15-ish years, whatever. Completely different. It's so much better. His what he's been doing in recent years is so much better. I used to think the old stuff, you know, at the time it was great. I was like, oh yeah, wow, this new guy, Gary Frank, awesome, whatever.
Yeah.
But looking back on it now, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, whatever, it's all right, but it's nowhere near as
I'm
good.
talking about the Action Comics, the Doomsday Clock.
Yeah.
The Geiger.
That's the good, the new stuff. Yeah, the more modern day stuff.
Stuff is
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah. But by the way, yeah, and Marcus says Hulk versus Doomsday Clock. Exactly. What about you, Marcus? Because you're not telling us. You're asking, but you're not telling us. What do you prefer, old or new, man? Let us know. Yeah, because that's like, new stuff. It's not new anymore, but whatever. Modern day versus older, whatever. I guess is that's a better way to put it. You know. But so yeah, what about anybody else? Is there anybody else in the panel here who is still kind of looking to get something from somebody? Maybe you, Carl. I know. Hey, Carl, I know that you always seem to have something like on your want list, and then right because we were talking about it. I don't know if it was it last week. Yeah, I think it was last week. Surprised you didn't show up at all last week. You came up, I think once or twice, and because it was supposed to be a heritage recap show, whatever. It kind of went off the rails, and we did a little bit of heritage recap, but not as much as we normally would have. But so obviously the little bit we did talk about, obviously you came up because the recent Travis Charest cover that you had gotten and got so excited about went out the door so quickly, and something more amazing must have come into the house. So did you want to kind of talk about that, or is that like a secret at this point?
I will premiere it when it comes. You guys
Okay.
will all understand. I think
Yeah,
everyone
yeah.
will understand when
Okay.
that comes.
I figured
I had to let a few things go. I think it was
Yeah.
it was weird too because like I don't want to let things go in that way, but sometimes you kind of end up letting the newer stuff go because you're less attached to them. So a lot of the stuff I ended up keeping was stuff that I've had for a long time.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like last in, first out kind of thing. And I know it's not great for like, resale value, but I don't give a shit. It's one of those things where the way I see it is like, it's trading up. you know. And
So you're what you're really saying is you knew you were parting with stuff way sooner than you probably should. You expected there's a chance you could potentially get killed on the price. I mean, obviously, you always have to know that going in, there's a chance that can happen, especially at auction. But you were also not only cognizant of that, but fully willing to accept it if it happened.
Yeah. So I'll
Yeah.
tell you exactly what the math looks like. So
Oh, yeah.
I basically did a deal of Heritage, and I submitted a number of pages, and then there's an estimate that we both agree on. And I'll tell you this, like everything kind of landed exactly where it is, but post buyer's premium. So I basically, most of the haircut came from the delta of like the difference between the buyer's premium and that is. And what's interesting is, I think Newell knows this already. He's like, the way I think about it is all about time. So
Right.
for me to have to spend time to try to sell those things, it would have cost me more, because what happened in the midst of it all, I closed a few deals that was, that basically trumps the quote unquote loss of those dollars. But to me, it would have been lost time if I tried to go and sell them on my own. So it actually all kind of worked out, where to me, it's almost like having an agent go and get work for you. And of course, like if they're going to provide a network, the hard labor to like market and also pack and ship, they deserve something. And so in a way, I basically just paid out Heritage to help me distribute the art, and in volume, because there's a lot of stuff that you guys will see in the next few months. And so I think it's kind of interesting. It's actually a pretty fair system if you think about it that way.
Okay. Did you say something you said just a moment ago, a minute ago? Were you trying to say that on the whole, if it weren't for the fact that you obviously have to pay the middleman, you would have broken even? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, broken even or made money, actually. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
It's that middleman that kills, basically, right?
I'm not killed though, because like in
No?
kind of, I think it all evens out at the end of the day. I think if
Okay.
we were to all exit our collection out there, as long as you have like reasonable taste and there's a market still, and like
So not me.
world, I think it all evens out. You can win some, lose some, because there are certain pieces that I paid almost nothing for and like went crazy.
Oh, yeah.
And so there's like certain things that just and certain things broke even. So yeah, it's kind of, I think it all evens out at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Carl mentioned something earlier in the chat about his collection being broad, and then he sold a lot of his pieces, early on to kind of, to hone in on more of his, I guess, focus on the collection. And I think that's kind of like where I am right now, because sometimes when you enter this hobby, you don't, obviously you're dealing with one-of-one art, and then you're dealing with a limited selection. Let's say you're looking for something from an artist that's representative of a certain story, right? Well, what if that story was 20, 30 years ago? Like, where is it? It's like finding a needle in a haystack. So sometimes you end up settling in the beginning just to get a representation, right? And then you're cool with it, you love it, and then you're in the community for a while. Then you start to see stuff that you really like float up, right? And then that's when you go, okay, I really like this, but that's the one that I've really been shooting for from the beginning, and here it is. And so you start letting stuff go, right? And even if it's something like I got a resale piece last year, I loved it to death, but some other stuff came up, and it's more. It represents more of my collector's taste than the resale piece that even last year. Like if I had the choice last year to pick between one or the other, I would have picked the other. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense, because you can't predict the future, right? You get the best example of what you can get today, but when that future arrives and it's a sample that's better than the one in your hand, hell yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this one and upgrade, And so that's just the nature of the hobby. And I think Ruben, you knew this too, because it was like right after the whole LA fires that I came on show. So I've been more than aggressive in trying to alleviate the bulk because
Right.
learning from the whole experience.
Yeah.
Let's just say having 70% is better than 0% of art.
Oh yeah.
If the fire would hit our house, which was 4 miles away, right? So
Yeah, for sure.
Right, you're so close to it. Yeah.
For sure. And like I always say, anyways, like I feel like throughout almost 3 decades in the hobby, with when I think about all the people that I've spoken to in that time, and that have spoken to me, I would still say, I've said this a lot of times, and I think it still stands. Like I would say the like good, strong majority of people at some point or another, and honestly, more often than not, do end up kind of using their collections to just kind of fund other people. In other words, we all seem to like a lot more stuff than we can really truly afford to buy and keep all. So therefore, and like we may love what we have, but then other shit always comes up that oh my God, I want that too. I gotta have that. And it's like, but we don't really have the money to afford it. And the only thing we can do is get rid of something we already love, perhaps. And we hope that what we're trying to get now is something we at least currently love more than whatever it is that we can finagle out of the collection and use to pay for it, And then, and that sort of activity, I think for like a lot of collectors, it kind of keeps happening. Like I've done that. I've done that throughout my entire almost 30 years. Like, yeah, I don't got that kind of money to buy everything I like. So if it means, I look at my collection every time and I'm like, is there anything in here? I have so much shit. So it's kind of like, there's got to be something I've gotten enough enjoyment out of that I'm okay parting with, right? Like, yeah, I enjoyed it for 5 years or 10 years or 15 years. That's good. Let somebody else have it, and that'll help me pay for this one that hopefully I can enjoy for the next few years or whatever, And I'm okay with that. Like I'm okay collecting that way. And like I said, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And tons of collectors do it. It's actually, like I say, it's actually a lot more common than I think some people want to think it is. I don't know. What do you guys think?
That's why I like the Comic Art Live, man, because it's like a lot of people are doing that kind of at the same time, and you really get to really upgrade your collection. And a lot of good art goes to good homes during that weekend, I think.
And you don't have to wait for somebody to die.
Yeah. For what? What did he say? I didn't hear that.
You don't have to wait for somebody to die so the collection gets broken up.
Yeah, I still missed it. Okay.
He said you don't have to wait for someone to die.
Oh, someone to die.
Yeah, you don't have to wait for someone to die. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think it's like a process of learning too. It's I don't know. I hate to compare it to this, but it's like dating and the different partners we've all had in life, right? Like early on, you just don't know. Like every for me, like every girl was like shining, oh wow, and like you kind of start dating a lot, and then after a while, you're like, oh, I'm not into that, and then you fall in love. You rock with that person for a number of years, and then you're like, oh man, like this wasn't all meant to be. Boom, peace. And I'm not saying like, it's like that, but I think it is a commitment to buy a piece of art and put into the collection, and it's like a relationship. Sure. How often you're looking at it, how often you're pulling it out, how often you're showing friends, right?
Yeah, how much time you yourself spend with it.
Exactly. Yeah. So I spent so much time with my Psylocke piece. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the one hanging in the bathroom?
My teenage self. So,
oh, okay.
All this new piece that you got have boobs on it too.
Which piece? What piece? Oh,
the new one that you haven't debuted yet.
No. That one doesn't have boobs.
No boobs. Okay.
But I do have a cool topic actually. I was thinking about this when Peter was so giddy about his art. Hold on.
Hold on, Carl. Are you starting a new topic?
Okay, I could reserve it when you're ready. I'll
no. I'm just asking. Is it a new topic? Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Yeah. Because we got a good crowd here. Still got over the 4 dozen, everybody, like 51. So that's cool. Really appreciate all of you coming in, going out, coming in. That's awesome. I just want to take this. It's not often that I didn't do promos, and it's not often that I wait like almost 2 hours to do promos. Let me do a couple of promos since there are a lot of people, so it's actually the best time to do them. And
I'm gonna use the restroom.
yeah, no problem. Our friend Carl Sodergren, who I don't know if you're still here, Carl. I saw you there a few minutes ago. Carl, let me see here. He has, what was it? Oh, yeah, the Artist's Edition review, G.I. Joe 13. So, again, using original art to talk about one of his favorite comics. So, let me drop that in here. All right, and there's a direct link to that. And then what else do we got here? Let's see. I believe we have one. Lee put out a video. Another, I think, 5 hours for 5 hours. Like Lee's coming up to my range now. 5 minutes 46 seconds. I do the hours. Lee's the minutes. So a really quick one. And it's about his comic art live, like Mike the Sig Slayer himself was just talking about. It's about Lee's win. So a couple of pieces that Lee got at Comic Art Live. So let me drop that in here for you guys. All right. Direct link to that one. And then last but certainly not least, as always, as I was mentioning earlier a little while ago, Nicky B, the Baruch himself on the EXP, the original art experience here on YouTube. He's going to have this coming Friday, part 2. He's having part 2 of his Black Friday Bonanza that he did this past Friday 2 days ago. All right. And I'm gonna put the link for that. I'm gonna pop that in here right now as well. So there we go. All right. And I can show you real quick as a reminder that for Nick, he said he's gonna have more Black Friday discounts on these pieces here. So take a look at these. Okay, you got a Neil Adams piece right here. And you know it's funny, he gave me the scans but didn't give me the titles for them, so I'm not going to read them off to you, but that's okay. Here's a kick-ass looking Danny Mickey piece on inks with a really wild looking motorcycle there. So that's pretty cool splash. And then we got a Bagley piece right here, which is cool with Galactus, and it looks like there's Cosmic Gambit. I don't know what that's all about. It looks like Gambit's become a Herald of Galactus or something. I don't know.
But it was like a series of one-shots, I think, where different characters became heralds.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Because it looks like Spider. Is that
Like
Spider-Gwen in the back at the top right?
I think that's Gwen, Spider-Gwen.
Yeah, that's what I said. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, no worries. All right, so that's that one. And last but not least, we have this, who I think is Brett Booth. Is that Booth?
Brett Booth, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a Brett Booth piece.
Yeah.
And so Nicky said that he'll be discounting these this coming Friday, and wants me to remind you all that just like on this past Friday 2 days ago, he will again have pages being given away at $7. What was it? $7, $10, $15, and $28, something like that. I don't know, weird numbers, but basically multiple pages at $28 and below. So yeah, just like if you guys saw it this past Friday, you'll know what we're talking about. So please tune in this coming Friday and check that out. I did put in the direct link to his show, didn't I? I hope so.
Yeah.
I did. Yeah. All right. So yeah, check that out, guys. This coming Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific.
Hey, Ruben.
Yeah.
I put a link in the private chat for you. I dropped the video at like 7:30 tonight.
Oh, nice. Okay. Let me get that copy. Excellent.
when I was posting it, I saw your thumbnail for tonight. That's how I knew that there was going to be a show.
Oh, okay. All right, excellent. So yeah, everyone, and what's the title for it, Newell?
This is a first in a series that I'm going to be doing called Exploring the Indie Depths. I'm going to be talking about indie comics and reading a bunch of stuff and talking about the world of indie books.
Okay, cool. Only from the point of view of indie books, not through an original art point of view, though, right?
There'll be some of that too. I'm going to try to tie it into art as much as possible, but it'll be primarily comics focused.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
But I think that just to give you an idea of some of the things that I might talk about later on.
Yeah,
indie art is out there. There's a lot of it. It's really good, and it's very affordable because they aren't big names yet, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's kind of an untapped market for people who want to collect really nice art. So that's something that I'm going to be looking at as part of the greater discussion.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So yeah, I put the link in there, guys. Please check that out. If you have not subscribed to Newell's channel, you should. But if you haven't, at least bookmark that link.
And since we're plugging, I got a.
What do you got, Big Slayer?
One of the biggest interviews of the year, man. This Thursday, Frank Quitely. We ran into him at San Diego State University, where he's actually teaching a course. So he's at San Diego State. Like he's been there for like 12 weeks, and we caught him last week. Yeah, it was crazy. Frank Quitely. Yeah, he's in the States right now in San Diego, California. He leaves on the 20th of December, and he goes back home. But he's been at San Diego State for a whole semester teaching classes, and so that's what we're talking about. We're talking about him being a pseudo college professor, and what is he teaching and all of that stuff, and the array of art history that he knows back from Europe and in the States. And then obviously we talk about a bunch of his greatest hits and stuff like that. So check that out every Thursday on the Sixth Layer Station. We got new interviews. Mike Allred coming up, Pat Broderick.
Very cool. Yeah, everybody, since we don't have a link at the moment, you can always find it as you see. Mike's nickname is the Sig Slayer. If you just type in Sig Slayer into YouTube, you will find his channel immediately. I tried it. I know it. That's so yeah.
I've got this image. I've got this image of Mike and a camera crew catching Gary as he's leaving the classroom, pinning him against the wall and asking him questions.
Did that happen, Mike? I don't think so.
No, we did bum rush him with some books. We did get a lot of signed comics, a lot of free signed comics. So that did happen before the interview.
So you did bum rush him. All right. You weren't too far off, Peter. You had the right thing going on in there. That's awesome. So by the way, Carl, anything that since we're at it, before we get off the topic, anything that you want to tell people to go check out on
Carl,
projects or your channels, whatever. Yeah, anything.
I don't know what's going on. I had a long day. Actually,
you always got too much going on. That's the problem,
Oh, no, today was kind of a cool day. I got a 3-mile run in, and then I went to a K1 race, which was like a full-on, qualifier race. And then guess what I took home?
Nice.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. So
out of how many?
And everything. It's hilarious.
Out of how many people?
I mean, it's like 8 people, 8 in a track, 8 in a race. But you qualify first, and then you get in order, and you actually race. And so,
wow,
I think my arm's gonna be so sore tomorrow. I'm exhausted.
Wow, man! Hey, congrats! That's awesome, though.
Yeah. But yeah.
Hey, Carl, what did you do yesterday?
What did I do yesterday? Oh, we had Valiant TLDR. Definitely check that out. Yes, that's the one to promote. So,
what's that?
Newell, Jason, and I, we have our Valiant TLDR returns. We streamed Eternal Warrior review, and so we'll probably do some little tidbits, cuts during the week. And it was a really good episode, right? It was kind of getting the band back together. I've been traveling like crazy, and so haven't seen the boys. So it was really nice just to hang out with the guys.
Yep.
It was fun.
Okay.
Carl was talking about he sells his art to save himself time. He barely has time to talk about Valiant with us.
Iron Man armor is the commander's plate.
Look at him. Carl's playing with his art.
So where are you going to travel to, Carl?
What's that?
Where you been traveling to? What's your greatest hits of travel now?
I was at Philly
last-
last week. I mean, I would say the highlight this year so far was Kazakhstan. So that was cool.
You've been
That
to
was so random.
Kazakhstan this year?
Yeah, I went to Kazakhstan. Maybe like
Wow.
a few months ago. That was
Wow.
cool. I was supposed to be in Goa, India right now. Like this, but I
Yeah?
canceled the trip. Yeah, I canceled the trip. I was supposed to be actually I was supposed to be in the Bay today or yesterday, and I canceled that so I could be with the boys. And
Okay.
I'm just gonna try to take it easy. But we are, I think, leave. My wife told me yesterday she wants to go to Hawaii, so we might do that.
Gonna
the
go
week
to
after
Hawaii?
next. Well, I'll be in Brazil next week. For a
Oh,
week,
yeah?
and then after that, when I get back, we're probably gonna go to Hawaii for a week.
Oh, for vacation.
Yeah.
Just you
finally.
and your wife, yeah.
Dude, some quality time, dude. I miss her.
Yeah.
Kazakhstan, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's wild.
What was it like?
What was what like?
Kazakhstan, man.
Was that where you sent us feet pics from?
The feet pics was on set. We were shooting a movie.
Oh.
But where was that at?
That was in what's the place called? It's kind of like north of Sherman Oaks. I forgot what the area was.
Oh, okay. I thought that was somewhere else. Okay, my
It's
bad.
kind of by like Magic Mountain over there.
Santa
These
Clarita,
guys get
Valencia.
exclusive feet pics from me during my travels.
Look at this. Chuck Arnold, the biggest Quietly fan. He says he's just been working and listening, with the show in the background. As soon as he heard Frank Quietly, he had to chime in.
Check it out, man. It's a good interview, man. Hour-long interview.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You should like that. So check out Sig Slayer's interview with him, Chuck.
Thursday.
That's this coming Thursday?
Yes, sir.
But is it a live interview or a pre-recorded upload?
All of our interviews are pre-recorded because I like to add, graphics to it and stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I figured, but you never know when you might do your first live or whatever, So so check that out, everyone.
Yes.
Just joined the Sig Slayers channel, says Sean Clancy. Looks interesting. 13,000 members. Look at that.
Members subscribe. I wish I had 13,000 members. Shit.
What do you mean? That's what he means. What do you mean? Another word for subscriber. What do you mean by you wish you had members?
You can actually be members and people actually pay.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so there's subscribers and then there's members. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah. Members, they pay. Yeah, that's
true. Yeah. Then you can pay as low as like $5 or whatever. Per month. Yeah. Oh yeah, hell, shit. I get really excited about doing my show every week for $5 from 13,000 members, like every week. Oh my shit!
God,
yeah.
that's baller.
Well, I just want to say the big reason why is we're the official YouTube channel of Doug Mankey Animations. So I edit a lot of his animations for YouTube, and we're working on a lot of widescreen stuff. So there's stuff that you see now that's for the vertical format. But then there's stuff that we're doing that's going to be for the widescreen format and longer form. And so a lot of his, I think he has like 250,000 people on other platforms kind of migrated over when we started promoting it. And so, yeah, it's a really due to Doug Mankey being part of our channel.
Chuck wants you to know, Sig Slayer Mike, that he's going to check it out. There you go. All right. And Ruben would have told all 13,000 members to unsubscribe. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's why I'm only at 700. That's exactly it. But now, like I said, Marcus, I'm not going to bullshit you. If I knew that I could get forget 13,000, if I could get all of you suckers who still watch me every week to pay me $5 a month, how much would that be? So 700 times 5, 35. That'd be $3,500 a month. I'd rake in. Holy shit, that'd be awesome. Oh my God, yeah. So that I'd suddenly get all excited again about getting more subscribers and getting more viewers. That's awesome. Thanks for reminding me, Mike, and maybe something to think about. How can I get these people to convince them to start paying me $5 a month? That's awesome. Okay, let's see. Let me catch up. Only a few more. I am surprised Ruben hasn't told people, okay, to subscribe today. I did. We talked about it earlier while you were at dinner, Alberto. Start a buy me a coffee. I'll buy one. You know, I hate that. Does that happen on YouTube? Because I've seen that on I think it's on other channels, or is it here on YouTube? I don't see it often, but I see it now and then, and I'm like, what? Like, I don't know, it's lame. Click this button and you buy me like, what does that mean? It means you're giving me money, but instead of like $5 or $10, it's like $1.50. Like, what is that? What's that all about, Mike Six Slayer? You know that, no? No,
I'm still learning this YouTube thing, man.
Yeah.
My channel's only like a year and some change old. So.
Okay, $5 to join Ruben's membership, but 100 to leave. Yes. We'd expect feet pics weekly. You would expect feet pics because you have a thing for feet, Marcus. It's
Marcus
like
is a thing for a lot of things.
I know. $5 on up. Oh, even for coffee? Wow. But that's the thing.
Well,
like,
it's not literally for coffee. It's like you leave them a tip for whatever, you know. Like it's you're not buying merchandise or whatever. Yeah.
It's just a way to give a little bit of money or whatever. Yeah. Without having to be a member and know that it's coming off your credit card every single month. But once when you feel like it, if you feel like it, that kind of thing, whatever.
Yeah, it's like the virtual equivalent of the jar, the tip jar.
Listen, I'm totally honest with you. Like for me, and I've said this before, it's the reason why even if I get to 1,000, when I get to 1,000 subscribers, because that's the minimum you need to put the advertising, right? The monetization with the advertising. And I don't think I'm going to do it because again, having done my research, those people that are around that level, they're getting like $25 to $75 every 2 months, like this pitiful amount, and it's like it's not worth my time. You know what I mean? So it's kind of the same thing with this coffee stuff and the memberships and shit. Listen, if I was like Mike, right, and I had 13,000, subscribers, I'm not denying maybe I would try to like push to like, hey, become a member, whatever, minimum $5 per month only, maybe I would, because I'm thinking, shit, if I could get even one of those 13,000 to give the $5, like, or even 500 of them, like, that's pretty decent money. I'm not joking. That would be more than enough reason to like me to not get depressed every week about what am I going to do for a show next week. But, I get excited. So I'd probably try. But given that the likelihood is very, very close to nil that many people would give you, the $5 a month thing on memberships, I'd rather not open things like coffee and whatever, because I know some of you guys would do it. Some of you guys would do it. But the reality is, and it's not like I don't appreciate the thought. I do appreciate the thought, but that's the problem. I appreciate the thought. That's all I need from you. Since $5 here, $5 there, if I take in $20 or $30 in an episode, it ain't going to change my life in any way. It's like, I'd rather not take it at all. You know what I mean? Like, so I figure it's like kind of like all or nothing. If I could set up the thing so that, oh my God, I got all these memberships and I'm taking in a couple of grand a month. That's cool, right? Like, sure. If I thought there was a realistic chance of that happening, I'd try it. But on the other end, just to get, my friends to be saying, here, throw me $5, throw me 20, I'd rather you just keep your money. What do I need that for? You know what I mean? Like, hopefully that makes some sense anyways, It
got to be worth your time. And it's also the genre in which you do it. Cause like, if you were talking about LeBron James every day and had like 3 different shows a day and stuff like that, there's people that, want that kind of content every day and would pay for it. So it's really also about like the amount of work you put in, and people want the content. If it's just like a weekly show, then right. But like normally it's like people that are doing like 10 uploads a week, where it's like they're doing like 3 a day,
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
I tell you, exactly. That's the kind of thing where like you're probably dedicating yourself to YouTube full time, and you're gonna try to make it. You know what I mean? And there ain't no other way, because it sounds to some people, viewers who've never done this before, I know how to millions of people, it probably sounds like, oh yeah, well that's it. Oh, this guy's making 10-minute videos, 3 per day. Big deal. 30 minutes a day. Like, what's he do with the rest of his day? How long does that take? They don't realize like recording it. For those people, a lot of them script it out first ahead of time. And then after all the prep work is done, then you record it. And then after you record it, all the editing work comes in. Every like 10-minute video takes you hours for most people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
the video that I dropped today is 28 minutes long, and I spent several hours yesterday, several hours today editing, doing the thumbnail, and I like to actually like work hard on my thumbnails, and I get into Photoshop and I take actual photos and stuff, and I was busy like most of today and yesterday. So
yeah, your production value is really good, Noel.
yeah, absolutely. Carl too, and like he says, editing sucks. Exactly, it's not fun, and it really does take away from the enjoyment of what you do. Sig Slayer Mike, man, tell us, like, are you on board with that? Like, can you admit that editing sucks, or do you like?
That's what I do. I edit every day, so I actually enjoy it. It's part of like wanting to get better, trying to release new things, and we have a lot of new projects that we're gonna unravel in 2026. So for me, it's a little bit different. I'm trying to do more. We're called the Comic Book Headquarters for a reason. I want to live up to that, and so there's a lot. We're gonna be at OAX covering OAX. And so so we're trying to cover as many. We're trying to be partners with as many shows as we can. Get up close with some of these creators and really kind of bridge all the different factions of the collector community. And so that's what I like about your channel, and that's what I like about Cav's channel, and then our channel. It's we're getting more ethnographic with the interviews, but then on Fridays it's just like a collector hangout where it's the comic guys with the art guys, and then anything in between, just to kind of bridge that gap. A lot of times the comic guys don't even know about what the art guys do and what they collect. Yeah. And so we had Kazra and Matt DiTullio on like a couple weeks ago just to kind of talk about that stuff. But yeah, for me, it's not for everybody, but this is stuff that me, David Barron, and Doug, like, we're actually trying to like expand the Six Layers to where it could be a comprehensive headquarters to cover all the different aspects of comic books, the lettering, the editing, the show running, and that's what David Barron, his show does, is the process.
Okay, no, it's great. That's great. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. Give me a second, Newell. I just want to say I'm glad to hear that. That's cool. Now listen, there's literally millions of YouTube channels. So obviously a bunch, and most of them there's far more pre-recorded channels than live streaming channels. So obviously a lot of those people have to like what they do. You know what I mean? So it's to each their own. For me, I knew from the beginning, unless it's live, I don't want to do it. I would never do it. You know what I mean? And I've done 8 or 9 pre-recorded videos, like unboxings, right? Just to have a little bit of short form content, because people were telling me, people like the short form, do that or whatever. And I gotta say, I so much would rather prepare a show, even a show like a show and tell with a collector, where I've got a good 15 hours of work behind the scenes. I would rather do that and then go live for another 4 hours with the collector. I would rather do that than just one of my unboxing 15-minute videos where it took me like 2 or 3 hours all told to get it all done and uploaded. It's just different strokes for different folks, but it's great, man. If you love to do that, and like I said, you do great, man. I whenever I get a chance, I stop by the Six Layer channel and I check out interviews. I like interviews, so and when I can, I leave you comments so I was there.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
All right, so let us segue from there. Unless, Peter, you have anything to promote for us?
No, nothing for me to promote.
I didn't want to leave you out, man. You know what I mean? Like I value you as much as anyone else. We're all equal here, so thought I'd give you a shot just in case.
I'm too shy to do anything on YouTube besides this.
Okay.
It takes me a while to even do this. So
Yeah, no, that's true, and I appreciate it, man. Listen, slowly but surely, you've broken out of your shell, so we appreciate that, man. I like that. That's awesome, man.
Is that you in a nutshell?
yeah, me in a nutshell. Yeah.
Before we get into the topic that you wanted to get into, Carl, don't worry, I have not forgotten. I just want to call out.
Carl had a topic?
What's that?
I said Carl had a topic? I forgot. It's been so long.
I know,
And Yevgeny says, true, just as myself and a few of my friends are drawing live most Sunday nights. We all making different content. Exactly. There you go, Yevgeny. What's up, buddy? So yeah, before we get into that, Carl, I just wanted to call out Ian, Jewish Dragons himself. Ian, Mr. Jewish Dragons, are you there? I know you were here earlier, and I'm sorry. You know, like, listen, it went from me having nothing to do tonight until all of a sudden 4 friends pop in live. And when that happens, suddenly we got a show. So we're all over the map. But if you're, can you let me know if you're still there, Ian? Because unless I'm misunderstanding you, I booked. There you go. You're still here. Okay. Here, I bookmarked your comment from earlier at 8:52, about an hour, almost an hour and a half ago, an hour and 20 minutes ago. You had said, "Hi everyone, don't have a topic." He's talking about a topic to talk about. But I received my giveaway from Marcus yesterday. That's the one Marcus gave on my show last Sunday. And to pay his generosity forward, I'm happy to sponsor another comic giveaway from a signing that I went to the other day. So that's awesome. And Ian, I'd be very happy to do that on your behalf. I'm assuming you don't want to come on camera. You can let me know if I'm wrong. And if you did want to come on camera anyways, the link is down in the description. But if you don't want to come on camera, that's fine. Do you want to do it now, or is it something that you want to do? You're going to wait until the end of the show, and whoever's left at the end of the show can participate. How do you want to do that? Just let me
Answer, Ian.
let me know, because if you want to do it now, I'd like to do it now, and then we can get into the new topic that Carl wanted to bring up. So I could jump in and let me switch to a different. Awesome, we finally get that. Oh my God, this is what I love about the show. Like, the most unexpected friends will pop in unexpectedly. Like, Ian he's been a viewer for a long time, but he's never been on the show in any capacity. Like, he's never been on screen with me ever. What a weird way to make a debut, just to come and do a giveaway, man. That's pretty awesome, though, man. It's generous and very nice of you. So, all right, Ian, get yourself ready. Don't rush. What we'll do is, in the meantime, we'll let Carl, we'll wake him up because he's falling asleep.
I'm reading magic cards. I'm reading magic cards.
And
You should already know what they say, nerd.
yeah, and we'll talk about that. And once we're coming to the end of Carl's topic that he wanted to talk about, while you're on screen with us, Ian, then we will go in and do the giveaway. That'll be awesome. All right, Carl, with that being said, what did you want to talk about tonight, buddy?
All right, let me give some context. My battery on my phone's about to die, by the way.
Ooh,
but
you want
the
to
context is a couple things. So I was at LA Comic-Con this year, and there was a panel.
Yes, hold on. Is that the one with the artwork only?
LA Comic-Con? No. That's
the
the one
Bashara
at the LA Convention Center. It used to be Stan Lee's Comic-Con.
Oh, okay.
POW? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh, POW. Yeah.
So there was a panel with Jessica Alba, Robert Rodriguez, and another artist. I forgot his name. I wasn't familiar with his work. He's more of a modern guy. And it was a panel for Lucas Museum of Art. Narrative art. And
right.
So what was really interesting.
Sorry, but would that have been the one I saw on YouTube where Dana, Queen Latifah, was hosting it?
No, that's the one the one you saw was the San Diego Comic-Con, which
Oh,
was George Lucas's first visit to San Diego Comic-Con
okay.
since you know when. I don't know when the last time he was or ever, right?
Yeah.
So he's been out there setting a lot of these panels up and promoting
Right.
the museum's opening in June of this next year. So what was really interesting was, you know, Robert Rodriguez basically said something that kind of which is driving this topic, and I'll give you guys additional context as to why I feel like it's worth a discussion. Is he believes that as much as the generation before us was really into the fine art, the Renaissance art, like the fine art of
Yeah, why not?
pop
Yeah.
culture. He believes that sequential art and narrative art, which is including anything that contributes to producing movies, comic books, anything that has to do with storytelling, is going to be the fine art of our generation. And so, what was very interesting was, and this is no secret. So in case you guys don't know, George Lucas actually had a team of some of the finest curators for his museum, and they had gone and curated this whole museum fully with like fine art, like the best works in the world. And when he took a tour through it, he went and fired them all right after, and he
Wow.
basically ended up taking over curation himself. And that's kind of when the big transition became this whole, you know, narrative arts.
Okay.
So it's interesting because we had Peter promoting a piece of art that was like over 100 years old, and I've never seen him so giddy before. There's a YouTube channel, speaking of like big YouTube channels, called Alpha Investments, which is he's this guy named Rudy. He buys a lot of Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, and he sells. He has like one of the craziest operation I've ever seen in the card world. But anyways, one of the things he likes doing is he does these like banters on YouTube, and he'll be sitting in his different places in the warehouse with like millions of dollars of Magic the Gathering or Pokemon, or his backdrops are intentionally like um, just nasty, just like backgrounds in your face. But one of the backgrounds, or a few of the backgrounds he has, is a background with all these like Renaissance art, like 1700s, 1800s century art, and he talks about them, and he said he believes he's basically, you know, zagging while everyone's zigging, whatever, right? He's basically picking up
Zigging
all
while
this art.
everybody's zagging.
Exactly. He's thinking while everyone's sagging, and so he's saying that no one's looking at this Renaissance art world, and he's going to these auctions, and they're selling for a fraction of what they used to sell for.
Really?
And these pieces to him belong in museums, right? And so kind of like Peter's art belongs in a museum, but all the hype is going towards, you know, the stuff that we're into today. So I guess that's the question mark. It's like, do you guys feel like, you know, comic art, this world that we all spend so much time on, is for the most part still like a very niche market, right? Can it ever become mainstream in the way that fine art has become, where
Okay.
the Sotheby's of the world starts
Let me.
promoting
Okay.
it?
Interesting. Let me pause before anybody answers. Ian is with us backstage, so just wanted to say, Ian, are you ready for me to bring you in?
You scare Carl off.
All right. And I just see, he's like, what? You're bringing one Asian guy, and you're when there's you already got your Asian quotient filled out on screen. What's happening, man?
I'm trying to find a charger. I don't know where my charger is.
All right, let's bring in Ian for the first time ever on my show, live on camera. Everybody, Jewish Dragons himself. Look at that. Hey,
Hey,
Jewish
everybody.
Dragons, what's up?
Hey,
Um, Good to see you all.
What's
welcome,
up, Jewish
Ian.
Dragons? I've
Welcome.
never met you before. What's up, dude?
Oh, yeah, no, it's good. I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good, man.
Great,
So
great.
that once.
It's so
Yeah.
great
How
to
you
have you.
doing?
I don't know if you heard me say, like, how crazy it is that, like, after all these, like, years, not like this, tons of years, but years, that the first way that you make your way on screen is just randomly, hey, I can do a giveaway. Like, let me come on. I really expected you to say, no, you can just do the giveaway, and I'll just, you know, I'll send the thing out. I did not expect you to actually be willing to come on. So I'm shocked and I'm thrilled. So happy, man.
Yeah,
Hey.
I only do this for you, Ruben. Only for you.
Hey, does this though? Hold on. Does this mean though that now you're now that you feel like, yeah, this is cool. It's not as hard as I thought it was all this time. You're gonna do like a show and tell episode with me? You want to like do something like planned?
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. It's got to be 2026. It's got to be 2026 though.
In 2026,
Yeah.
Sure,
okay.
man. I'll reach out and you let me know what Sunday is good for you, works best for you, and we'll work it out, man. Whatever.
Okay.
Awesome.
I will try to include all of the Marvel art I own, just so Alberto,
Alberto,
a number one Marvel fan, don't fall asleep.
Exactly. Tell me, before we continue with the topic, I just need to know, because you are here because you wanted to do the giveaway. Do you have time? Do you have time to stick around to discuss the topic and then do the giveaway, or are you in a hurry and you want to do the giveaway right away?
No, I can stick around. Somebody might be delivering something to my house, so I might have to leave for a second. But
okay, well, you know what? Actually, because I just realized the later we go, people start to drop off because they have, on the East Coast especially, they need to go to bed for work and stuff. So I if it's okay with you, Carl, can we just delay getting into it so we can at least just do the Ian's giveaway first?
Yeah. While you guys do that, I'm gonna go get my charger and then I'm gonna walk the dogs and I'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good. Walk the dogs. How long do you walk the dogs for? It's his conversation, and now we're
Carl's busy all the time. He's going 6 different directions.
His conversation topic, and now we're expected to take charge of all of it while he walks the dog for half an hour. Like, what's he talking about? Unless he's one of those lazy dog owners who just takes them out for a shit and brings them back in, then maybe I understand.
I his dog out the window and squeezes.
But okay, while we still have 4 dozen live viewers, that's awesome. Great timing. So why don't we do the giveaway? And Ian, let me put you up here on the focus window, and just tell us a little bit about how what you were doing at the con, what you picked up, and what you're gonna be so generous as to give away tonight.
Okay, yeah. So it wasn't a con; it was a sort of a
signing
at a local comic store. Not actually my local comic store, but so I have 2 things that just came out. They were sort of, I think they got released this Wednesday. So.
Okay.
Or something like that. So basically, the first thing I have is, hopefully, I don't know if you can see the glare. Actually, let me take it out of this.
Oh, that's the poster, the Sienkiewicz, the Dennis Cowan Sienkiewicz poster of the Batman, Green Arrow, and the Question.
Yeah, so this is the number 1 issue of Arcadia, which is a new, I guess it's a mini series that was written and drawn by Gabriel Hardman. And I got it signed by Gabriel Hardman right there. This is the, I guess, virgin foil cover, which has the vintage, Cowan and Sienkiewicz art on it. So this is one thing. It's a part of the Black Label.
The Black Label.
It's imprint. It looks pretty cool. I haven't read it yet exactly, but I looked at the art, and Gabriel Hardman was cool to meet with. Yeah, cool. he lives somewhere in town, around in this area. Yeah. And I met one of Mike's compatriots on his channel at the signing.
You saw Mark?
Yeah, I saw Mark. Yeah. We hung out a bit. So yeah, there were a bunch of people there. There was actually a guy who was totally in cosplay, dressed as the Question. It was very impressive. Like he had the whole mask, he had the suit, the right colors. Anyways, so I picked this up. And I also picked up this, which is also being debuted, which is, I guess, a new trade paperback. I guess it contains the first 6 issues of Free Planet. I guess this goes along with Newell's Indie Comics. It's from Image Press, and it was signed. Actually, I'm going to give away this one. That's rad, but I'll show you this one, which was actually signed by me. Signed to me. So it's signed on the inside by, I guess, the writer Aubrey Sitterson and the artist Jed Doherty.
Oh, cool.
But obviously, it won't say to Ian in the version I'm sending out. But
No, because
but,
it's the wrapped version.
yeah. So, but this is the art in case you're interested. It's got a kind of a Cam Smith kind of like British kind of vibe to it. I don't know. Maybe even like a Jim Bikey, I don't know.
Jim Baiki, yeah,
Bikey, however you pronounce his name. But it's this, it's a space opera kind of thing, and it's actually blurbed by nobody, none less than, Howard Shakin,
Warren Johnson,
KMS, and, MacArthur Award-winning, Genius Grant-winning novelist Jonathan Lethem. So, it's got good provenance, I think.
And you've already read the series?
No, I've never read it. I just bought it. I just I often buy things and then it takes me a couple of weeks or months to read them. But I wanted to support these guys, and I think they're also local to Southern California area. So, anyways, I'm happy to give this away and this away to some lucky person.
Awesome. So you want to do 2 separate giveaways, basically, then, right?
Well, I can do it either way. I was going to give it away as a big package.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's up to you. I don't know. Usually, I don't see people really do that. People say like one draw and then another draw. But if you want to give it as a package, I'm good. Sure,
I'll give it as a package. It's nice to get.
Yeah. Awesome. Hey, look at that. You guys will get 2 nicely signed books. Not hand signed by Ian, but he went on his own and got them done that way. And that'll be so much fun. That's really, really awesome. And I really appreciate that, Ian. That's so cool of you.
No, thank Marcus. Really, Marcus. It all stems from.
It started with Marcus.
Yeah. I'm just passing it on.
When you said you had something to give away from Marcus, I thought maybe it was Wiener Schnitzel.
Wiener Schnitzel. He's going to send you a Wiener Schnitzel in a box.
Yeah.
Freeze dried, so you can heat it up at home.
Oh yeah, I kind of got to watch my arteries, so
Yeah.
I don't get out to Wiener Schnitzel that often.
I think it's been a while since Gabriel Hardman has done books. It's been a while, hasn't it?
What's that, Peter?
It's been a while since Gabriel Hardman has been in comics for a bit.
No, he's been there. It's just that it feels like because he works outside of comics, it's like he's in and out, but pretty constantly. You know what I mean? Like in, and then he's out, and then he's back in. Like, so he'll come in for a project, a brief project, right? And then he'll leave again, right? Make some real money. And then he'll come back because he loves it and make a little money and then leave again, So, but he's great. I love Hardman's work. So
I know he does a lot of storyboards for movies and things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, okay. So, let me see. Let me just catch up to a few comments here. Does Ian have an absolute Batman Annual 1 to give away? Hey, not everybody can be Felix. I mean, come on, Marcus. What are you expecting here, man? Wow, that looks all. I knew Caesar is the biggest Cowan fan. He's the biggest Green Arrow fan. So I knew he would love that. As soon as I saw it, I was like, wow, Caesar's gonna love this. And of course, he's the first guy freaking out about it. What's up, Compson, by the way? And much smaller than the original painting, indeed. Yes, I mean, what do you It's free, complainer. I'm just joking. So let me see. Now I'm going to have to go find that issue. Unless you win the draw, and then you don't have to go finding it, right? And double the shipping cost, bro. That's true. It's a freebie. So, yeah, you keep the shipping cost down, too. That's true. Good idea. I wasn't even thinking about that. I love these guys who come in here and can't even be bothered. The first time they say something, they say hi to somebody, and it's not even me. Like,
hey, Josh.
What's up with you guys, man? Okay, hi, Josh. I'll say it nicely anyways. Hi, Josh. Even though you don't say it to me, whatever. What else is there? Show them some stickers. What's he talking about?
Marcus sent me some stickers. I don't have them in front of me.
Oh, the stickers that are they anything? Are they anything that resemble like this?
They do resemble that.
Yeah, Mankini, maybe like this or whatever. I don't know. He's got all kinds of stuff. That Marcus, I don't know. It's like he's printing them at home himself now. So okay, so I've caught up to the comments. Josh is from Chicago. They don't talk to Canadians. Say hi to you specifically. I know you did, Al. I saw that. That's why I highlighted it. Oh, and look at it. He just noticed I'm here. Hey, Ruben. Josh. Hey, I'm here too. I was a guest tonight. I appreciate it, Al. See, there's the man. But yeah, no, let's get into this, everybody. So I'm gonna have to set this up. Let me quickly get the giveaway tool set up here, and then hey, since this is so kind of you to do, Ian, I'd like you to come up with the hashtag that everybody has to type in order to take place. Yeah, to take part.
Someone suggested hashtag enter Ian.
Oh my god, you guys are bad. You guys.
I don't know. No, we keep talking. I don't know. Do you want to just say Arcadia? Hashtag Arcadia? This is the name of the comic.
Arcadia. Speaking of Arcadia, does anybody remember Arcadia, the band, in the mid-'80s when Duran Duran broke up temporarily and half the group went and made Arcadia and half the group went and did Power Station? Anybody remember those good times from the mid-'80s? Anybody? No? Okay. Am I that old?
I kind of remember that.
You kind of remember? Yeah. You're a little younger than me, though. Peter, you're older than me, but you still don't remember. Screw all of you. Okay. Wait a second. Robert Berman. I think he's talking to me. Of course I remember. I think that's what he means. Of course, you Arcadia and Power Station. Yeah. But, okay, yeah, so everybody do hashtag Arcadia, please. That will be the official giveaway hashtag. So there's currently 42, okay, now 44. Yeah, people love to come in when they keep checking in to see if there's any freebies given out, It's true. On Nick's channel, it's the same thing. It's like as soon as he says, hey, you know what? I guess I'll give away something. It's like somebody somebody who's watching starts, like a few people start tweeting out all their friends, this channel's got some freebies, come and get it, I don't know. But notorious, yes indeed. There you go. And there's another one. Bang it, gone, get it on. That's right. So yeah, it's hashtag Arcadia, everybody. So keep putting that in. There's 45 of you. See, it keeps increasing. The freebies always bring in the leeches who just want to get stuff for free and don't care about our content otherwise, Okay, I'm just joking. But yeah, hashtag Arcadia, everybody, like everybody else is doing. And I'm doing okay now, Jason. I'm not really hungry like a wolf today. But last week I was. Arcadia. Yes, election day indeed. Robert knew what I was talking about for sure. Oh, no, Mike. No, I like good music. Oh, my God. Let me tell you something, Mike.
Very harsh.
If we took a real poll, there's more people watching right now that would say they would rather listen to Duran Duran than to Henry Rollins. Okay? Bottom line. In fact, I would even say there's more people watching right now who would say, yes, I've heard of Duran Duran, than people who would say, yes, of course I know who Henry Rollins is. So that's what I say to you. Yeah, you got to get as good as you give, right? So, all right. So Arcadia, you guys. Ooh, Chuck, you did it wrong. Maybe, there you go. You spelled it right after. All right. Look at that. Rich Cirillo's back and Power Station. I remember, but not Arcadia. Interesting. Check them out. YouTube. You're on YouTube. Check them out, Caesar. They had a hit. Each band had at least one hit. Park Place. You see what I mean? Park Place Properties wasn't here. I haven't seen that name in like 2 years. And suddenly word gets out. There's a freebie being given. It's freebie. I'm telling you. How does it happen, man? But anyways, that's right. Power Station had Robert Palmer. That's right. He's on the hunt. He's on. Okay. Ian has already been quite good to me. I shall not enter. Oh, look at that guy. So nice. So nice. Letting other people take advantage, you know? I never get stuff for free. Well, you got to enter. You can't win if you don't enter. Arcadia, okay, that's good. It's good, okay. Have a setting where you can only do a giveaway if you press the like button. That's true. Some people make it so that you got to be subscribed, but there's no easy way to kind of manage that. So how can we have more entries than likes? I don't think you do. So let me see. So let me set this up, guys. So I'm going to put my hashtag in. Hashtag Arcadia. Okay. And let me see. Okay, I'm going to start collecting the names now. And let me see. Okay, Duran. There you go, Josh. Duran rocks. And Marcus, what's Henry Rollins? I saw Henry Rollins at the grocery store a few weeks ago. That's awesome. Carl, trying to maintain the Carl quota.
Yeah, Carl just said bring him in.
What's up?
There we go. Look at that. The other Carl's in.
Carl.
What's up, Carl?
Hold on a second. I got to fix.
Let me see. Okay, so everybody, are you done? Are you done putting in hashtag Arcadia? There's 45 watching. All right. And so far, I can tell you, wow, only half of you are interested in potentially winning the freebies that Ian is so graciously wanting to send to you. You don't have to pay. He's going to pay you for the shipping. He's doing it out of the kindness of his own heart. So so that's clear to everybody. I know sometimes people might wonder if you're just giving away, comic books, like, am I going to have to pay for the shipping? No, the giveaway person is taking care of it. So it's completely free to everybody. So if you want to enter, I'll give you like 10 more seconds. Just enter hashtag Arcadia, and and then I'll share the screen and we'll get this done. Otherwise, that's it. Otherwise, those of you, okay, now we're getting a couple more. We're up to 20. And that's okay. Listen, if there's nobody more, I actually kind of like that, because what it tells me, in all seriousness, Ian, is, and to be honest, I'm with the people who don't enter these giveaways even when they're watching. I feel like if it's not something that I would have bought for myself anyways, I typically would not enter, because I feel like why bother? What good is it going to do me? And by potentially winning it, I feel like I've just taken away the potential for somebody who may have been more important to. It would have meant something more to, and I'm preventing them from maybe getting it. But to be completely straight here, I always enter the Nick's giveaways, but that's only because I give away anything I have. If I ever win, I give it away to somebody. So I'm only entering so I can then give it away to somebody. So I just like to win. I like the feeling of winning, but I don't want to get whether he gives away comics or artwork, whatever. I've only won once, anyways, whatever. But I gave it away.
That's nice of you.
Yeah. No, that's what it's all about. Paying back.
I will ship internationally. I'll ship anywhere. So nobody. Don't hesitate to enter.
Even internationally, man. Holy crap! Wow. Somebody said that before, Tony. I am not hungry like the wolf. Not tonight, anyways. Is the giveaway entry
in Rio?
They're listening. I paint portraits while wow, you're painting more portraits. Nice, Rich. Nice. Okay, so let's see.
Rich, that work you're doing looks really good.
What's that, Newell?
Rich has been working on a portrait of Lieutenant Worf from Star Trek: The Next Generation. Looks really cool.
Oh, okay. I'm sure he's going to post it. He always does. He's posted many nice, cool looking Star Trek portraits in the past. So, yep. Henry and Glenn graphic novel. Henry and Glenn graphic. What's that? Henry and Glenn graphic novel. What? That's not true. He just clarified that he will ship to anywhere in the world, which is, again, more awesomeness. The shipping to overseas will cost more than the comics cost them. So, who reps Kevin Nolan, and how do I get his art? He did a great Arcadia cover. I don't know. I think he's self-promoted. I believe he is self-sustaining, whatever you want to call it. Does his own work. All right, Arcadia. Okay, I agree 100%. I know you do, and I appreciate you. When you get surrounded by Carls, you may have to beat them off in order to be free. Nice one. Give it away now. Okay, enough joking, everybody. Am I caught up? Yes, I'm caught up. And Kazakhstan.
Give it away now.
All right. So that's it, everybody. So now we got the 20. So you got a 5% chance. Everybody who entered, you got a 5% chance. That's pretty good. 1 in 20. All right. And so, yeah, let me share the screen for you all.
I'm going to say congrats to Alberto ahead of time.
He wins them all, right? Okay. So let's
lucky guy.
Okay. Share. And let me see. Here it is. All right. Bring this. All right. Okay. So let's see. There's 6 of us in the studio plus the screen. Everybody can see the screen?
Yep.
The giveaway tool, I mean?
Yep.
Okay. Good. All right. Yeah. So Ian, you ready to go?
Yeah, absolutely. Spin it.
All right. Let's do it. Here we go. Round and round and round she goes. Where it stops, in a second, we'll all know. Wow!
Congrats.
Wow! That's awesome. Tom has been a loyal viewer of mine since almost the very, very beginning. So, yeah, that's really fun to see him take this. Tom, I don't remember. Have you ever actually won on Nick's channel? I don't know that I ever remember you winning something on any channel, but then again, I don't watch them all.
He won a giveaway on Calf.
I think he won something earlier in the week.
Oh,
on
did
his
he?
channel. I think so.
Really?
He's the new Alberto.
Yeah.
Wow, that is so funny. The new Alberto, nice. That is so awesome. Oh my God, that is so funny. Okay, wow. Okay, now let's see. Tom, has he said anything? Oh, okay. First time was last week. All right, he admits it.
He
Yeah,
fell off his chair. He was so excited. He fell off.
Yeah.
I'm going to let Tom pick my lottery number.
There
Yeah.
you go.
When they come in bunches, I guess. You know. Like
Yeah,
that.
that's awesome. Well, Tom, if you want to just reach out on CAF or I'm also on Instagram, just give me some address you would like this shipped to, and how I send it on your.
Save on shipping. Bring it to OIX.
Yeah.
He doesn't need it that quickly.
Oh, he needs it before the holiday.
He said Tom doesn't deserve to win. He didn't even know Ian was at OAX. Nice, Alberto. And congrats from Tony. And all right, I'll reach you on Cap, buddy. Many thanks.
Okay,
Right.
cool. To be fair, I was too busy giving all my money away to Berkey, and so lots of people didn't see.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
I met you at OAX. You found me in the hall and said, "Hey, I'm Juice Dragons." I was like, "Hey, I know you."
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I saw Carl in the corner of my eye, and he's way off in the hallway, and I said, "Oh, I'll come back to see Carl." And it just didn't happen for some reason.
You have eluded me, Ian. It will not happen this year.
Yeah. But
well, all of these guys, I mean, other than Mike, were you? I don't think you were there last year, were you, Mike? Are you frozen, Mike?
No, this will be my first year.
This will be your first one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but so other than Mike and myself, I was there for like a day. Me and for those of you who don't know, myself and Marcus, we were there for like a day.
Right?
And people were supposed to like pick us up at the airport, whatever. Everything got screwed up. Southern Comic Geek, whatever. He screwed us over. We were so pissed. Then we went into the show. Nobody was saying hi to us. Whatever. He took off, and then a little while later, I took off. So we took off early. We were so pissed. And now we're not going back.
I saw you as your Uber was leaving. I was like, "Hey guys!"
Oh, really?
Next year. Yeah, next year.
Of course, next year maybe, right? Yeah. But we're not going back because we're like pissed, So yeah, you see, look at that. Ruben is an OX vet, exactly, and so is Marcus, But I don't know.
if I know one thing, it's this hobby's just full of a bunch of jerks. You know, like just really, no one's nice, no one's friendly.
There's one thing you can guarantee about this hobby. If there's one thing you get, it's full of that. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's so funny. But yeah, thank you again, Ian. Really appreciate that. That was very, very lovely of you to do.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to do it. Absolutely happy to do it. I mean, I love the community, and I think all of you, are terrific, and I watch all the streams, and
cool.
I think I feels like home. Here is what I'm saying.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Glad to hear it, man. That's it means a lot. Yeah, so very cool. There you go. Carl's back from walking his dog.
Oh, we filled the Carl quotient.
Perfect timing.
I guess I gotta go.
And may I say, yeah, so he's filling the Carl quotient. Look at that. We have a Carl quotient and an Asian quotient. Like, wow.
I didn't know you were Asian. Are you Asian, Jewish Asian? Or are you?
I am. I am Jewish Asian. Yeah.
That's so cool.
And that's unique. That makes it even cooler. And we got the Mike the Snake Slayer with the black quotient, so that's pretty cool. And then we got like Newell, who's like the stereotypical white guy quotient. I I guess fit in with him because I look white, but I'm not really like from this land. Like I was born here, but like right from like European parents. So yeah,
I'm European family too.
Yeah, but they were born. Your parents were born in America as well, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to thank everyone for joining us on Ruben's last show ever. Now that are canceled.
Ruben's canceled.
As YouTube destroys my channel for being racist, apparently.
Oh, wait,
you have to be cut, Ruben, because you're refusing to wear a baseball hat.
That's true.
If you would just go get your hat,
Ruben doesn't see accessories; he sees skin color.
We'll win, I have to go find my hat to come on.
Whoa! I didn't even notice. 1, 2, all of you. Literally all of you. What?
Oh yeah, wait.
I literally didn't notice. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I got
his hat on.
There we go. Go Dodgers. There we go. Baby.
World champs in the house.
There we go.
I got classic Manny Ramirez, Carlos Baerga, Kenny Lofton era Indians. Come on.
Downgrade. That's a downgrade.
Come on. Not in those days.
Oh man, put that LA on.
I got some San Francisco Giants.
There's a Native American joke in there, and I'm not going to make it because that'll really get Ruben canceled.
What? The Cleveland Indians? You can't say the word Indian? What? And then the last but not least, of course, the best one of all.
Okay. All right. That's yours.
Yeah, but I don't really like wearing caps. It looks like we planned it.
It looks forced now.
Let me just. Yeah, no. I'll be the only guy who doesn't wear one. How about that? That's cool.
That's funny.
Awesome. That is funny though. That's so funny. But I also want to say, congratulations to me. I believe that this is now. Not only is this a lot of fun, so I thank you all of you guys for jumping into the chat with me today. Especially on an episode I thought was going to be. I only got the episode scheduled with 28 minutes before the 8:00 start time, and I had nothing planned. So to have all you guys come in and make it so much fun, like it's awesome. So
party.
It means a lot. So thank you. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah. That congratulations to me because this is a record amount of people at any one time on any show since I started the channel. I've not that means anything, but it's like fun, to see more people in the, like in the studio. And yeah, I think the record was 6 on one episode. And so now it's 7. So like, wow, that's the most ever. That's really fun. So thank you, everybody. That's really
on behalf of all of us, you're welcome.
But it's like the Hollywood Squares. We have 2 missing.
I know that the 2 missing.
That's unacceptable.
We need 2 more. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Hey,
We need two more.
the night's still young. We'll see what happens. But yeah. So as you know, for especially for East Coasters, it's obviously not so young anymore. So let's just kind of get into this. Carl, maybe a little reminder, since it's been a while, a little reminder of if you can try to shorten what you had sort of brought up earlier, and so we can remind everybody, the new people that have strolled in, about what you wanted to talk about, the topic at hand.
Sure. In short, mass culture was kind of identified by different eras of art. So, you know, back in the day, the Renaissance had this kind of religious art by some of the greatest artists. Then, you know, we had like the 18th, 19th century art, or 17th, 18th century art, which is kind of like the European era. And then we had like the fine art that you know, operate the last few decades, right? Like as you know, through the 80s, 1900s, and into the 2000s. But one of the question marks right now is if narrative art will now gain mainstream popularity. And that was one of the Robert Rodriguez commentaries at his panel at LA Comic Con this year, saying that, you know, he believes and I think George Lucas also said something similar, is that the new pop art for the world, because it's been popularized by film and TV shows, will be narrative art. Anything that's contributed to creating comics, creating TV, film, etc. So we are still in a very niche market. I mean, I think there's, you know, less than a couple thousand people that actually bids on like any given heritage signature auction, right? I think they've released the numbers after every auction, and with just 2,000 people globally, it's a very niche market. So do you guys feel like there's ever going to be a time where the Sotheby's of the world will start competing, you know, pushing some of the bigger pieces like what Heritage has been doing over time?
Let me just I want one of the other gentlemen to take this. I don't want to be the first guy to talk, but I just want to ask you, Carl, are you not aware that back in the early to mid 90s?
I'm aware.
Okay. Yeah. Just for those who aren't aware, Sotheby's and Christie's both did comic art auctions back in the first half of the 90s. So that's kind of
but it's not fair when it's only Bill Wu and Albert Moy sitting there bidding. So I'm talking about more like mainstream, where people are tracking comic book artists and art on a regular basis and legitimize across America. I think in a weird way, like I'll just kind of give my commentary on this, is the Lucas Museum Narrative Arts is going to be the trial run. Like if they are successful, I do believe that museums across the nation will want to also stock art, especially Valiant and DC art in their museums, just to make sure that, you know, they get the proper traffic, you know, as deserved to their museums. But if the Lucas Museum totally dies and doesn't work, then I think there's going to be a lot of finger pointing and laughs.
So just so we're clear, if I can sum it up, let me know if this is the gist of it. Throughout history, fine art has been the art that everybody thinks about generally when we think of art, and the word art is mentioned, right? And it's fine art, basically, right? And so you're basically saying now that, you know, and you didn't really quite say this, but I'll say it. The fact that this hobby has really grown over the last, 30 years, let's say, since the advent of the internet, it's grown a lot. It's very prominent in that sense. And so you're asking, I guess, and now with the Lucas Museum of Narrative Arts, being the very first sort of place that will, put a really big sort of name on this stuff. Do we think that going forward into the next generation, that comic art might sort of become something that becomes so much more mainstream, the way that fine art has always been thought of by the masses? Is that basically what you're saying?
Yeah, I guess with a couple of generations from now, even just one or two, will they say, I agree, Barry Windsor Smith is the new Michelangelo. Will they say that? Will they say, man, Frazetta, like
would
I would
be-
say like, yeah, which era though? Because there's a lot of comic book art. Like, so what? I mean, what era would fit that bill?
I don't know.
What do you mean? What era?
What do you think?
Because comic book art, they make comic art now, you know, and so so what era will fit this kind of Sotheby's?
Alberto, look at that! Woo! Join the hat
baby.
party.
We need one more, baby.
With a hat. With a hat.
One
We
more.
got 8 people, record. Yeah,
Welcome, Alberto.
what art would
That was
fit that
awesome.
bill of, you know, high-end museum quality? It will have to be probably what the 60s and 70s. I mean, obviously you go the golden age, but really to me the most popular era of comic book art to me is the 70s and the 60s as far as you know, popularity across the board, recognizable characters, recognizable names and stuff like that. But so yeah, I'll be curious to see what would fit that bill. I mean, already we're seeing like, you know, what was it? Batman 423 sold, Detective Comics 880 sold, and that's not really that old, right?
Oh, not
So
at all.
I guess it doesn't really matter. It just if it's hot or not. Like, I'm pretty sure if Dinesh got rid of that Ultimate Fallout 4, that would be something that would be, you know, blow up crazy.
I mean, fine art is fine art, right? It's like a category. So there are new fine art as much as there is kind of older fine art, like pop art as well.
And a lot of that is influenced by the marketing. I mean, it's like it's
Right.
it's people are told, like in the fine art world, this is it's the hype. It's the, oh, you have to be, if you want to be part of this club, you need this artist. And I think that's what would drive it. So I think like the name of the artist, not necessarily the moment in the comics. Like we kind of collect the moments. And I mean, maybe it will be at some point in time, but I think it's going to start with like the names. I think like a Jim Lee kind of thing, and Alex Ross. Like, I don't know why they haven't crossed over as much, but something like that, I feel like would happen before like comics as a whole, like the whole narrative art market would take off.
Yeah, Alex Ross would be one in that category.
Yeah, like why is
That's
that not, you know,
into comic / fine art? In fact, he's the perfect example of someone who's remained true to comic art, but also has presented himself as a fine artist. Oh, dope!
Yeah.
There we go. Yes.
right, baby.
The Southern comic geek himself, Jason Richardson. Completely.
Whoa, whoa, you guys. Whoa, am I the only one?
That's hilarious. You got the rerun hat on too, man.
He's got the fine artiste hat on. He's about to shed some wisdom into
We're
our
talking
conversation.
about
SCG in the house.
But technically, it's only, you know, that it's only on a technicality because it's not really like a ball cap. You know what I mean? So it's a hat.
like challenge accepted, Ruben.
Oh,
There it is. There
There you go, Jason. Love it. Love it. Good to see you, man. It's been a while since you popped in here.
Yeah, I thought I was blacklisted. All the Valiant hate, you know. So
How did I end up surrounded by valiant people? I don't know. How do I keep you guys away?
All three of them are here.
Get your shield, Alberto.
we want Alberto to stay in his lane. We don't need Alberto in competing against the Valiant.
Dude, check out this latest page I got. I showed it yesterday, but it's
Hey, shout out to Big Phil, man. Everybody up in this chat, man. You got Big Phil here too.
Hold on.
Turok number 2, page 1 is a splash where Turok
Oh, the
is like a
art's here.
shot, and he's shooting at the dinosaurs as they're approaching.
Oh, that's beautiful. Is that that's Bart Sears with was it Randy Elliott? Who's the inker?
Randy Elliott, Bart Sears.
Randy Yeah. Yeah, nice, man.
You want a good Turok page? Make sure he's hunting some dinosaurs.
Muscles.
Wow.
Muscles.
That's sick, dude.
Very
That's
cool,
awesome.
man. Congrats.
See, that's for Alberto, just because he asked.
Flex on you real quick.
All right. So Carl, you were asking about, see, I'm just curious if you're asking whether you're curious as to whether we think that,
the general population as a whole, or more people within the general population will begin to kind of, take notice of the art and maybe appreciate it? Or are you just kind of asking, do we think that now that Lucas is doing his thing, do we think, other organizations might be doing, might eventually do like, put expositions on and build houses for comic art or whatever? Like, is that what you're
I guess it would be more like, would it overtake fine art? Like, would it start driving,
Okay.
I mean, the majority in museums.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'll let everybody. I'd like everybody else to talk because I appreciate you all being here. But I'll just quickly say, no way, never, ever, no, that'll never take over fine art. No. Anybody else? Everybody else, come on, give your 2 cents. I'm curious what everybody has to say.
I tend to agree with you, Ruben. I don't think it's going to overtake. I think there will always be this stigma attached to comic art that not like, I mean, there will be more that appreciate it for sure. I mean, I think that it'll widen and it'll broaden it, and especially what was it Felix who made the point last week, and you guys were talking about like if Lucas is successful and people go and they have that experience, and museums want attendees. So if people go and talk about how they saw this art at the Lucas Museum, other museums will follow suit and be like, hey, we want to sell tickets too. So let's get an art, comic art exhibit and see how that goes. So I think that stuff will grow, but I don't foresee it like overtaking.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah. Comics as an art form, as a medium, it's still working to get legitimacy, right? Like, it's got a lot more attention because the characters are becoming prominent because of like movies and stuff, but there's not a lot of carryover in that audience, right? So I think that largely outside of the comic reading community, comics are still seen as an entertainment for children, right? They're largely seen as disposable entertainment. And as long as that's true, the outside world, right, the greater population, they're not going to be coming to look at the art because they don't see the importance of it, right?
I do think we are seeing that importance more and more, though. I keep hearing more and more about galleries showing comic art in general, and I think in Europe also it's starting to become much bigger where you see it, and I think it's only a matter of time. I think with the Lucas Museum we'll see it happen more in the US as well, but I think it's definitely picking up.
Yeah, no, I think it's growing. I just don't know that it's ever going to be quite in the place that fine art is, right?
Well, I think that there's also a key point, like Alberto said, is it's just not here. I mean, in Europe, and you got Sean Gordon Murphy doing like exhibits and stuff like that, and then Bilkey's is doing Evely, she's doing some like gallery exhibits. So her art is kind of crossing over into that fine art world. And so there are examples, but I think we'll continue to see that. But
right,
it's going to be a slow.
Where did fine art come from? Europe.
That being said, I think Stanley. Listen, I know comic fans. A lot of comic fans will look at Stanley's comment and be like, "Oh, what are you talking about?" Like, get all angry. But I absolutely agree with him. He's absolutely right. Anybody else want to comment on Stanley?
Yeah, well, I would say also comic book art and fine art are kind of two different beasts. One, you have an assembly line. You have an assembly line process. So really, you're not getting the artist's best work available because they're under time constraints. They're under deadlines. They have to collaborate with other artists. But whereas fine art, you're getting a person's best effort because they're commissioned to do whatever they're supposed to do. Yeah. But as far as the prestige with the general public, I mean, just for centuries, people have appreciated fine art on its own. And when you think about comic books, we're talking about almost 100 years worth of existence, and just now it's starting to gain popularity as far as the movies and the exposure to the general public. So I've been in the comics for probably almost 30 years now, and I just got exposed to the reality of comic book art as a thing that you can own like within the last 5. So imagine the general public who don't even read comics, who just has a very casual understanding of the characters or whatever, wanting to buy that or purchase that art. versus someone who might want a beautiful dandelion by their favorite fine artist, and spend triple the amount of a interior page.
If I could add on to that, I do think that it is seen as production art, and it has its own category in art, but it's not so much fine art, and it's separate. It's art, but it's separate kind of art, and at the same time you have modern art, which is totally different than production art, and modern art is always seen as a bit avant-garde, and I don't think this will be seen as avant-garde. I defer to Matt because he has a lot of more experience than I do in fine art.
Oh, Matt!
But
hey, I've been invoked.
Someone said fine art, and he
I was gonna sit this out, but I've been invoked. So I think you said modern art, and you mean contemporary art, and that's fine. But I guess as someone who has had a foot in both worlds for a really, really long time, that I think that we are seeing a movement in comic art now. Like we're not at the very beginning, but we're at a very important tipping point for original comic book art, and really for illustration art, as refers to commercial illustration art, that we haven't seen since the 1960s. And of course, when we saw it in the 1960s, we didn't see the actual commercial art itself becoming valuable. We saw a fine art riff on commercial art becoming valuable. What we're seeing now are record-breaking prices happening all the time about provenance illustration art. And I think that all of us who have deep and large collections of comic art are poised in a position that's kind of similar to what you might say, Peter, to your point, of the people who are collecting Bauhaus in the 1920s by the time the 1940s came around, of people who are collecting modern art of the 1930s and 40s who are auctioning it off in the 1980s. And I think that a lot of us who bought in the earliest days of just going to conventions and picking up stuff off of the tables of individual artists have seen those prices expand exponentially, and collecting what we would normally have wanted to collect has become more difficult because other people like ourselves and the people that our enthusiasm has drawn has pushed the price up. And certainly Ruben and I talk about this week after week after week about the fact that we have been priced out of the work that we would love to continue to collect, and have to find newer parts of the hobby to appreciate and be happy with and expand our collection. We've also talked about the fact that some of us feel uncomfortable when the value hits a certain point, because, and I mean, I always see people, I see so many shows where people like, oh, we have to like talk about, yeah, these guys. But, we see a point where people are always talking about, oh, you have to get insurance. Are you kidding me? Like, no insurance policy covers the value of this stuff. Don't be ridiculous. Like, I know so many people who lost, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of collectibles in fires in California, long before I even moved to Las Vegas 3.5 years ago. And certainly in the most recent rounds of fires and destruction, those people are never recovering the value on that stuff. So like the idea of like actually insuring your artwork it's like a quaint idea, honestly, like a fun riff on, yeah, my stuff is worth something, so you can appease a partner who's been making fun of you for collecting this stuff. But the fact is, you'll never be made whole if you lose it. And insuring it is a waste of effing money. It is. But you're better off sitting it in like in a locker in a bank and praying that a fire doesn't wipe out the bank than keeping it in your house and getting insurance. And that is an absolute truth.
But
so,
Matt,
yes.
Matt, can I ask, because so now I know you mentioned the LA fires and stuff, so I'm not referring to that. Okay, that's another that's a whole nubba level.
Yeah.
Okay, you took it to the HNL there, but I'm talking about like I do know people who had, that I don't know what they call it now. It used to be known as CIA, a Collectibles Insurance Agency. They changed their name years ago.
I have that too, yeah.
Okay. And so I know people that have had that for years, and several people who lost something in the mail, and because their policy covered, things in transit, and they got covered easily and whatnot, even for like multi-$1,000 pieces. Again, that's not an entire collection, I know. So would you say that statement is true primarily because when you're talking about an entire collection in a fire, you're talking generally hundreds of thousands? It's because of the fact that the amount is much higher, so the insurance is going to be, it's easier to always find a reason, a loophole to sort of get out of having to pay you. Is that kind of why the main reason you're saying you'll never be made whole if you're losing your collection in something like a giant fire?
So that there's a word for that. It's called insurance. Yeah. So like being charged with the aspect of never having to pay out, that's the entire concept of insurance. So yeah, they don't want to pay you. They're going to do whatever they can to not have to pay you. And every person, I guarantee you, every person who has lost something in the mail and had to like file paperwork to get recovery has spent more in terms of what their time is worth collecting that piece of artwork than they got paid back from the insurance company, because you don't get paid back for that no matter what. And if you have to spend, say, 27 hours in following up on emails and reading paperwork and sending correspondences and taking time off of work and trying to do things to meet the criteria of whatever this insurance policy is, then you're absolutely, you can't reclaim that. You never get that time back. Now, some people's time is worth more than others, right? We all have different careers. Yeah. We have a different amount of money that we make for our hourly wage. And so our precious own time should have a value higher than that value of what someone pays us to do something for them. That's why it's our precious time, and that's why we don't work beyond the hours that we get paid. And if you do, you're a sucker, don't do it. But beyond that is like, you're never recovering it. It is such a mug's game. It's so stacked against you. Every insurance company is going to fight you on it for some amount of time. If you have collected on a piece that you only owned for a little while and you didn't pay that much insurance on it, and even when you pay like insurance on a mailed package, if you're not buying the carrier's insurance, you still have to prove to them, even though you already paid them based on an amount of what you declared it at, that it was actually worth that, even though they received the amount of money that you paid them because you declared a value. Yeah. And they're going to say, oh, were there 4 inches of packing around it in every direction? All this bullshit, right? Yeah, like, it's a really, really funny thing that, we want to be responsible. And we're telling, hey, you have to prepare yourself for like, the inevitable, or like for the hopefully never inevitable of like having a catastrophe. But the truth is that you're never going to recover it. You're really actually wasting your money by spending insurance on your collection if it's worth it.
Look at Sean's comment. USPS turned me down on $100 and I appealed it and I got it, but they denied the claim first anyways, like always.
And so if it took him 5 hours of thought out of his day to deal with that, he got nothing.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
I'm with there. If you have to end up spending time to appeal and go through and provide documentation for $100, imagine if you're trying to claim 5,000, 6,000, 10,000. It's not going to be worth it.
Yeah. I believe that, Matt. Like that's what I've always said is like, here in Canada, we don't, unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, it depends how you look at it, we don't have collectibles insurance agencies, right? So you're really kind of stuck. You can't really insure it, right? But then you'll get like your home insurance, like you ask them about it and they'll be like, how these insurance people are.
They want to throw a general 20-25% on top of whatever your premium is to cover. Oh, well, if your house is worth this much, you can't possibly own anything that's worth it at that much. So it must be a percentage of that, right? Like, no, I get it. I've been through it. When I owned a gallery, I had to have insurance at the gallery. And I had, I've worked in galleries for 40 years, basically at this point, almost. And when I opened my own gallery and I had to carry insurance for a really expensive show, it was a shock because I had to adjust it the following month. I couldn't just carry that insurance like through the rest of the year. I had to drop the value of that insurance immediately the next year the next month to cover what was going to be my regular inventory. And it became a really, like, getting involved in that process. And a lot of people have never done this. It's daunting. It's meant to be, right? Because it's like car insurance, the biggest scam going, right? It's like, oh, you have a driver's license, and now because other people may be bad drivers, you have to have insurance. But it's really, in your favor, because what if you're one day a bad driver and you accidentally cause this terrible thing? Well, guess what? You can file bankruptcy. So why do you have to pay insurance? You have to pay insurance because insurance companies have a massive lobby that goes to Washington, D.C. and the capitals of other countries and demands that you have it or you get arrested. It's dumb, but we tolerate it. It's one of the many indignities that we tolerate on a daily basis. But getting back to the original point,
yes, I was going to say, let's get back to the original point, because I want other
about
people to
fine art, and it's connected. And I think Carl's collection will agree with me on this, that it's connected because it's the insurance value of things that show in museums that push up the prices for the zeitgeist, for the population. It's when a piece gets loaned to a museum and a price is declared, and the person who loans it says, hey, you need to insure this piece, which I only paid $6,000 for 25 years ago for $2.5 million, because that's what I think it's worth. And if you want to show it, you have to insure it for that amount. So then they do, and now that piece is worth $2.5 million. Bam!
That's cool. Learn something new every day.
Yeah. Robert says the filing bankruptcy has its own consequences, and that's another thing.
Certainly does.
Yeah. Is it not? I don't want to get into this because I want to get back to the original topic, but just if you can quickly answer, you guys, anybody, is it the same as over here where if you declare so for us, if we declare personal bankruptcy, your credit is it's gone for 7 years before you can
Not
begin
necessarily.
Oh.
And there's several different kinds of bankruptcy. There's several different kinds of personal bankruptcy. Well, there's 2 kinds of personal bankruptcy, and there's 3 different kinds of corporate bankruptcy, and they vary slightly. But basically, I'll tell you, I know someone who declared bankruptcy, and the day after their bankruptcy, they got offered a new credit card, and when they checked their credit rating, they had a perfect score of 850 because it had been completely zeroed out. So it's a funny thing, right? Like, again, and it's not without penalty, right? Declaring bankruptcy does involve its own thing, but is it worse than trying to collect for 2.5 years on an insurance policy?
Yeah, I get you. Bye, Newell. Have a good one.
No. Yeah, that's why I actually heard from somebody that they had collected on the collector's insurance, but then collector's insurance fired him right away. Basically, after they paid him some money, they just said, "Oh, we're no longer insuring you."
Yeah.
So I get the thing. Yeah.
All right. So who else has anybody who hasn't spoken yet? What do you guys think about the main initial question? Do you ever think that comic art will ever sort of overtake or at least be as big as the way that, fine art has always been looked upon throughout thousands of years of history or whatever that we've had till now?
I mean, the one thing that I'll add is that I do feel like we're seeing more and more painted art, particularly in covers. So I think covers are going to be the easier way to start bringing original comic art into galleries and get it appreciated. We already see it, I feel, with whether it's Alex Ross or Lucio Parrillo or any of those other guys that are making that transition much more quicker, or I guess much easier into the fine art world. And hopefully those will start bringing then the narrative art and the panel pages and all that stuff more into view. But I do see a lot more of that painted art in general. More and more artists are doing it, and I think that helps with the artistic point of view there.
Yeah.
And that's in scale with art overall, right? Like paintings generally cost more than illustrations. A painting on in oil painting on canvas is generally worth more than an acrylic painting on canvas, which is generally worth more than a graphite on paper illustration writ large. So in order for comic art to assail to the heights of quote unquote fine art, it's going to have to be a media to media comparison, right?
But I wasn't even thinking at all about the value. I'm just thinking in general terms of, I assumed, Carl, that you were asking in general terms, just forget value. Just
Popularity, yeah.
Popularity in general terms, right? Like, yeah, I'm with Sig Slayer, man. Like he's right. Like the very reason why fine art lovers, fans, whatever you want to call them, throughout history have thumbed their noses down at, for example, comic books, is because there's a distinct separation, at least certainly in their minds, between art, what they see as art, fine art is art, and what we are collecting is illustration. They don't see that as art.
No,
they
interesting.
separate. They're like, if you talk to most of them, they'll say the same thing. They'll be like, well, but that's not art. It's illustration. I'm like, yeah, and that's when the argument starts, right? But yes, but that's what it is. What it really comes down to is what Mike was saying before. It's like, and I agree with it, because you got fine art, right? Let's talk about paintings as an example. So a fine art painting. So typically a fine artist will paint something that he's driven or she's driven to paint, right? Whatever it is, whatever subject matter, whatever. They just paint when they're feeling it. And whether they work 2 hours today and then they hit the same painting again for 8 hours tomorrow, they skip 2 days because they're not feeling it and they get back. That's a typical fine artist, right? But comic book artists work on schedules. You're being paid, first of all, right up front. You're told, I will pay you this if you produce me that, and you produce it by this date. You understand? So you're never gonna ever, or at least very, very rarely, get the best possible work because of the very way that this industry is structured. It's not conducive to producing your best work. Plus the money factor. It's like you're doing it because you need to make a living, whereas the fine artists, they're doing it because they're driven to do it. They love it, and they hope that at some point somebody can help them find clients to buy their work. You know what I mean? Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
Carl's Collection had something to say about it too. And Peter, please speak, and then I'd like to hear Carl's take, and then if you don't mind, I'd like to follow up on a third, if that's okay.
Okay, I think it's ironic that they take that's the view, because Renaissance artists were commissioned to do their art for specific people, for the aristocrats, the moneyed merchants, or the church.
Like that's narrative art in itself.
I totally agree, but unfortunately, it's the combination of you're being paid to do it on that date. It's the fact that you're always on a schedule, and also the other thing that Mike said. I know this doesn't apply to all comic art, but the majority is the what do you call it? The method.
You're talking about sequential art, Ruben. Sequential art, not cover art.
Well, both really. If you think about it, even cover art. I mean, the majority of comic book art throughout history, if you look at all of it, it's usually done by two people, not just this one person. It's never just, you know what I mean? It's not often been
pencil, ink, color.
Like one man or one woman's vision. You know what I mean? It's the assembly line process, because they knew that it was just, again, don't forget the origins of this product. It was just something to entertain kids, right? Like, okay, we can copy this off. We draw the drawings, we copy it off, and sell the drawings for 10 cents, and the parents can keep their kids busy for a while. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't, right? Even the intent, right from the beginning, the intent was not, let's make some fine art with these superheroes and telling stories with the fine, like, it wasn't never about that. You know what I mean? It was never meant to be anything more than just cheap, expendable entertainment for children. And even though, of course, the art has gotten progressively better over the decades since the 1930s, it will never, because it's something that's meant to be consumed and created on a quick deadline. I just don't, I can't see it ever even becoming remotely anything more. I'll say, I guess this way, I don't think it'll grow and it'll keep growing bigger, but I still don't see it ever being recognized as more than a niche type of art form. If that makes any sense. Like, certainly compared to fine art, for example. Yeah, so I don't know.
I dig it. I dig what you're saying.
Yeah, I agree. It'll be a niche thing, but I think it's over time. I think we're gonna see it increasing more and more, because ultimately, what are the purpose of galleries? To showcase an artist and promote an artist. So there's a lot of marketing involved in art. You know, it's not just about the art, because there's some modern art that you look at it, you're like, that is a bunch of colors, and how long could that have possibly taken? And, you know, I don't know, and I'm not saying
contemporary art. Contemporary
Sorry,
art, not modern art.
That's why you're here, Matt.
Thank you.
So, but my point being, like, some people would look at some of the contemporary art and be like, "That's nothing. That's a bunch of colors. It's
My
Aziz
kid
Ansari
could paint
on Parks, right? Parks and Recreations, like, these are just shapes, you know." So it's in the marketing, and we've seen what marketing, the powerful tool that marketing is in comic art. You know, if you have a rep that's good at marketing, your art is going to sell for more. So you just need more of the Felixes in the world that are really good at their job to elevate each of their artists, and that's what it will take.
But there's also a point in the zeitgeist, right? So, like, what Ruben talked about is, like, at this moment in time, and you're developing this from a swath of time that you've collected, whether you've chosen to study one era to another era and disavow other eras. You have to understand that even in fine art, there are eras, there are terms. That's why I separate the term modern art from contemporary art, is because those are different eras of art that represent completely different types of artwork being popular and selling for a lot of money. So where we're at right now, we are guys who are collecting illustration-based narrative artwork that is based out of a medium that is a sequential storytelling process. And not all of the art is sequential, but all of it is somehow illustration based around a narrative that we all appreciate from other media. So this is a very special moment in time, because not all of the Renaissance painters were painting images that they thought were going to appear in distributed Bibles, but certainly much of that happened. And so that certainly influenced the market on the viability of certain painters long after their deaths, long after they got paid, long after they were doing spec work, and almost none of it was spec work, by the way. The notion of, as you said, Ruben, someone sitting at home and painting until the muse struck, and then putting it down and picking it up, that's a very modern notion of painting, from the 19th century forward, probably. We don't have any evidence of anybody really painting for, other than cave paintings and drawings like that, which serve their own really particular purpose. We don't have any evidence of anybody painting that wasn't hired to do so prior to that point in time.
Fair enough. But you're still talking, even you mentioned it yourself, like, let's say, like, last 100 years or whatever. That's still even longer than, like, comics have been around. You know what I mean? Like, so it's just fine art. And then fine art goes back way back.
So where will we be in 150 years from 1938?
To piggyback off of Mike's point of view, he said that in comics for like 30 years, it's the past 30 years, like, comic art, nobody put value. Like, even the comic fans didn't put comic art or didn't put value to the comic art, is what I'm saying. So, like, it's going to be a long process before it's, like, beyond where we would like it to be. So.
And let's not make the mistake of assuming that the fresh to market price has any bearing on the value of that piece beyond the lifetime of the artist who produced it. Because we see this, right? When we look at the value of artwork from antiquity, we're not basing it on whether or not Peter Paul Rubens got paid more than Michelangelo. We're basing it on how that has resonated over the centuries with art curators and museums who accrue a value to things. And again, what really accrues the value is the insured value of the artwork when it's loaned to a museum. So if I want to loan my brand new acquired, piece that I got in the last Comic Art Live, and it took me a while to figure out who even actually drew this. But the person who sold it to me had the wrong name on it and everything. It's a beautiful drawing of Delirium, and I loved it, and I bought it. And
who's the artist?
Beautiful piece. So I figured out that the artist is a girl named Kirsty Kiru, but the name on the piece was Christine with a CH. And then I kind of did a little bit of research. And I reached out to Jiggy. I'm like, this looks like one of yours. And he's like, oh, Franny knows her. She's a friend. So I worked out this kind of detective work on this piece. So but that's completely beside the point. But if this
just so you know, Matt, Marcus is going to insure that for $2 million. So
that's what I'm saying.
So now it'll be.
So if a museum wants to borrow that for me in an exhibition of The Endless or Delirium, and I say, I will loan this to you, but you must insure it for $5,000, even though I paid, I think, $250 or less for it. That it's now worth $5,000. That's the value. That is the insured value of this piece. Now, I could throw it in an auction, as Ruben and I can tell you and have told everybody for years at this point, that since I just bought this, the odds of it going from $250 to $5,000 in less than 10 years is almost impossible. But if I'm going to do a private sale and someone's going to fight with me over the value, I can say, I have this insured paperwork from the museum of whatever, where they've insured it for $5,000. This is worth $5,000. So I have a new baseline with which to negotiate. And that's really the only thing that influences the value of art. That is also a relatively new concept. And this also only goes back to about the 1980s. So the death of illustration happens in the mid-1970s, where for whatever reason, all the money that Peggy Guggenheim spent trying to convince the world that Jackson Pollock was a genius and that people who could paint things sucked, took hold from the money they spent in colleges and high schools and junior high schools and institutions globally. Finally, after 15, 16, 18 years, became the norm. That changed the art industry because a lot of money was spent telling people that if it looked like something that you identified, it must be shitty. Well, the rise of graffiti and street art and things like that have helped to actually, they come before the explosion of comic book art becoming very valuable. They help push it up. It's an easily identifiable thing that people can see every day in their lives in the streets of major cities. They start to, then the explosion of social media, which pushes these things up more to the forefront. And that becomes a massive decision maker because the public will tell you if something is bullshit at a certain point. They may not always recognize bullshit, but sooner or later they'll have an opinion about it. And that opinion will influence value and influence. And what we're seeing right now is that years of social media, years of respect for graffiti, years of respect for animation, years of respect for illustrative narrative work is starting to grow again in a way that we haven't seen since prior to the mid-1970s. And that means that provenance work, be it animation cells or comic art, because of their provenance, because of the way that they have been exploited, tend to be in a position to benefit most from that growth in attention and that spike in zeitgeist appeal.
So I don't think anybody, Matt, quibbles with the idea that comic art is appreciating and it's getting more popular and it's appearing more and its profile is going up. The question is, will the fine art community ever accept it as fine art? And
they have.
I don't think that will ever happen.
They have.
Well, do you really think they may be investing in it or they may be buying it, but are they really consider it fine art? I mean, if for me, the crossover point would be if they consider Lichtenstein a tracer versus a fine artist. And if they go back to the source material that he stole from.
Well, I think now they're going to call him an appropriator. Point. So appropriation is a concept. It's not an art form. So the way that you take appropriation is the form itself, are you making it a painting? Are you making it digital art? Are you making it an NFT? That is sort of like window dressing for the fact that what he's doing is appropriation. It is not illustration work. So fine art, I mean, we'd have to agree, the 7 of us who are on screen and the however many people are in the chat, on a definition for fine art. But I think that most people would agree that if an art museum is showcasing it, that art museum agrees that it is fine art, if that art museum is indeed a fine art museum. And even a contemporary art museum is contemporary fine art. And numerous contemporary art museums have shown comic book artwork. I've loaned pieces to museum shows at LACMA. I've loaned pieces to shows at international museums with quite a lot of renown. I've helped broker donations of illustrative artwork to fine art, institutions that have allotted a value in the millions of dollars for things.
So
I think the fix is in.
No, let me add. Of course, it's being shown. Of course, it's in galleries. Of course, it's being shown in special exhibits and things like this. And of course, the Lucas Museum will come up and it'll raise and grow in prominence. But
you said special exhibit.
If you were to ask fine artists, if you were asked fine art experts, do they consider comic art to be fine art?
Am I a fine art expert?
Well, I would love to see a cross section. You are sort of unique because you have
not that unique.
I look at you as
thank you.
You're unique as a person, but you're unique also because you have feet on both sides of the aisle. Sort of the production art and the so-called fine art. But I mean, if you were to canvass the fine art experts in the world, and you were to ask them the question, do you consider comic art? Do you consider those things to be fine art? I don't think they would agree with you.
But the auction houses do. I mean, Phillips has had sales of animation art sales as fine art. I mean, that's fine art.
Heritage doesn't classify it as fine art.
Who doesn't?
Heritage doesn't classify it as fine art.
It's not in the fine art
category.
I think
Heritage has no influence in the fine art market at all. The fine art market is Sotheby's. It is Phillips. There's a handful of it's Christie's. Those are the fine art market. Heritage is the ghetto that we shop in. But the truth of the matter is that the fine art market is not maneuvered one way or the other by anything that Heritage has to say. And the fact that Phillips has had that Christie's, that Sotheby's has had exhibitions in Asia and in Europe with pieces of children's book illustration and anime showcases that it is being seen and collected as a fine art form. Now, those prices may not be achieving the hundreds of millions yet, but neither did Van Gogh in the beginning of the 20th century after he had died and when his work was first being collected by museums and being presented as fine art. And people then had a problem with the people who were doing this pointillist work or not what the great schools of illustration of Rembrandt had done, in Holland or the classicists out of France and Italy had done. So when you're talking about different movements of artwork, it takes time for these things to become established and respected globally. But the people whose opinions actually matter, they're already on board, Kat. Like this train's already moving.
So I have a question to you then, Matt, because I asked this question before when this just general question was raised, and that was what comic art, obviously we could say covers, but let's just throw it all out there. What fits that bill? Like, so you're saying it's already been accepted as fine art by fine art people. What kind of art fits that bill?
So illustration work from Japanese anime has absolutely been sold in exhibitions of fine art by Sotheby's and Christie's in Asia. Mm-hmm. So you're talking about Miyazaki, painted backgrounds. You're talking about that, which is inherently sequential because it's animation. So while it may not be a panel page, and we're talking about a very narrow, and we're starting to get really, really narrow about what qualifies as quote unquote comic art. But if we're talking about sequential art, and if we're going to eliminate covers, which I think is a mistake, but I mean, the fix is in. Like I say, these things have been brought to market. They have reached, pricing in the hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars already. And while the fantasy art of Frazetta means a lot to us because it's, you're talking about tens of millions of dollars on pieces of artwork that kind of fall within our wheelhouse. He's a guy that did comics, even though the art that's selling aren't comic necessarily art, that they were maybe book covers. This is all related. This is all part and parcel to a collection of a type of artwork that is figurative and narrative and related to commercial artwork. That's very different than any other movement that has ever hit the fine art market before. Even pulp covers, when they were selling in the in auctions previously, weren't reaching this type of value because you have to look at the focal point of collectors. Every art movement has a patron behind it. So we talked about the fact that the church were paying Peter Paul Rubens and Michelangelo to paint religious paintings. Well, every collecting demographic has to see themselves in the artwork that they collect. There was a big push that people in Silicon Valley weren't buying a lot of fine art, that they were making all this money, but they weren't investing in fine art the way they were in real estate, automobiles, and probably hookers and drugs. But the fact is that no one was producing work that made them cool. Whereas in the merchant era, merchants were hiring fine painters to paint their portraits and hang them on walls. That's considered kind of gauche now. It's considered kind of weird to have your own portrait hanging in your house. So how can you enrich a collector? How can you make a patron cool by selling them a piece of artwork? That artwork has to reflect their position in society or their opinion on society or their political value or their emotional value or their lust. And if it fulfills any of those things, then it reflects the patron base. We're now looking at a patron base that grew up on comics and anime and manga, and now they have money. And now they're little children millionaires that want to buy stuff that reflects their taste, their experience, and their life. And the only thing that's going to do that is not going to be paintings from 200 years ago or even pulp paintings. It's going to be stuff that they saw in their lifetime that they can hang on their wall that other kids their age think is awesome. And when they hang on the wall, people are going to walk in and be like, fuck, that is the dopest thing I've ever seen. That's worth millions of dollars. That's what produces markets. That's what pushes forward a zeitgeist. And that's what establishes the long-lasting industry of fine art.
Did you mention Peter Paul Rubens before?
I did.
You did, because I own a piece by him.
What?
You know this one?
I don't know that one.
Oh, it's a famous one. It's actually something I did back in my youth.
I was going to say there's no way you want a Peter Paul Rubens, but, I was willing to see where that was going to
go. Hey, 7 on 10.
Modern study.
Not excellent, but, I tried.
Oh, so, but in the comic industry, we would call that an homage, or we would call that, a...
recreation.
Yes.
No?
Paul Rubens.
Yeah. Carl, did you make your soldered ring? Did you make your point? I noticed you wanted to talk before, and I don't know if you.
I've wanted to make points and forgotten a couple of them, so it's fine. I love the conversation. So I think,
but yeah, go ahead.
The one thing I want to say. So I feel like when we look at holy shit, I just lost what I was going to say again. Just whatever. I forget what I was going to say. Oh no. Robert Berman, when he was making some great points earlier. So I feel like the fine art world, the people that we look at as fine art experts, it doesn't matter like who they are right now, because it's the comic art market is rising. It's like a separate thing. Like it's not like we need the fine art world approval to
I don't need anybody. Thank you. Yeah, but I don't need approval. That's the thing. Yeah,
and I think that's what it is. I think we're not going to win the fine art world over, and who gives a shit? Because like it's not going to happen. Like, so we just build up our own. This is not a comic art example, but like it's a Magic the Gathering example. So the Lord of the Rings set that came out when they did a 1-of-1 gold, the One Ring card, right? It sold for $2 million to Post Malone. because Post Malone bought that legitimized a lot of the same thing with like Logan Paul when he has like graded Pokemon cards. Like it needs to be exposed to people to and attach these values, and that's what is going to drive it. It's not going to be the fine art expert saying like, oh yeah, Jim Lee, Alex, or these are the people that we should pay attention to. Like it doesn't matter. Like it won't.
But even then, it's like it's usually something that's fleeting, not long lasting, because the thing that's attracting you is the famous person with the object, and then you're like, oh, what? He's got what? And then you look at it.
Time, it's psychological over time. Like it's like if there are more examples of things like that, like oh wait, that piece of cardboard's $2 million. Like like it's repetition, and that's what it's that kind of stuff that we're going to need to see. I don't know. So
I mean, the question that I'll ask here, because we've been on this topic now for a while, is like ultimately, why do we give a crap about being accepted by the fine art community? Why are we trying to pigeonhole ourselves and be like, we want to be treated as fine art? Is like, even fine art has so many eras and so many kinds of different niches that you can put yourself in, right? We shouldn't be comparing our art to Picasso or Rembrandt or Michelangelo from hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Is just an evolution and a newer kind of art that is going to find its own niche. Even the way when we look at a lot of the fine art exhibitions, right, or museums, they're broken up usually by eras or the kind of place. Us trying to continue to say, hey, how can we put this and be considered as fine art? The point is, it is being considered as art. It is getting more and more visibility. The prices are going up more and more. It is starting to be recognized by different kinds of museums. But do we really want to get to the point where Sotheby's starts auctioning McFarlane art? I'm not sure. I want to get. I mean,
they already have, so that wouldn't be like a stretch anymore. You know what I mean? Right.
It is a cautionary tale, though, right? Like that's the whole point. I think why I raise this is that we are early adapters and we're already getting priced out. That prices are going up. It's going to get really, really difficult to hop into this hobby in a very short amount of time. So my advice, and I mean this earnestly, and it sounds I'm going to benefit from it, right? Because I have comic art for sale. But the fact is, if you're not buying now, you can never buy again. We have passed a tipping point that I don't think we're ever going to go back behind. And this is very different than hobbies of collectible cardboard necessarily, where there's, the information about how many cards are out there and what condition they're in varies. We're talking about unique pieces of work. And once that catches the zeitgeist and people that are across the fence start collecting, they're going to price you out because they're going to drive the price up. And if you don't believe me, just look at California real estate. When I moved to California in 1990, my rent was $155 a month in Hollywood.
And where?
Hollywood, California.
Wow.
$155 a month.
Oh, that was the tent you were sharing with the guy in Skid Row.
No, honestly, this was a decent place. Like, it wasn't awesome, but it was livable.
Yeah, but dude, you're younger than me, and my cheapest rent for a bachelor, right? I think that's what you call. Is that what you guys call it? Like one room, one little tiny room.
Yep.
Yeah. The cheapest I ever had was, and this was 1993. That was $375, I think it was. I was, wow.
Actually, downtown LA, I used to live in a loft in 2005 for $900 a month. So,
which is still really, really cheap.
How the hell do any of you remember what you paid rent 30 years ago?
You wrote so many goddamn checks, Carl. You wrote so many goddamn checks. You had to write that number down on a piece of paper and put it in an envelope, and send it in.
It's a struggle.
I was like, I can't remember.
That's the whole point, right? That's the whole point.
Lived in the projects.
That we didn't own those places. If we own those places, it would be a different thing. So And I'm not gonna be one of those guys that says you're throwing the money when you're right. No, you got to live someplace. You got to spend some kind of money. But like, if you can get equity in the thing that brings you joy or brings you support or is necessary to your life, and I will make the argument in the abstract that this is a thing that gives us life, that maybe even extending our lives, that the joy of something will make you live longer, will make you a healthier, happier person.
But that's true of anything that we adore and love. And
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah.
But this is a hobby where right now it's still relatively affordable, and it's all going to change. Now, I'm not saying that the lowest rung of artwork is all of a sudden going to become worth 5 or 10 times what it is, but the stuff that you like now, you guys have good taste. You guys have been around. There's other people that want it. So
no one cares about Green Lantern. Cut it out.
Nobody cares about Green Lantern's about to blow up, baby. It's about to blow up. So like, you know, and whether or not it's necessarily everything, no, but the best of the Green Lantern stuff is already expensive. That Neil Adams stuff is crazy expensive. You know, like,
but hold on, Matt.
Everything's relative.
Let me cut in. Because you notice it's veering. We've already veered off again back into the value prospect, and that's a whole separate. It's a whole separate conversation, right? To stick to what Carl said, like what he asked. Do you think it'll replace fine art as the type of art that the masses look at and follow and love, I guess, or whatever? And in the end, because you keep bringing in money. Yes, money-wise, I do believe this will still keep growing. It'll keep growing. It'll keep growing. The value will keep increasing. But that doesn't mean that just because comic art is much more expensive 10 years from now, 20 or whatever, it doesn't mean that it will ever even remotely come to even a fraction of the size of the fine art market. And I don't mean the buyers, but general people in life, the general population loving and admiring fine art versus the general population loving and being a fan of comic art all of a sudden. Like, that's what
metric?
Would it ever get as big or supplant it? And I'm saying there's just no way. There's no way that like millions and millions of people all over the world are gonna think of art and
would you have thought the same? But Ruben, would you have thought the same thing 200 years ago when, let's say, some of these Renaissance artists were at their best and people were appreciating it? Would you have ever thought that a banana stuck on a wall with duct tape would be something that people would care about?
Of course, but I think that's different, Alberto, because I think that's, what do you call it? That's like the exception to the rule where, like, in every market, there's this oddball thing that happens, and you get those small portion of the fandom and collectors who are always willing to buy and try to hype up the stupidest things you've ever seen. You know what I mean? There's always that small group that want to be different from the rest. And so they put on a straight face and they're like, oh yeah, I can see it. I see it right now. Oh yeah. Oh, that.
But are you judging by aggregate?
You know what I mean?
Huh? But isn't it a lot of this fine art also the exception to the rule? The ones we're appreciating in terms of Michelangelo, Da Vinci, and all that stuff. For every Da Vinci, there were 600 other artists that were working in their own little workshop doing work for maybe less rich patrons or whatever, and their art has been lost and wasn't appreciated. And even if people find it now, you can find it for a lot cheaper than other art. So to what extent are we comparing the same thing? I look at a lot of that fine art as the exceptions to the thousands and millions of pieces of art that have been painted that you can find in any gallery in any city in the world. You can walk through and see an art gallery where people are selling pieces of art for $200-$300, even $1,000-$2,000 that are considered to be fine art, even though they will never get to those prices too. So are we comparing us to that exception?
Can I just say something here that I don't agree with the way fine art experts declare that something is fine art or not. I don't really care whether they think comic art is fine art or not, but I don't think that they will look at comic art as fine art. And I'll just go back and look at illustration art from the early 1900s up to the mid 1900s. That stuff is not considered fine art as far as I know. And I guess it also depends on what your definition of fine art is. But if I was to get a group of fine artists, fine art experts together and ask them to say whether something is fine art or not, I don't really care what they think. I don't like what they think, but they nonetheless set the definition for the term because they are the experts.
Well, I
just wanted to say that to get that clear, that I'm not saying that comic art has to be fine art and that I care about what the fine art experts say.
Fine art experts won't ever appreciate comic art because you know why? Because they don't know it. Therefore, they would not be an expert. So therefore, no one will give a shit what they have to say about the comic art because they don't know what they're talking about. So they have to stay in their lane as to like what this is what fine art is. I don't know. I mean, I just it's going to be a separate thing. I think it will always be a separate thing.
I think it'll always be.
In the chat just raised Banksy, and Banksy is an illustrative narrative artist, and his work is about as close to comic book sequential art as you can get. He is the undisputed most famous artist in the world right now. His work is considered fine art. I think you guys are completely lost the script. That it's done. The people who are the quote unquote experts on fine art already consider illustration and some illustrative comic art to be fine art.
I'm glad you circled back to that, Matt.
Yeah,
because you mentioned something about taking covers off. Throw covers back on. I need to know what qualifies in the comic book realm. So like things that we all, we could talk about, Japanese art with painting backgrounds or animation in this. Forget that. We're talking about comic books. Comic books, what is fine art in comic books? What covers, whatever would classify as fine art?
I think that a lot of Charles Schultz's work is being sold as fine art by high-end art galleries. And that is absolutely comic strip art. There is no two ways about it. It is being sold as comic art. I think Disney sequential art is being sold as fine art. I think that pieces that reference Disney sequential art have been being sold as fine art for decades. So, I mean, we can get really, tribey, and we can start separating out that this is this or this isn't. But the fact of the matter is that it's all part of an aggregate of things related to sequential comic provenance published art. And some of these things have been covers to books, some have been been republished as comics to anthologies of comics. Certainly Frank Frazzetta's work was repurposed and printed as the covers to Creepy and Eerie and Vampirella magazine. So it's there. It's in the zeitgeist. And, Peter, you talked about stuff from the beginning of the 20th century. Leyendecker, Parrish, all these guys that were illustrative artists are considered fine artists. There's no two ways about it. So I think when we dismiss that stuff as being part of the root of, and especially the Art Nouveau movement of being part of the root of comic art, Art Nouveau is considered fine art. So that's very illustrative stuff. A lot of comic art references it and goes beyond it. And I think that for art movements to succeed on being their own, they have to some extent, both pay tribute to and separate themselves from prior movements in order to be taken seriously by the people who are in a position to make decisions about what these things are. But we're there. We're beyond it. I mean, let's not pretend that it isn't happening. It's already happening. But Ruben's point.
But the point is, it's never going to overtake what fine art is considered.
Never say never, Carl. If I've learned anything in my life, never say never.
It won't happen in my life.
By aggregate, Carl, there are so many pieces of comic book art out there that if we are to use by a metric the success and sale of a successful auction, Heritage will tell you time after time that, this is the biggest auction we've ever had. That they keep breaking records because they keep putting more pieces in it, right? And that, I mean, which we don't like because that fucks everything up.
They have to. They have a vested interest in saying how successful it is to get more people to send more shit in, so they could keep selling shit. So like,
congratulations, you now understand the fine art market.
Right. No, I know, but I'm just saying. But I don't think that's going to be like. I said to the.
You don't think it's going to be the norm?
No.
You think it's going to change?
No.
You think a system that makes money is going to all of a sudden just arbitrarily change?
I said that was my point before. Is like you need more people championing comic art for it to reach the status whatever fine art is. So like,
but it's happening every day.
It is, but it's not. It's not on a large scale. There are. I think.
Give me the scale. Give me a comparison scale. Give me a baseline and then tell me when it's going to cross it.
You are not going to get that from me. What I'm saying is that there are few examples out there as far as like artists that would be considered worth the money that's bringing in or the fine art world. We see it like Alberto brought up before in Europe. There are certain artists over there doing well in gallery exhibits. I just don't think you're going to see that be the everyday norm in the fine art world.
But don't forget.
Again, what's the metric? What's the metric of success? Is it that a Alex Ross piece has to sell more than a Picasso piece?
It's not even value. Again, it has nothing to do.
That it has to be in a certain type of gallery for us to accept it as a fine art.
I mean, yeah, what's the baseline? We need a baseline. Like if you're disagreeing that the people who make decisions about what fine art is if you take umbrance with my statement that the people who make decisions about what is or isn't fine art already appreciate sequential art as fine art, then give me an example of why that's untrue, because I haven't seen that. I hear you saying people don't do this. I mean, that's like that tells me nothing. There's no like anchoring example of what supports your point as being fact. Whereas I've given you a fact. I've shown that the people who make decisions about what is fine art consider this stuff to be fine art. They are the auctioneers. They are the fine art gallerists. What is cause? Cause artwork is absolutely fine art based on comic books. You can go back 100 years on this at this point about people whose work has either been influenced by sequential artwork or is sequential in its own capacity, selling for incredible amounts of money. I know Ruben hates when we talk about money for some reason. I don't know why, all of a sudden. But the fact is that is what inspires the zeitgeist, that the general public only pay attention when you give them something to pay attention to. But the fact is they're paying attention to animation. They're paying attention to video games. They're paying attention to trading card games, that this is the venue of artwork to this generation right now. And when those kids are older, if you don't think that isn't going to be what's considered fine art, then you haven't paid attention to the art business for the last 500 years.
Yeah, and I think, well, first of all, I think we have a question from some watchers, or maybe it's just my fiance, but Carl, we need a name for the dog because I'm not sure we know.
Oliver, this is Oliver, guys.
Oliver.
He's actually human because he likes to watch TV with me, and he's probably like talking to you guys right now. So
okay, but then back to the topic, though, I still think that given how we're talking about an industry that's 60 years old at the most when we're looking at comic art world, but I'll go back to Europe where I think the art market always seems to be more mature there, faster than it is in America. It's not just, I know Matt mentioned Charles Schulz and you kind of made a face, Ruben, so you didn't necessarily consider that. But if we start looking at
comic strip art
and Tintin work, right? If you go anywhere in Europe, they're going to tell you that Hergé and his Tintin work is going to be considered as fine art, and you're going to see great museums of that, and that's sequential art. And you're going to see that in a lot of other types of sequential art.
Hold on, Alberto. Those people are typically the people who have the money and spend it on originals of Hergé, right? Mm-hmm. And so, of course, they love it so much that, just like Matt keeps arguing his point, those people, of course, they love it. They want it to be seen and respected as fine art, and so they feel it's fine art. It doesn't make it so. It's still comic book art, comic strip art, whatever you want to call it, from European albums. I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that. But just because a few of these wealthy collectors who buy that stuff in Europe want it to be desperately seen as fine art, it doesn't mean it is fine art, you know?
So back to what Matt was asking though, when are we going to say that yes, it's accepted as fine art? Because we're saying that is not the fact that people are willing to pay money. It's not necessarily the fact that we're starting to seeing it at museums. So what is it that is going to be that metric or that check mark that says, okay, we have made it into the fine art world? Because to me, I'm starting to see that maybe it's not as broad yet. Again, with my point being it's only a 50, 60-year-old industry and the fine art world is a lot longer. But what is it going to take for us to agree that it is starting to be considered as fine art? Because I am seeing it in some metrics, and depending on how you look at it and how much money it's making and all that stuff, that I'm starting to look at it as such.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to get a general consensus from the Gen Pop.
What's your consensus?
That comic art is fine art. But here's the thing. My whole point is, and this is why I was saying, Matt, about the money, because people who have throughout history of this hobby, let's say, I've noticed that people who do desperately feel like they really want it to be respected and looked at as fine art, that's the thing they always go to. Like, oh, look, prices are climbing for this kind of art. As if somehow the only way that you could get respected and have this type of art looked upon by other people as yes, it is fine art, is only if it sells the same, into the same categories as some, expensive fine art has sold. And for me, it should not have anything to do with the money. It doesn't have anything to do with the money. It's like I was saying earlier, it's more about—
And what is it?
I was saying earlier about the whole thing about, this is illustration. You're being paid to do monthly work on a schedule. It's telling stories. It's not like creating constant, single image pieces for people to buy. You know what I mean? It's totally different. But like I said, I think it doesn't— who cares? Like, I don't get— here's the thing. But
what is the thing that would happen that would make you transition from whatever it is that your opinion is right now to saying, well, that makes it fine art? What's that one thing?
Matt, I would ask you, what is your definition of fine art? Because that then will give us the borders of the conversation.
I think art that is shown in a fine art museum has been judged by the institution to be fine art. And I think when people buy a ticket to see it or to go into that museum to view that exhibition, that they are also agreeing that is fine art. They're agreeing with the decision of the museum, of the institution.
Did you say
how we've always judged what fine art is?
Did you specify a fine arts museum?
There's so many fine arts museums that have shown comic art, Ruben.
I'm asking you, is that what you specified?
Sure.
Did you say
that's one metric?
Because I didn't hear you. That's why.
No, I think that if a fine art museum
earlier, so Matt
has exhibited comic art, then it is fine art.
See, because I find, like, it's funny, right? So here, like in most big cities, we have the
Montreal permanent collection. Absolutely.
So listen, so we have the Montreal Museum of Fine Arts, right? And so I've been there, umpteen times, right? And I feel like, if you ask me, what would you think if the Montreal Museum of Fine Arts, right? They put on a 3 or 6 month showing of comic book art, whatever. First of all, I would be shocked that they would ever do that. But because I'd be shocked if they ever did it, I'd be very impressed because of the fact that, so even these snooty people with their noses up in the air their whole lives are suddenly, or maybe not all of them, I'm sure there's infighting at that point within the decision makers at the museum, but somebody in that museum who has power decided they're going to do this. I like this stuff enough, and I think it should be respected enough that we could show it here, okay? And I would love that, right? I would love that. That'd be so cool, right? Because I would appreciate that, hey, snooty fine art people at least at my museum in the city, at least somebody in that museum is finally looking at this stuff and seeing something of value, that it could be an art form in and of itself, as I've always seen it, That's how I would look at it. But even I still, if that happens, even I still wouldn't go around telling all you guys, oh my God, guys. Yes, I would tell you that the Montreal Museum of Fine Arts they're actually putting comic art in there for a show for 6 months. Of course I tell you, because it's cool. But just because they do that, I wouldn't refer to comic art now as, oh my God, comic art is now fine art. I would just say a fine arts museum is showing comic art, illustration. That's awesome. I have no embarrassment, no shock. I'm not embarrassed at all to say that I love illustration. So
is it your problem that someone was paid to make this for another purpose? Is that your issue? Is that the thing you can't wrap your head around? Is that the fact that the artwork was produced for another purpose will never allow you to see it as fine art?
It's the combination of factors. It's a combination basically of factors of, again, the assembly line process, the deadlines, and honestly,
an assembly line like Rembrandt, an assembly line like Peter Paul Rubens, an assembly line like Jeff Koons, an assembly line.
But again, it's being done. Again, there's so many different factors for illustration. It's also being done not so that even if you accept and love the assembly line aspect of it, it's not being done so that when the last person puts their finishing touches on it, oh, we now present it to you to the highest bidder. No, the purpose is so that it can get copied in the tens of thousands and sold at $4 a piece to people to read stories.
You've never seen a Salvador Dali T-shirt. You've never seen a postcard of Da Vinci. You've never seen.
Hold on. Of course I have, but that was
I'm
not.
Just taking them down one at a time. Give me an example. I can't shoot down.
No. Let me finish. Those posters and postcards and T-shirts were not the reason for creating those works of fine art, right?
Because it was not practical to multiply and distribute them in the era in which they were created, whereas now it is very practical to multiply and distribute them.
I don't agree that that's the reason. I don't agree that that's the reason. But anyways, like I said, for me, the ultimate thing is, again, I've always loved illustration my whole life. To me, I've never seen comics as the same as the Rembrandts and the Michelangelos. And I studied art and art history. I went to art school, and when you study the technique of some of these guys,
do you see Rothko in the same breath as you see the illustration stuff that you like? Probably not, right?
Do I see what?
Mark Rothko. Do you think that that's in the same category? No, you hate it, right?
Yeah, it's
fine art, isn't it?
It's like there's the some of that modern type stuff versus it's a question of taste, right? I'm more interested in the stuff from.
So what we're really arguing is your personal taste. We're not arguing whether or not it's actually fine art. I mean, let's be honest about that. Your whole argument stems on the fact that you personally have a problem with a type of art in the way that it was produced, not in whether or not the rest of the world sees it as being museum worthy. And as long as that's the argument, then okay.
No, I don't think that. I definitely think that just because it appears in a museum should not legitimize it. It's great.
Do you understand how many people have to okay an exhibition?
Matt,
you think one person is like, we're going to
get exposed to the most people possible? That's always great, but that doesn't mean that it suddenly becomes fine art. And
no, an institution in the decisions that it makes to put on a show has to involve an entire group of people who are on the board of the museum. And people get fired over the stuff they take votes. People doesn't go well, right? But it's not one person's decision. It is a group of people who are influential in deciding what fine art is at that institution, get together and make a decision in a cabal of people with money, influence, taste, and education. And they decide for all of the people who go to that museum that this is fine art if it's a fine art museum. We don't get an opinion on that. We have about as much influence on that as we have on the price of gas. But someone's job is to set the fucking price of gas. And in this case, they have decided that because we deem this as such, because it shares the same hallowed space as the Michelangelo exhibition that we borrowed from Rome 15 years ago, as the fucking Rothko exhibition, as the Warhol exhibition, as whatever any artist that you can piece together that is considered fine art by this group, that by virtue of it being on those walls, it is of the same stripe, it is the same thing. So whether you agree or I agree is completely irrelevant. The fix is in, boys. These institutions have decided that this shit is fine art. So you arguing about it is like
I've never been to a fine arts museum. Not that I've been to that many cities, but I try to visit them when I visited whatever city I've gone to. And never has anybody there considered, comic book. Never have I seen anything that looks remotely like comic art.
That's anecdotal, Ruben. That's like saying because I haven't seen it, it doesn't exist. I mean, have you ever seen a narwhal in person? I haven't. No. I'm pretty sure they fucking exist. And the other thing is this, that again, the anecdotal experience is completely secondary to the fact that it is something in existence. Spiegelman, bam. Spiegelman has been shown in fine art museums all over the world. Great example. But Robert Crumb has been shown in fine art museums all over the world. I can tell you that the Boston Museum of Fine Arts. I can tell you LACMA. LACMA has had 3 exhibitions.
Matt, hold on. Come on, man. Even you can admit that the reason, and with Spiegelman, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Ian, but I believe they were showing the artwork from Mouse and Mouse 2 primarily. If that's so,
careful.
I think we can all agree Mouse was great because of the overall entire content, that in terms of, using the comic book format to tell this great story of something so tragic that happened in real life, right? In real life history, that it's all of that combined, right? The idea that you use the mice and the cat, the Nazis and the Jews. It's all of that combined that made it great and worthy of talking about and so on and so forth. It's not just, oh my gosh, did you guys see this comic book with mice and cats? Oh my God, I don't know what the story's about, but man, that is some terrific fine art. Like, nobody thinks that way, Matt. Come on.
No, but it's high concept. And by virtue of being high concept, it is fine art. And by virtue of it being sequential, it's comic book art. So you just gave me an example. I don't even need to go beyond it.
Okay, I have a question, because I think my main question is, and I think you answered it, Matt, is like, who makes that criteria? What crosses over between, comic book production art, and then all of a sudden now it's considered fine art, because when I think of fine art, I think of like a certain genre, a certain mode of instruments you use or whatever. But based on what you're telling me is like whoever some committee deems as fine art that they want to show in an exhibit, it can be anything. It could be, finger paintings from the, the 1800s or whatever.
It has been. It has been fabric. It has been fashion design. It has been a dead animal in a box. I mean, like
banana taped to the wall.
A banana taped to the wall.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, but actually, I had a question, Matt. You've had exposure to kind of like the museum world. It's interesting, and I asked this question because of a factual observation that I saw recently. And I'll share the observation first.
One-to-one.
On CAF, the CAF channel, Bill and Kadra went to Jim Halpern's house during the last collective summit. And they did a tour, they filmed it. And then I kept stopping the video. I was watching a replay. And I was like, dude, there's so many pieces that people had talked about and described as ridiculous price that Jim Halpern picked up. So what crossed my mind was, wait a minute, how many pieces did he not win that he also bid on that was also ridiculous prices. And then in turn, then I guess the secondary side of that, which is parlaying the question to you, is how much relationships does museum decision makers have with auctioneers like a Jim Halpern or even other auction houses? Do they have a relationship in the way they kind of deal and wheel and target art in creating creators in a way, you know?
Certainly, we saw it with Damien Hirst in his first big auction was a cabal of auctioneers, museum collectors, people on boards of museums. They got together and absolutely manipulated the market to get the prices of his work up. And it was actually the only way that he could get in. It was a Saturday morning auction, by the way, not even a primetime auction that set all the prices. It was also the auction in which the impossibility of the living to understand the concept of death, which is the shark in the tank, went for 9.1 million pounds, I think, at the time, which now it's probably valued at 40 to 60 million dollars, if not 100 million dollars. And he's done it 3 or 4 times. He's made new versions of it. But that's completely aside, I think, from what we're actually discussing, which is we know that there are people who establish what fine art is. We've just established who they are. End of discussion. It's happening, kids. It's fine art. But not all things are equal. Not all things are equal. To your point, Ruben.
Fine art existed long before museums did. No, you know what I mean? What do you mean?
Prove it. Give me an instance of the use of the term fine art before a museum existed. You don't have it.
Interesting.
You just fucking said it like it was a fact, but you don't know that it's a fact. You think.
Oh, but everything you have said is a fact.
Everything I have said is provable.
What?
I stand by it.
By the way, Carl, since you brought this
up,
up,
the great Canadian wrestler. Prove me wrong, Ruben. Prove me wrong.
I'm not a wrestling guy. Who did that?
I think it was Jericho, but
he's Canadian.
Yeah.
Oh, what do I know? But Carl, just because you brought up this topic of conversation, we didn't get your answer. Like, it's a yes or no, but say it in however few or as many words as you want. What do you think? You think that day is going to come where it's like the masses, everybody thinks of fine art, and they're in their minds, they're picturing, these comic book pages.
I don't know, but I can't predict the future. But I think whatever happens at the Lucas Museum will determine a lot of what's possible. And kind of like what Matt was saying, I would say never. I also agree with Carl that I think it's always going to be 2 different things, but I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I feel like at the end of the day, if Lucas Museum really just goes crazy and it becomes the museum to go to, I think there's going to be a lot of boards, a lot of decision makers that would be like, you know what, this is fine art of this generation, and then it'll start curating, and then some of us might, and I also agree with Matt that this is, I think we're on the last year of being able to acquire the stuff that we want to acquire. I think we're really on the last year.
If that's true,
feel it.
And you never know, because again, dependent, like you said, Carl, dependent on the success of this narrative arts museum, right? It could be, you could be right? Where
let me correct myself. If it does blow up, like everyone's speculating that Lucas Museum can blow up, then yes, it would be the last year.
Right.
That may be a mini explosion. It may be an explosion that just affects us in the hobby for a little bit before it catches on wide, right? And I don't think it's a make or break. I think that this is a part of a process that's already underway, that's been underway for a little while. And my greater point in getting back to it without arguing semantics is that, what Carl said, bringing back what I had brought up, is that it's changing. The market is changing. That prices are going to start to get really tough for us to maintain even collecting at the level that we're collecting at. I shifted quite a long time ago away from necessarily just collecting the easy investment stuff. The stuff that I know would be valuable is the provenance published stuff. And I transitioned onto commissions because I find more joy in them. Now, that doesn't mean that it's a smart investment. Everything I know about collecting says that collecting commissions is a terrible investment. But I want what I want. I have money to spend. And I think I'm more like non-collectors than I am like collectors. And it's the non-collectors that are going to change the hobby, not the people that are already in it. It's new money. New money is what changes an economy. New money is what establishes new pricing. New money is what establishes a zeitgeist. And I think that we're looking at generations that have only known commercial art, and they only know it because they see it all the time. There's a lot of different factors behind why they appreciate it, why they love it, why it connects with them. A lot of it's narrative, but that's the next generation. So it's the fixes in. I mean, like, that's going to be, I don't have kids, but if I did, this is their fine art. Like, if you look at a Pokemon art card, which is a full card that's all art, not just a little box, the kids that collect them look at them like the same way that I'm sure, while I was not around when Michelangelo painted the Sistine Chapel, but the sense of awe that you see kids get when they look at that stuff is that same sense of awe that the religious get when they look at a beautiful religious painting. And that is what's going to establish the next market. That's what's going to establish the next collectible. And that's what's going to prolong an appreciation of visual, illustrative, figurative, narrative art.
Most of the
You're making me think they're going to hate comic art. They're like, it's going to skip, like, it's going to skip this generation, and it's going to go straight to anime and card art.
Not necessarily, but that's a good point. Will it? Will the price changes, which are important, while, you know, it's not everything, but it's important, will it be not necessarily in step with it? But I think that if kids are reading comics, they'll have nostalgia for them, and they're going to buy what they can afford, just like we do. We can't afford our nostalgia anymore. We're buying more recent. Kids will do the same thing. Like, if they can't afford a Pikachu card art, they'll buy art from a Pikachu comic. You know, like, they'll buy whatever commercial artwork they can afford. They'll buy a commission from someone who drew Pokemon cards. Like, it's the same we're doing. It's just a little bit different. We have to address changes in the collectibles hobby, and we have to address changes in the economy, and we always do. You know, like, you sell what you can no longer afford to keep to purchase the things that you think that you need.
So I wanted to, I was waiting for a chance here. My friend Eric says, why are we holding the Lucas Museum as a beacon? It's like we're hoping to be a part of something. We already are a part of something. I agree with that. What do you guys say to that? I'm curious.
When was the
That's
last
our
time,
monument.
Yeah. When was the last time you were excited, or when was the last time you heard of a museum opening and there was this much hype around a museum opening? So I think it's just it's just something to look towards to see what happens with the success of it and what they're showing.
I certainly think it's exciting to sort of look forward to it, right? Like, again, anything that has ever kind of did anything for our hobby to sort of expose it to more people, right? That, to me, that was, ever since my childhood, that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted to show people the things that I love, so I would share it with them. You know what I mean? So if somebody who's a billionaire, multi-billionaire, wants to spend a few billion to open this gigantic thing and show narrative art, great. It exposes people to it. Doesn't mean they're gonna take it seriously or love it or whatever, but hopefully, maybe, you know, maybe they'll look at it more seriously in the future and stuff. That'd be nice. But it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't mean, oh my God, like there's oh God, I hope it succeeds. Like, in other words, if it fails and they only get the comic book fans to go there, like, you know, mostly, you know, and it ends up failing because, you know, everybody else didn't give a shit, and they announce like a year later, oh, we're closing down, you know. I wouldn't care, in the sense of,
I'd be okay with that too.
Yeah,
I'd
that's
be
fine.
totally-
Yeah, no, I mean,
doesn't affect me at all.
It's a 20-year lease, you know, so I mean, it's around for at least 20 years. But beyond that, every religion needs its Mecca, and we already have our religion, and that's our Mecca. You know, like, so, you know, it's our Vatican City. It's, you know, for those of us who care about this type of thing, that's the thing that you have to go to and see. There's an expectation that it's going to be the greatest collection of illustrative narrative work. It might not be. but I have a feeling that it's going to be pretty damn good. You know, like I've been to the museum that's in Northampton, Massachusetts, and it's a fine example of a collection of comic art that moved me. But I don't think I could convince someone who didn't love comic art to go to that museum and spend a day there and have fun. Whereas I think the Lucas Museum is broader. When they were first forming it, long before they broke ground, they came into my gallery in Pasadena, had a big discussion about some of the pieces I had on the walls, which were actual paintings from the Renaissance era and earlier that had been so damaged that they could not be repaired. So the artist decided to use them in a multi-century mashup and paint Star Wars characters on top of these actual religious paintings from the 16th and 17th century. And they thought it was fascinating. They're also kind of like, yeah, our museum's not just going to be about Star Wars. These are really great, but these aren't for us. And then immediately pivoted to the Panic Collective stuff that I had done. And they were like, but this is very interesting to us. And so they were really interested in these sort of abstract versions of album covers that were painted in 120 centimeter squares. So they're going to cover a lot of ground. They're going to cover a lot of different types of pop culture. And that will have the ability to change and appeal over time. Will there be a Pikachu exhibition or a Pokemon exhibition at that museum at some point? Almost assuredly, right? But like, or Magic the Gathering, or, you know, your trading card game here. It has to evolve. Museums have to evolve. Museums that have one permanent collection tend to die off. You have to bring in traveling exhibitions to get people interested to keep coming while having a presence for the thing that establishes the place. But the truth is, fine art is always evolving. It shall always evolve. And this is going to be as good a representation of the thing that we enjoy as anything that has ever existed before.
So some people think that it's you know, it's not as look, some people are super excited about it. Others are like, yeah, whatever, it's cool, whatever. I hope it, you know, I hope it's
some
interesting.
People hate ice cream, you know, I mean.
But it's like, but like what Marcus is saying, right? The museum is just something to give the hobby a boost. It'll give the hobby a boost, I'm sure. We'll see how much, and you know, we'll see if it'll give the hobby a boost or whether it gives the art form a boost, which is what we've been talking about for the last while, right? So that remains to be seen. But like I was saying, I'm curious, you guys, Matt, Carl, Mike, Peter, whoever, both Carls, are you really excited? Like to the point where like, oh my God, I can't wait to see it. And I'll be so sad if it goes out of business, like a couple of years later. Like, is it going to really affect, you're going to be sad? Because I'd be like, yeah, whatever, either or, like whether they built this thing or not, I don't care. Whether it gets built and then goes out of business, I don't really care. I hope it's nice once it's open. Like I hope it's nice, and I hope people tell me, oh man, I went and it's great, right? But it's
how do you feel about this thing that doesn't exist and when it no longer exists? Go.
but
absurd, Ruben. It's absurd. We don't know.
But in the end, it doesn't matter. My point is, we already to me the art form of telling stories with pictures and the hobby, you know, buying and collecting this stuff, it's already cool. Like I've already been into it for 30 years. Like to me, it's already cool. So I don't think, for me personally, I'm just saying for me personally, not for the masses, I don't feel like, oh, George Lucas opening this thing, whatever. Oh, now it's legitimate. Like whatever. If you think that way,
what if it prices you out? Like my concern is that it's going to price us all out. Like, we're reaching a point rapidly where we can no longer afford to have fun. Like that we have to really change the way we collect. That's my whole point here, is that I feel like we're in the very last days of being able to maintain the level of collecting we have. So, you know, it's not even about the validation necessarily, although we've had a massive sidebar about this. But I feel that it is inevitably what is changing, and whether or not the Lucas Museum has any impact on this remains to be seen. But that the hobby is changing to a point that we are no longer able to sustain the level of collecting that we were previously able to. And I think that we've all been through certain points in our life where we've been flush and we've not been flush, and we've been kind of like, you know, shoehorned by the economy, or we've done well by the economy. We sometimes on top where other people are not, and you can take advantage and acquire stuff. But that it's changing so heavily and so quickly that success may sour you on the hobby because you remember a time when shit was affordable, and that the people that come in and replace us are going to be balling at a different level. It's kind of like basketball before Bill Russell.
Yeah,
you know?
if that were to happen, certainly that would suck for a lot of people in our hobby. But Nick makes a great point, and I agree with this. We don't know yet because it's not open, right? He says, I think that most will focus on the fine art and movie art at the museum. Plus, we don't know what comic art will be there. That's a good point in the sense that even I've been thinking, like everybody in this hobby who talks about it seems to keep like, oh my God, yeah, I can't wait to see his art, his comic art collection. But I can't help but think, even though, the museum appears to be quite large based on the, what do you call that, image that they created of it, or that digital image. So it's going to have a lot of space or whatever. But I feel like, there's just as much chance that it could be like 70% movie art, because again, he was a movie guy, or he is a movie guy, it could be 70% movie art. And yes, I know they call it narrative art. So that's what gives me, I think that's what's giving people the hope that, there's going to be a lot of comic art, right? Because they're talking about the narrative arts, right? Now, unless, of course, movie art people consider, let's say, a bunch of storyboards as part of narrative art, they could. I don't know. But that's why I guess we got to wait until we see what's in there and the reports start coming back or whatever.
I think to answer your question, Ruben, as far as like how I feel about it, I didn't know about it until you guys brought it up now. I mean, the idea of it sounds cool. Wow. I mean, George Lucas, sponsoring anything. He's like you said, he's like the grand poobah of nerddom in general. So it could be a centralized place for all cool things. And I do think that the idea of it is cool. We think about movie art. It could be even music art, album cover art. I think about Bill Sienkiewicz doing Bobby Digital's first album cover, or Dennis Cowan doing Wu-Tang's GZA's Liquid Swords album cover. Like seeing that album
cover art.
I would love to see that.
I'm gonna do a show and tell. I'll spoil the surprise. I'm gonna do a show and tell on album art.
Yeah, so all of that, all the different realms of pop culture is cool. Does it fascinate me to the point where I feel like I have to be there? No, because the thing that I like about comic art the most is I'm a superheroes guy. So if there was a place there where it was like a mecca for superhero art, where all like they just like, if you had like 20 artist editions worth of original stuff in one building, that would be something that I would want to see, because that's what got me into the hobby is like seeing the stories, the art from the stories that I actually love. But cool as a casual, if I'm in town, I would want to check it out, but it's not like some tourist destination place for me now.
Yeah. Is it by the way, is it in LA?
Yeah, it's by USC. It's down by Science Park. Which is,
so now I'm definitely not going as USC. No.
Off the 10, where so it's in South Central Los Angeles. I mean, like it's
South Central Los Angeles. Okay,
you're gonna have to dedicate a day to it just because parking down there's a bitch. So you're gonna have to park at the museum, and getting across town in traffic for the 110 to the 10 or the 101 or any place else.
That's what Ian said earlier in the chat. Is like, what I'm scared of is that it's gonna make LA traffic even worse than it already has always been,
no one's gonna care. Like LA as a whole
would notice.
It's not gonna cause like, it's not like going to a Dodger game or something. It's gonna create traffic jam or something. No.
It'll be fine.
And luckily, to your point, Mike, it's not off the 110 in that area where a Dodger game does absolutely impact traffic. It's really more off the 10. But because it is LA. To your point, Mike, it's like, if you're in LA, it may be something you do. There are going to be international people, someone mentioned, that will come from all over the world. We didn't even really talk about the reputation that, manga has in Japan, and the fact that, if we're not considering saleability to be important, how about the fact that you can't even buy artwork by most manga artists because it's all in Japanese museums? Mm-hmm. Like, that's a huge thing. So clearly it is considered fine art in Japan. Sequential art is considered fine art in Japan. No one would argue that manga isn't a comic book, So I think that it's going to be from what I understood 5 years ago when I had a conversation with the original director of the Lucas Museum, who since quit because 5 years ago they had nothing to do, is that it will be a kind of all-encompassing thing, that it will encompass all areas of pop culture that address figurative and narrative artwork. So it will be everything. So if you do like Star Wars and you do like comic books and you do like Flash Gordon and you do like props and you do like, cards and you do like, paperback covers and pulps, then there's going to be more than one thing for you. So like, that's a really cool thing. I don't think we've ever seen anything as dedicated to all the things that seem to be related as this. And like I say, they have like a 20-year lease, so it's not going anywhere anytime soon.
So who owns the building? You said 20-year lease.
Well, the city still owns the property that the building is on. So while the Lucas Foundation were responsible for constructing it, probably with a lot of money from Los Angeles County and possibly even the state of California, it's like any football stadium. Like at the end of the day, the citizens own the land that it's on. They can't sell the land. But even the Broad Museum, I think the Broads rent that property for $5 a year for like 100 years or something, because they built this thing on an area that wasn't considered as valuable until after they were there.
True. It was a
Peter, I agree. The gift shop will take up a quarter of the museum.
Its own building.
Yeah, I mean, good night, Nick. That's so again, it's kind of what I said before, right? That's what nobody can, speculate. It's only we can only speculate at this point. Nobody knows really what's going to be shown in there. But yeah, that's kind of my biggest question is I just have this feeling that with all the comic art people, oh my God, I can't wait. Because they know that Lucas has bought comic art in the past, right? That, oh my God, he's going to show his entire comic art collection. And I definitely don't see that happening where, he opens the museum and just to make comic art collectors happy, whatever is in his entire comic art, collection, it's all there. I have a feeling, and again, we'll wait to see what the reports come back and whoever, goes there. But my feeling, my gut just tells me, again, just because who he is and the fact that he's a lifelong movie guy, I feel like any physical artwork combined with props that you mentioned, Matt, I think it's just again, we don't know, but my gut feel it tells me that that's going to take up a lot of it, like movie related stuff, whether it's all the various types of physical drawings, to produce, storyboards and the like. But movie related stuff, I feel like it's going to take a lot of it. So I guess we can only wait and see how much comic art really is going to be in there. And what do you guys think? Like, if let's say that's what comes to pass. Let's say it's like, my God, people start coming back and saying, holy shit, it was cool, but like it was 90% movies. I would say there was maybe at most 30 or 40 pieces of comic art on this small section over there in the corner. Like, if people start saying that, like, then what's your outlook in terms of how much of a boost, if you will, this museum going into the future would give the hobby? Do you think it's minimized at that point, or do you just kind of look optimistically and think, well, they may only have had 30 pieces this time, but who knows, maybe a year from now they're going to put a lot more? Or like, how do you look at it?
That's very not only probable, I think that's the model, is that it's going to be a series of revolving exhibitions, because you have to. Like, this is the world we live in. The most popular museum exhibitions, as far as ticket sales over the last, we'll say 10 years, we'll say the era of Instagram, are Instagrammable museums. I live in Las Vegas. So Area 15 and Omega Mart and stuff like that are really just for tourists. I've been and I look at it and I'm like, this isn't really a museum. This is a place to take a picture, and there's a lot of people who want to do that because they're trying to like pad out their Instagram feeds with content, right? So the Lucas people aren't dumb. They've worked with some of the best PR people in the business who are going to do a lot of market research and say, okay, for the next 6 months, we think we're good for this. But if you really want to make sure that we're selling tickets out every day and that there's a long line waiting for people, let's make that exhibition 4 months. You know, don't fulfill the need. Keep them wanting more. Make people pissed that they couldn't get in. Nothing says I want to go see that more than I can't get into that. You know, it's the whole Groucho Marx thing. Like, I want admission to the party that doesn't invite me. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of that, and it's going to be revolving, and it will be cool. There'll probably be an amazing Akira exhibition, even though we know most of the cells won't be there, that a lot of them are in private collections or were destroyed in the fires in California. But that doesn't mean you can't have a fucking kick-ass, complete, full design, immersive, augmented reality exhibition on one particular wing. And I have a feeling a lot of the exhibitions will have an AR component or some kind of AI component that will be very experiential, that kids are going to walk out losing their fucking minds and just like telling every kid that they go to school with for the next year how awesome that one day of their life was. And it's going to be a lot cheaper than Disneyland.
I just want to quickly say sorry. Thank you. I just wanted to wait for you to stop, finish what you were saying, Matt. Mike, thank you for hanging out for so long. I appreciate it. I was so intent on listening. I didn't even realize he had dropped off. So yeah, thank you, Mr. Sig Slayers.
Mike was great.
Thank you, man. Thanks for taking part and making it so great, man. We had like between 5 and 10 people at one point. So awesome. Does anybody
before you get I'm gonna bounce. I gotta it's like almost 1 o'clock, so I gotta.
Okay, sounds good. We're gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna wrap it up in the next 15 minutes anyways, but that's cool.
Okay. All right, I'll stay till 1.
15 more minutes. Let's do this.
I can do that.
Yeah. So you guys agree about what Matt was just saying? Do you kind of feel the same thing, or Carl?
I think Lucas will be a rotating museum. I think there's a lot of
but how, I'm curious when and again, it's just an opinion because none of us know, but what does your gut tell you would be like the time frame for the constant rotation? You know what I mean? Oh, let's rotate something out. Like, what, how do you think they would do it? Would it be like, okay, we're setting everything up for the opening, and so this is the whole thing for the opening? And do you think it'll be, okay, every X amount of time we change X amount % of it? Or do you think like every week or every month a small section gets swapped out and then another section gets swapped out? And then how do you figure it would be?
Overlapping.
Without oversharing, there is like some larger brands that are doing more kind of immersive activations, experiences. And I think the cadence these days is about 3 months, they're saying. So they'll swap things out every 3 months because, I think the times has changed. A lot of what Matt was saying is, there is no more like permanent collections anymore. It's all about localizing and rotating in a way that services the ADD-ness, so that there is also like a FOMO factor. So if you don't go see it now, you won't see it until it goes, until next time it comes around. So there's this destinations are now event destinations. So they have to eventize everything to make it interesting for people to go. And so I do feel like my excitement surrounds the fact that now a lot of the Comic Art friends are here, or Comic Art friends that are visiting LA. I have a place to go hang with them now. They're like, obviously that's going to be where we go together and go look at stuff. And like, we could bring our folders and like hang out. It'd be like a total community.
There's a coffee shop.
Exactly. There's a coffee shop and everything. So I feel like that's my excitement. It's like, there's going to be a place we could all go to now and hang out. Even I can imagine before San Diego Comic-Con, maybe we could all go there and hang out for a day or two before San Diego, and just to kind of get our kind of fill of that. And what I'm also excited about is this is long overdue, and I don't know why this is the case, but presentation of comic art has just sucked. Like ever since, I haven't been that long, but for as long as I've been, and I've always been so surprised and kind of scratched my head, because you'll go to like a nice museum and you could get stuff for $1,000, 4 figures, right? And it's nicely presented, nicely framed, and like curated. But you could go to a Comic-Con and you see like a freaking Home Depot bin full of like 5 figures, right? And it's like, what the fuck? Like, why is it not like presented in a certain way, right? And I do feel like for once, now we're going to have a place that's committed to proper presentation and truly value the art, like how much we value them. So, I think there's a few ideas around Lucas Museum that I'm super excited about.
Cool. Yeah, I again, the more I think about it, like Comic Art Boston came back, and he here. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Yeah, he says original comic art, and he says that like it's fact, like he already read something. I don't know, Kat. Let us know if you read something. But he says original comic art won't be the focus of the museum, and I also believe that. But that's just a belief. It's not because I read it. But if so, it's fine with me because prices are terrible as they are, right? So in a way, what those of us who are like excited about the museum from the perspective of, it'll whether you use the word legitimize or validate or just bring more attention to the stuff that we love, right? On the one hand, you want it you might want it to get more attention from the masses, but at the same time, it's like a lot of us have already said tonight, when you do that, it just increases the likelihood that everybody gets priced out, right? And so it's kind of like we should be rooting for this museum to be 90% movie props, a little bit of comic art in some corner. You know what I mean? Like as long as it's a minority, I don't think it's really gonna have any impact on the hobby in any way. What do you guys think of that? If it was like a really small portion of the museum.
I mean, that's a lot of unknowns.
No, so I know, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying because my gut tells me that it's going to be a small portion, right? So I'm just saying, if that was the case, would you feel like it wouldn't have an effect, or it would still have some kind of an effect?
I mean, if they make it the event exhibit, if this is 3 months to come see this, it's everything is marketing. So
you're saying it actually won't be small because in the last few panels, the San Diego Comic-Con and the LA one, they specifically showed a ton of comic art on their rotation. I would even say is 50% comic art that they were showing of what they're carrying. And
sorry, where was it?
At the panels that I went to, the Lucas Museum panels, they had the San Diego one. LA one. Yeah, they had another one at New York Comic Con as well, but I missed that one. Okay. Julie Bell was there. Yeah.
What is the opening date again of what's the projected opening date of the museum?
I thought I saw September. You said June earlier, Carl, a few hours ago, but I'm pretty sure I read September. I remember thinking to myself, "Oh, the fall, interesting, not the summer."
They promoted June unless they pushed it back. Oh yeah, now it's September 22nd. Interesting. They changed it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
What a changed it a few times already. So
what a miss, don't you think? Like, because who does the most people travel on vacation in summer, right?
Yeah, that was
the weather's great.
They've already done like a couple of soft opening projects where VIPs have gotten to visit and walk the halls without any art in it, and people already like spazzing out about that. So, and there will be, that I think that September 22nd date is a general public opening. They're going to do like VIPs before that. That'll probably be maybe even as early as May. And, someone asked, will there be annual passes? Most museums have them. Most museums have, an annual pass that you can buy and just show up, but there's also the Broad, and the Broad is a place where you cannot have an annual pass. The Broad actually admission is free, but you have to make an appointment. And so it'll be interesting to see what the metric is. Like, is this a free museum? Is this an admission price museum? Will there be special add-on tickets where some of the museum is free, but other parts of the museum are excursions or events or screenings or that type of thing? And I think the answer is yes, right? Like, even if it's free, there's going to be, that little extra special thing. I mean, even when you go and visit Westminster Abbey, in London, there's like there's the regular tour, and then there's a VIP tour, and then there's you get to dig up fucking bones tour. There's all different levels. So, I mean, I just don't see how this doesn't influence pricing, but I think that pricing is already being influenced aside from this.
This is just like a building block on top of.
Yeah, this is maybe the, you know, finish him, you know, as far as like, but so I mean, if that's the date, I mean, if you guys want to have like a hard prediction date, I would say if you're not buying the shit that you want before September 21st, 2026.
So Matt, you're convinced
about it.
You're convinced?
Look at the market, man. Like anything that's really good and has, I think, a generally agreed upon intrinsic value by a decent enough swath of fans is about to take a massive step up. And I think the people that are going to stand to benefit the most from it, you know, Berkey's, you know, got an amazing collection of art. And, you know, it's funny, Marcus was like, yeah, Berkey doesn't buy insurance. Of course he doesn't. What would it cost to insure that collection of art? You know, but
I paid like $1,200 for.
yeah, right. Once upon a time, and it's grown and it's grown and it's grown. You know, it's like that Prel ad. You know, the in the 1970s, and they tell two friends, and they tell two friends. But you know, I think that people like Mark Hay are going to stand to benefit. Like stuff that's been sitting on his site for like 10, 12 years. People are going to get wise to it, and it's going to start to fly at the prices it's at. And so stuff that was not selling for $120 is going to be seen as very cheap for $120, and people that are new to the hobby are going to get in and buy stuff. And then the prices are going to start to move. Now, how soon that happens is anybody's guess.
And Matt, is this dependent, in your opinion, is this dependent on the assumption that on opening, the museum does have like a lot, whatever that means, a lot of comic art?
I don't know. I think it's already going in that direction. Like, and Carl, both Carls and Peter. I mean, like, have you noticed like the stuff that you like, the stuff that like you really want, less of it is available. Like, just less of it is coming up and selling. And when it does, you're like, oh shit, you know, maybe 5 years ago I could have afforded that, and I just can't anymore. And there's maybe one or two pieces that you're like, you know, if I sell all the stuff that I don't really love, you know, like certain friends of ours do, to try and build up a war chest to put towards that one piece, then maybe it's possible. But again, it's like, it's always going to be a selector's game. You know, like when you want to sell something to buy something else, it doesn't always work out. But the truth of the matter is that values are going up overall. But you're still going to have, you know, people want what they want. They don't want what they don't want. It's only going to be the newest people that come in that are going to kind of be left with whatever chairs are available when the music stops. And I think the music is starting to slow down. And I think that there are a limited number of seats. And it's now, we're seeing in art drops with new comic art that prices on comics that are barely 3 months old are going for crazy amounts of money. So, you know, why would an artist use a rep who isn't that if they can just sell it themselves and decide to hang on to it, which a lot of artists are doing? You know, like, you know, Sean Gordon Murphy very famously has been holding back the best pieces of his published work for 10 and 12 years. And then when he wants to buy a new car, he drops a couple of pieces, you know? Yeah. So I think that most of the really high quality artists are hip to that game. And it's just going to be today's journeyman whose artwork is going to be affordable.
All right. So with that being said, thank you, Matt. I want to wrap it up. So before we do, can I just get the two Carls and Peter, starting with, I guess, Carl Sodergren, since we'll go in a counterclockwise this time, since you're beside Matt. Can I get your opinion on, you know, your final word? What do you think? Okay, how do I put it in an easy way that you can answer easily? Do you think that, like what Matt is saying, that the opening of this museum, even though we don't really know what art, you know, comic art and how much of it will be in there, just based on your gut feeling, I guess, do you or do you not believe, do you or do you not agree with Matt that it will cause an explosion of people to kind of start buying up comic art who didn't buy it before, and which will essentially start, you know, obviously the tide lifts all boats. And so Comic art across the board. We're just going to be seeing, holy shit, look at this stuff selling. Look at this stuff selling. Do you think that's going to happen? And if so, do you think, if not, then not. But if so, do you think it'll happen quick, or it'll take a long time, or what? Carl?
I mean, it all depends on what's at the museum. Like, I don't know that everything. I don't know that everything, like the stuff on like Mark Hayes' site or there are plenty of sites out there that have art available. I don't know that we're gonna instantly see the rush to those things to sell. Will they sell? I think they will, but I don't know that it's gonna be an instant like, oh shit, it sells out quickly. I think over time we will see that, though. I do think that this stuff is going to bring more people into the hobby. But it's happening. It will be impossible to say that it's just the museum, because that's already happening with people coming in from comics and people realizing the one-of-one nature of all of this stuff. And just to get a comic graded is like what, $30 or so. Like to buy the comic, people are paying like $80 to just to get a slabbed comic of like a new book. You can get pages for like, $200, $300, which is all of a sudden doesn't look crazy as a buy into comic art. And collectibles, toys, all this shit is pricier. There's like $250 action figures. So comic art is not a luxury item anymore. So to attribute just to the museum, I don't know. But it's like I said before, it's a building block, and it's just part of it. It's another thing that's going to elevate our hobby. So
thank you, Carl. Very nice. Peter?
Yeah, I agree completely with Carl. Who's to say what's going to be in it and how much, and how it's presented, and it's my first impression, not having any inside knowledge, is that this is largely going to be a museum of pop culture art. And so we'll see. Prices are already crazy. They keep going up. I see no let up in that, regardless of what the economic situation is. Whether this museum gives it an additional, vector up, maybe, who knows? But already the momentum is there. So, but if this is a destination visit place, like an event place, I can see people doing repeat visits every year, once a year. And I also see that it's
like a Disneyland type thing.
Yeah, it's also the type of museum where you might not be able to see everything in a day. It's you might need 2 or 3 days to kind of absorb everything. So there will be one of these, like itinerary 1, your half day itinerary 2, 1 day, itinerary 3 day, 2 days, that kind of thing. I mean, I was just recently at the World War II Museum in New Orleans, and that's the way it was set up. And they were clearly, So anyway, that's sort of my views.
All right. And last but not least, Carl Choi, who brought up the topic. So you get to finish it.
Yeah, I agree with what everyone said. I do feel like at the end of the day, prices are already going crazy. The question of if this level of mainstream exposure will create an exponential crazy. So I think for us is this, we won't know till we see, because even for me, when I think about collecting comic art and how late I started, the truth was I didn't know. It was always around me. I've seen it at conventions, but I didn't know you could own it until someone told me, right? And so I feel like there is a ton of people out there that if they knew, I think they would make moves to acquire. And I think Lucas Museum is going to attract a certain audience that, especially being in LA, there's such a huge entertainment audience, fans of, and people who are in it that, would be comic book fans. That, I do feel like there's a big chance of it getting proper exposure. And I say proper exposure, meaning it's curated / presented in a way that reflects its value, which it's currently not at Comic-Cons, really. It's really kind of presents like an underground thing, inside kind of thing. And so I don't know if that's the reason why it's kind of held back, but that's my feelings surrounding it all.
And you don't see in most museums exhibitions that have been curated by scenics that work on movie sets. So when it comes to what the presentation is likely to be, we're going to probably be seeing exhibitions of artwork in a way we've never seen it before, in very expensive, completely innovative ways, which will change the way that we think about it. Whether or not that's physically or virtually in some capacity remains to be seen. Either way, that could be tremendously cool. And we all talked about the exponential buildup, right? Well, 6 months ago, there was only CAF. Now there's like 3 other competing apps of like showcasing and selling comic book art that have just kind of popped out of nowhere. You've also seen CAF exponentially pick up more conventions. That before the 3rd year of the OAX convention, they've invested in like 3 other or 4 other major conventions that are going to have events around the calendar year in different cities, one of which is in Providence, Rhode Island, which is mind-blowing. But, you know, that's something we haven't seen until very recently. That's got to be a signal, at least to the think tank at CAF that things are expanding, that there's a way to make money back from the investment that they made into building an app and doing all these other things and doing the 2 virtual shows. So, I mean, they have a set of data that we don't have. You know, there's the data that we as Prime subscribers get access to, and then there's the information that Bill Cox and his crew have access to. And that's telling them that this is a time to expand. So I don't think these are dumb people. You know, I've dealt with Kaiser over the years as in a publishing capacity and as in certain exhibition capacities. He's not a dumb guy. So if he's pushing to expand, he's seeing something, he's reading something in the tea leaves, in these financial tea leaves, that say that this is a really good time to expand. So we have to take into consideration those factors. This is stuff that we did not have any data on just a very short time ago. And now it seems like it's blowing up. So these are all little signposts along the way that have been telling me that this is really a time to hold comic art, not really a time to sell it, because it's just going to get crazy, crazy valuable if you've got good stuff. And it may be a good time to kind of think about doing a lot more trading than necessarily selling, where at least we're all dealing in a level playing field. And I used to never entertain trading, and now I'm very much entertaining trading, which I like I say, never did before.
Well, I certainly hope, Matt, that your vision comes to pass. And God, I can't wait to get like $3,000 a piece for all my Alan Kupperberg Avengers early '80s pages that I paid $50 for. Oh my God, I can't wait.
Claim.
They're gonna shoot up. I don't have any of that shit though, but whatever. But thank you, guys, gentlemen. Thank you so much. This was so awesome, and yeah, man, it turned from literally I had nothing, and it turned into not only something, but something awesome. Something freaking awesome, man. 5 to 10 guys throughout the show. So really thank you to all of you, man. Really appreciate you guys popping in. And like I said, I'm always happy just with one. If one could pop in, just even stay a little while, it'd give me something to talk about. I'm already stressing because next week I once again got nothing. I might have to do another thumbnail for, sorry, I got nothing, guys, part 2. We'll see what happens. But
repeat the success, Ruben.
Yeah.
Well,
if you build it, they will come.
We all felt for you, so that's why we all showed up.
What was that, Peter?
We all felt for you. That's why we all showed up.
You freaking
I know.
It was a clickbaity thumbnail. He's like, I don't have anything. You guys need to.
I'm sad, guys.
You're leading into it.
I gotta do more of those thumbnails, man. It worked.
Pity clicked us.
Yeah. All right, but in all seriousness, thank you once again.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. It does mean a lot to me. Thank you. Guys, thank you. Stay with me just for 30 seconds, guys, if you don't mind. Everybody in the chat, thanks again for sticking around. Still 36 people, which again shows how awesome you all are and how awesome, obviously, we are. Just a great group here. So always appreciate you. Have a great week, everybody. And don't forget, Nicky B's at 7 o'clock. He's going to have more of the part 2 of the Black Friday extravaganza part 2. So please do check that out. Good night to everybody. Cab, thank you. And Stanley, Jewish Dragons, thanks again for popping in. Appreciate it. And another 5 hours in the books. Exactly. Another great show. Scott Hinton. Thank you for hanging out all night, Scott. Well, at least since you got here. Appreciate it, everybody. Have a great week. And I don't know. We'll see you. Well, you'll see me sad trying to figure out, like, what am I going to do next week when I have nothing once again. Thanks, guys. And yeah, have a great weekend. As always, go blue.